Chapter 426 Private Kitchen reopens. The next day, Maguire arrived in the Magic City. However, he did not bring the ingredients needed for cooking. These ingredients will be airlifted to Shanghai tomorrow morning. Father, shall we go find Lin Chen? Maguire's oldest son, Karen, asked. I'll see him tomorrow. I'm tired. Take a good rest today. Maguire shook his head and said, please arrange the ingredients and make sure they are delivered to Lin Chen's private kitchen on time tomorrow. Yes, father. Father, someone in China wants to buy mineral resources. Lin Chen's selection of you may be related to this matter. Karen said. Maguire, no matter what the situation is, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Tomorrow you have to be more respectful to Lin Chen, okay? Decalon nodded. Father, I'm not stupid. Dongying country was attacked by hackers before, and Lin Chen is very likely the mysterious hacker who attacked them. There are also several wealthy people in Dongying country who have been put on a bounty for their lives. Maguire, don't mention this. He will never say such a thing. Father, I know. Decalon said respectfully. In a blink of an eye, it was the next day. The ingredients were delivered, Su Mengyao went to work, and Lin Chen also arrived at the private kitchen. Lin Xiaoqian and Lin Chen don't have to worry now. His parents and Su Mengyao mother are all there now. Uncle Wu, Happy New Year. Here is your New Year's red envelope. Lin Chen took out a red envelope and said with a smile. Boss, this is not necessary. You're already treating me very well. I'm paid 50,000 a month and I don't do anything at all. Wu Yongjun, who was guarding this private kitchen, quickly declined. This private kitchen has been out of business for a long time, and Wu Yongjun felt embarrassed to work there. He mentioned his resignation to Lin Chen several times, but Lin Chen did not agree. Uncle Wu, it's just a New Year's red envelope. It's not much money, and you know I don't need this little money. Lin Chen stuffed the red envelope into Wu Yongjun's hand and said, Thank you, boss. Wu Yongjun was moved. Lin Chen entered the house. He hadn't been here for a while, but the place was clean everywhere. Wu Yongjun was not idle while guarding it. Boss, the ingredients delivered this time are a bit too much. Wu Yongjun said. Lin Chen opened the refrigerator and freezer and took a look. The ingredients were all top-notch and there were indeed plenty of them. There was no problem making 10 tables of dishes with these ingredients. But compared to $5 million, the price of ingredients is nothing. Maguire and the others sent some more food as a small favor to Lin Chen. Lin Chen and his family can eat the remaining food themselves. Uncle Wu, you can buy 2 large refrigerators when the time comes. This time it barely fits everything, but it may not fit next time. Lin Chen said. Wu Yongjun nodded, okay, boss. Lin Chen quickly started busying himself in the kitchen. He was not worried about whether there was anything wrong with the ingredients. Since they had arrived here, they must have been inspected. Furthermore, with his medical skills, he can also tell whether there is any problem with the food ingredients by looking at their color, smell, etc. At 11:30, Maguire and his team arrived. It was just the two of them, father and son, and they didn't invite anyone else. Mr. Lin, we are here. Your environment here is really nice. Maguire said in somewhat broken Chinese. Lin Chen's voice came from the kitchen, Mr. Maguire, you guys take a break, it will take another 20 minutes. Okay. Maguire replied. He sniffed hard and smelled a fragrance. Father, come and see. Decalon said in surprise while looking at a painting on the wall. Maguire walked over. Soon both the father and the son were immersed in it. This painting was painted by Lin Chen, and his god-level painting skills were not to be underestimated. 20 minutes passed quickly. One after another exquisite dishes were served on the table. Maguire and the others were surprised. They are both wealthy people and have eaten a lot of delicious food, many of which are very exquisite, but the difference between them and what Lin Chen cooks is very obvious. Lin Chen's dishes are like works of art. Mr. Lin, you are amazing. These dishes are as beautiful as works of art. Can I take pictures and show them to others later? Decalon asked. Lin Chen nodded, no problem, go ahead and shoot. It couldn't be spread before and had to be kept secret, but now everyone knows that he is a private chef, so there is no need to keep it secret anymore. Crack. Karen took several photos in a row. Mr. Lin, I'm sick. I don't know which dishes are edible, can you please feel my pulse and give me some advice, Mr. Lin? I can pay you separately for the pulse feeling. Maguire inquired. All right. Lin Chen quickly took Maguire's pulse. Mr. Maguire, you have a lot of health problems. Lin Chen said. Maguire, there are indeed many problems. I have liver cancer, and the liver transplant caused other problems. Now all major hospitals say it cannot be treated. Mr. Lin, can you treat it? Lin Chen nodded slightly. It can be cured. But now it's about eating. Treatment is another matter. This, and this. Don't eat these 3 dishes. Maguire was pleasantly surprised. Mr. Lin, are you sure you can treat it? Lin Chen said calmly, I said it can be cured, of course it can be cured, but I can't cure just anyone. Enjoy your meal. After saying that, Lin Chen left with some things. It contained his and Lin Xiaoqian's lunch, as well as some ingredients for making delicious food in the evening. Father, that's great. Daikolan said happily. Maguire took a deep breath and said, indeed, our trip was not in vain. Let's eat first. Soon they tasted it. They were stunned when the food entered their mouths. Lin Chen's cooking skills are now at the mythical level, and he has not deliberately suppressed his cooking skills to the legendary level. As soon as the food entered their mouths, it bombarded their taste buds like crazy. It felt like they usually ate pig food and suddenly they were eating top-notch gourmet food. How is this possible? Daikolan said in disbelief. They had heard that Lin Chen's cooking was delicious, but they never expected it to be this good. Even if nothing else, just to taste such delicious food, they feel that the $5 million is worth it. This taste is absolutely amazing. Maguire tried other dishes. Every dish made him want to swallow his tongue. Father, I finally understand why some people who have eaten here before praised the food so much. Mr. Lin's cooking skills are definitely the best in the world. Daikolan said with great emotion. Maguire nodded his approval. Due to his serious illness, he had lost interest in food, and even the best delicacies tasted like chewing wax in his mouth, but now he was experiencing the beauty of food again. And it is an unprecedented experience. After finishing the meal, Maguire felt that even if he died soon, he would not have too many regrets in his life. Father, I think Mr. Lin can really cure you. D. Karen said. Maguire took a deep breath and said, prepare the gifts today, and we will visit Mr. Lin tomorrow. Chapter 427 Maguire's Gift. Mr. Maguire, Mr. Daikolan, do you think the $5 million is worth it? Mr. Maguire, can you tell me if Master Lin's cooking skills are really that good? Mr. Daikolan. After dinner, I went outside and saw many reporters waiting. Many of these reporters are from foreign media, and some of them asked questions with malicious intent. Maguire raised his hand, and everyone fell silent. Maguire sincerely praised everyone. Master Lin's cooking skills are absolutely the best in the world. After the meal, I only have one feeling, $5 million is too cheap. Can you raise the price a little bit? It's totally fine if I ask for $10 million. D. Karen said, Father is right. I also think that $5 million for a meal is too cheap. Master Lin is just making friends with this price. I never thought food could be so delicious. Everyone was stunned. The meal cost $5 million, but after finishing it, Maguire and his friends still thought it was too cheap. What's the idea? Mr. Daikolan, what are you holding in your hand? A reporter looked at the bag in D. Karen's hand and asked. This wasn't there when Daikolan went in. Daikolan said, this is the food I didn't finish eating. I don't know how long I have to wait to make another reservation. Another reporter asked, Mr. D. Karen, is it really that difficult to make a reservation? $5 million for a meal, that's really too expensive. Daikolan smiled. As far as I know, there are hundreds of wealthy people who have made appointments this time, and we are the lucky ones who were selected. My father and I are honored to have this amazing journey. We are looking forward to winning the lottery again. Soon Maguire and his friends left. The video of their interview quickly went viral online. Wow, it costs $5 million, but it still has such high reviews. How delicious must it be? The fairy tales written by Grandmaster Lin, as well as his calligraphy and paintings, all have magical powers. I guess the same is true for the food he cooks. Customers actually took the initiative to ask for a price increase. It's outrageous. Countless netizens were talking about it. At home, Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoqian were eating. Lin Chen smiled and asked, "CC, is it delicious?"
Lin Xiaoqian nodded repeatedly. "Dad, it's delicious, even better than what you usually cook." The ingredients Lin Chen uses in his cooking are usually good, but they are not the best in the world. Many top-quality ingredients are not for sale, so there is no need for him to owe anyone a favor just for a bite to eat.
Then eat more. Lin Chen smiled. Lin Xiaoqian asked, "Dad, is there anything else?" "Mom, grandparents, and grandpa haven't eaten yet." "Yes, you can eat it without worry. Invite grandparents to come over for dinner tonight,"
Lin Chen said gently.
"Aha."
Lin Xiaoqian nodded. "Dad, how about we have a competition to see who finishes eating first, hee."
Okay. Not long after dinner, Lin Chen's phone rang.
The person who called him was a European super-rich man.
"Hello, Mr. William."
Lin Chen answered the phone and spoke calmly. The man on the other end of the line was Angus William. Angus William laughed and said, "Mr. Lin, thank God, I finally got through." It was only after seeing the news that he found out that the winner this time was Maguire. Although Maguire's family is very rich, Angus William feels that he is no less wealthy than Maguire.
"Mr. William, is there something wrong?" Lin Chen asked.
Angus William said, "Mr. Lin, Maguire's smile is as bright as a flower. I guess besides the delicious food, he also gained something else."
"Mr. Lin, can you cure his illness?" Lin Chen, "Mr. William, I don't know what you are talking about. Is Mr. Maguire sick?"
Lin Chen doesn't want to admit that he can help people cure terminal illnesses. There are so many rich and powerful people in the world, and curing many of them may not be a good thing for him in China.
If he said he could cure the disease but didn't, he might offend many wealthy and powerful people. Angus William. "Mr. Lin, can I be selected next time? I can add more money. How about I add $50 million US? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows.
Angus William was probably also suffering from a terminal illness. Otherwise, no matter how delicious the food is, there is absolutely no need to spend $50 million US on a meal.
"Mr. William, it's the same for everyone. It's $5 million per meal. No extra charges will be accepted," Lin Chen said.
Angus William took a deep breath and said, "Mr. Lin, my condition is not very good.
The doctor said I may only live for about a year. I want to have a meal before I die. I wonder if you can fulfill my wish, Mr. Lin." Lin Chen, "Mr. William, I'm sorry to hear this news. I believe there is hope." Angus William asked, "Mr. Lin, I want to know what I can do to increase my hope." Lin Chen was silent for a few seconds.
Pray more to your God."
"Mr. William, that's it for now, I have something else to do."
After saying that, Lin Chen hung up the phone.
He had another call.
The news spread in the media, and all those wealthy people knew that this opportunity was grabbed by Maguire. From his expression, they could tell that Maguire must have received good news from Lin Chen.
Maguire has a terminal illness, one that has no cure.
Time passed minute by minute, and during the 2 hours that Lin Xiaoqian took a nap, Lin Chen received more than 10 calls. Those who called him were all big shots.
In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Maguire and his son prepared gifts and visited Lin Chen. "Mr. Lin, these are antiques from your country.
I like to collect them, but I don't know how to appreciate them. Swords are given to heroes, and these are given to you."
Maguire smiled. He had dozens of antiques airlifted overnight, some of which were worth hundreds of millions of RMB.
The combined value of dozens of antiques exceeds 10 billion.
"Please take a seat." Lin Chen's eyes swept over the antiques. "The gift prepared by Maguire is quite good. Mr. Maguire, they're good. But if you think these will make me heal you, that's impossible,"
Lin Chen said calmly.
He looked much more arrogant than yesterday.
Yesterday Maguire was his guest, and today Maguire came to beg him to save his life.
Maguire said quickly, "Mr. Lin, this is just a small gift. It doesn't mean that if I give you this, you must cure me. Mr. Lin, if you have any other requests, please feel free to ask."
Lin Chen nodded slightly.
"You are all smart people. I will tell you straight away.
I have someone buying some mines in Australia and now I have run into some minor troubles."
Maguire looked normal.
He had guessed this a long time ago. Otherwise he couldn't figure out why he was chosen. "Mr. Lin, I have some mines, and I also know some wealthy people who own mines.
I can help with this."
Maguire was very tactful.
Chapter 428 Iron or Mining Rights.
Lin Chen smiled and said, Mr. Maguire, although your disease is difficult to treat, I can still cure it.
You will be fully recovered in about a year. Maguire's eyes lit up with excitement.
He is already 78 years old, which is not young, but with the various medical conditions he enjoys, if he recovers, he will have no problem living another 10 or 8 years.
If you're lucky, you might live another 20 years. Mr. Lin, please help my father. Decalon stood up and bowed deeply.
Lin Chen smiled and asked, Mr. Maguire, if I say I can cure it, do you believe that I can definitely cure it?
Maguire and Decalon both nodded. Maguire said, Mr. Lin, you are a big shot. I don't think a person like you would make such a joke.
Lin Chen nodded slightly.
Let's talk about buying a mine.
I mainly want to contract some iron mines in Australia. The contract period only needs to be 30 years, but I want to contract as many as possible, and the price should be affordable.
Maguire asked, Mr. Lin, how much money do you plan to pay for the iron or mining rights?
Lin Chen said, the first batch of investment is 100 billion renminbi. We will continue to invest more with the iron ore we sold.
Maguire and Decalon were surprised.
The first batch of investment is as high as 100 billion yuan, which is not a small amount.
Lin Chen has a big appetite. Mr. Maguire, any questions?
Lin Chen said calmly. Maguire shook his head, Mr. Lin, no problem, but how to pay the contract money and which areas to contract, all these require a professional team to negotiate.
Lin Chen nodded. As long as you think it's okay. As for the specific negotiations, someone will come to you to discuss it. Maguire nodded, Mr. Lin, my illness.
Lin Chen smiled and said, there's no rush. Mr. Maguire, you probably won't have time for treatment because of the negotiations that are coming up.
You can come for treatment after this is settled. Mr. Maguire, you need to give me some good ore.
Maguire stood up and said, Mr. Lin, I hope your team can come to Australia for negotiations as soon as possible.
Let's try to reach an agreement in half a month.
Lin Chen stood up and shook hands with Maguire. Mr. Maguire, I hope we can cooperate happily.
Must. Maguire said solemnly.
He knew that he would have to give up some interests in this cooperation, but compared with his life, the interests were nothing.
Soon Maguire, Decalon, and the others said goodbye and left. Lin Chen called Su Xiangyang and said, Boss Su, 2 things.
First, let the team that we are going to Australia to buy the mine talk to Maguire.
The first batch of funds is 100 billion yuan, and there will be more funds after the iron ore is sold.
The contract period is only 30 years, and we want to contract as many mines as possible.
Su Xiangyang asked doubtfully, Mr. Lin, only 30 years? Isn't 30 years a bit too short for iron ore mining?
There is no problem with a long-term contract period of 70 years.
Lin Chen, I want to shorten the period and expand the scope. 30 years is enough.
Our country would have reached the summit long ago.
Australia is close to us, so they will just have to obey us. It will be easy to extend the time then. Su Xiangyang thought so too. Not to mention 30 years, China's strength can be greatly improved in 10 years.
Commander Su, tell our people to be more aggressive and try to contract as many places as possible.
Maguire has a terminal illness. I can cure it. Su Xiangyang was delighted. Isn't that a sure thing? Mr. Lin, the second thing is. Lin Chen said, Maguire gave me dozens of antiques. I donated them to the museum. You can find an expert to take them away.
Those antiques are estimated to be worth more than 10 billion, but Lin Chen has no shortage of them, and he doesn't know how to sell antiques.
They're best in museums.
Those antiques are China's treasures.
Thank you, Mr. Lin.
Su Xiangyang said solemnly on the other end of the phone.
Lin Chen, hurry up and send someone to take it away.
This is nothing compared to the technology one gave to the country.
That's true, haha. Mr. Lin, I'll contact someone right away. Su Xiangyang said. In about an hour, museum experts arrived. Good stuff, all good stuff. Master Lin, are you donating all these antiques to the country?
The expert said to Lin Chen after a careful examination.
Lin Chen nodded, of course. Professor Yu, can you estimate how much these antiques are worth? They were given to me by someone else. I want to know more about them. Professor Yu thought about it. Master Lin, I think the total market value of these dozens of antiques is about 1.2 billion renminbi. Okay. Lin Chen nodded.
Professor Yu and others carefully took the antiques away. Lin Chen showed a faint smile on his face. He had a good harvest today. There shouldn't be many problems with the mine sale. If you get it at a low price, there will be a lot of profit. Once this is settled, his family will really have a mine in the future. Dad. As soon as she got home, Lin Xiaoqian ran over. Lin Chen picked her up. Lin Hai said, "Son, come and fold paper airplanes with Cece. I can never fold better than her." Lin Chen smiled and said, "Cece has spent a lot of time learning. It's normal that you can't beat her, Dad." "How about Mom?" Lin Xiaoqian said in a baby voice, "Dad, Grandma and Grandma went shopping, and they said they would buy me some toys." Lin Chen nodded slightly. It's nice to have his mother-in-law take his mother out for a stroll. Although he is rich now, Chen Mei has lived in the countryside for decades after all, and needs to adapt to life in the city. If you stay at home all day, you may get sick easily. "Son, I saw someone fishing by the river. If I go fishing, will it cause trouble for those national security comrades?" Lin Hai asked. As a grown man, he doesn't like shopping or playing cards, and now he has more money than he can spend. Playing cards is boring. He is very interested in fishing. Lin Chen said, "We can't stop moving." Sitting by the river and fishing, the security pressure is not that great. It'll be warmer so Sisai and I can go fishing. Lin Hai smiled and said, "If it's okay, I'll buy some fishing gear and try it out in a few days." Lin Chen, "Dad, even though I asked you to come and help, you still have to have your own lives. That way you can stay here comfortably for a long time." Lin Hai nodded. "Cece, Grandpa is going downstairs for a walk." "Goodbye, Grandpa," Lin Xiaoqian said sweetly. After Lin Hai left, Lin Chen accompanied Lin Xiaoqian to fold paper airplanes. "System, how much experience do we need to upgrade our aircraft manufacturing technology?" Lin Chen said in his mind. There were only 12 hours left before the Chinese New Year, but during the New Year he spent more time playing in the snow and setting off fireworks with Lin Xiaoqian, and relatively less time folding paper airplanes. "Host, there are only 3 hours left." System Road. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. 3 hours, with a little effort it will be full soon. I don't know what kind of surprises this upgrade will bring. Lin Chen muttered to himself. Chapter 429 Aircraft Manufacturing Technology is Legendary. 2 days passed. Host, your aircraft manufacturing skills have been upgraded to the legendary level. The system voice sounded. Massive amounts of information poured into Lin Chen's mind frantically. Even though he was protected by the system and even though his mental strength was much stronger now, Lin Chen felt like his head was about to explode. "Cece, Daddy is a little sleepy, take a rest for a while. Have fun with it yourself," Lin Chen said to Lin Xiaoqian. "Aha!" Lin Xiaoqian nodded, and Lin Chen lay down on the sofa. Half an hour passed before Lin Chen finished receiving all the messages. Call. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He closed his eyes and silently sorted the harvest, and soon Lin Chen was overjoyed. When he was at the Grandmaster level in aircraft manufacturing, the technology he mastered was enough to manufacture 6th-generation fighter jets. Now that he is at the legendary level, he naturally has even stronger technology. He gained access to better and stronger materials, allowing him to build lighter fighter jets with longer range. In addition, he acquired stealth ion shield technology and force field shield technology. Stealth ion shield technology can be used on fighter jets. Once it is turned on, it is basically undetectable by current radars. Force field shield technology can form a powerful force field. Although it cannot withstand missile attacks, it has no problem with withstanding anti-aircraft gun attacks. The equipment for force field shield technology is large in size and is not suitable for use on fighter jets. This one is used on bombers. After the stealth fighters have eliminated the threatening targets, the bombers can approach and bomb with confidence. Lin Chen thought of his own private jet, where he could install stealth ion shields and force field shields. There is a stealth ion shield. If you encounter a missile attack, turn on the stealth ion shield and the missile will lose its target. With a force field shield, if attacked at close range, guns and rockets cannot break through the defense. It's a pity that the invisible ion shield and force field shield will be disturbed by seawater, otherwise the battleship can also be used. Lin Chen muttered to himself. There have also been many improvements in drones, electronic warfare aircraft, and so on. This time the improvement is really huge. A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. When he was at the Grandmaster level, his aircraft manufacturing technology was at the leading level in the world. Now that it has been upgraded to the legendary level, he is not just leading, but far ahead.
The 6th generation aircraft of the United States is still just a PPT.
The Bear Country has not even figured out the 5th generation aircraft, let alone the 6th generation aircraft.
China now has a strong enough accumulation of technology. If I give some of my technology to them, they should be able to digest it quickly.
It is estimated that the 7th generation fighter jet will be able to be built within 3 years.
Lin Chen said in his heart.
When China's 6th generation fighter jets soar in the sky, the US hegemony can still be barely maintained. After all, the US has been the hegemon for many years, and the US still has the advantage of existing stocks. But when China's 7th generation fighter jets take to the sky, the US hegemony will undoubtedly accelerate its collapse.
There is a huge gap in strength between the 5th generation fighter jets and the 7th generation fighter jets. Even if all 11 US aircraft carriers are able to move, even if they are all sent over, what use will it be? An aircraft carrier relies on the fighter jets on it to fight. If the fighter jets cannot defeat the aircraft carrier, no matter how many more of them come, they will just be food for the enemy. These technologies, let's give out the material technology first.
Lin Chen said in his heart.
Material technology can be quickly mastered.
Once new materials are available, they can be used on both the current 5th generation and 6th generation aircraft. The fighter jets produced will be lighter and stronger, have a longer range and be faster. The endurance, speed, and flexibility of fighter jets are all very important. By replacing the materials of China's 5th generation and 6th generation aircraft, the strength will undoubtedly be greatly improved.
By then, the 5th generation aircraft will be able to crush the United States 5th generation aircraft. Not to mention the 6th generation aircraft. Cece, do you want to play on the computer for a while?
Lin Chen sat up and smiled.
Think. Lin Xiaoqian's eyes lit up. Walk.
Lin Chen took her to the study. Soon Lin Chen and his friends started playing games. It is not good for children to play with mobile phones and computers, but Lin Xiaoqian practiced ancient martial arts. In addition, with Lin Chen's help in adjusting her vision, as long as she doesn't play for a long time, it won't have much impact on her eyesight.
As for affecting learning, that will definitely not happen. System, my hacking skills are about to break through, right? Lin Chen asked in his mind. His hacking skills are legendary.
System, host, your hacking skills are now only 3 hours away from a breakthrough. Lin Chen now increases the time he and Lin Xiaoqian spend playing computer games every day to 3 hours, which only takes a little more than a week.
If you hurry up, you can make it in a day or two. But Lin Chen didn't want to do that. We still need to help Lin Xiaoqian develop better habits.
25 minutes later, Lin Xiaoqian said consciously, Dad, it's time for me to play games.
Lin Chen kissed her and said, Cece, go play by yourself for a while. Daddy has something to take care of. Aha! Lin Xiaoqian left the study. Crackle.
Lin Chen typed quickly on the keyboard, and half an hour later, he had written out the manufacturing method for the new material.
This is a new type of alloy.
The density is very low, but the strength is comparable to titanium alloy.
Ding ding. Lin Chen called Su Shangyang. Mr. Lin, the mine is already under negotiation and the progress is good. Perhaps the deal can be concluded in half a month.
Su Shangyang said with a smile on the other end of the phone.
McGuire's condition was very serious and he didn't want to delay.
Lin Chen, Minister Su, I don't care about this. You can find someone to negotiate with and run the business well after you find someone.
I am only responsible for giving and collecting money. I came to you for something else. Su Shangyang asked, Mr. Lin, what's the matter?
Lin Chen, I have discovered a new material. If used on fighter jets, our fighter jets can be 1/3 lighter and the strength of the body can be doubled.
Hiss. Su Shangyang was shocked. Lighter and stronger, it means longer endurance, faster speed, and greater maneuverability. Fighter jets are also more durable. This is a huge help to the fighter. Mr. Lin, what's the price? Su Shangyang asked quickly.
If the performance is very good but the price is high, the practicality of this new material will be greatly reduced.
It's quite cheap, not much more expensive than aluminum alloy. Lin Chen said. Su Shangyang's heart beat faster and he was extremely excited. Powerful performance plus low price, this is a revolution in material science.
This new material has huge uses in all aspects of the military field. As for the civilian field, it will definitely not be used for the time being.
Minister Su, I'll pass the information to you.
You can find relevant experts and factories to manufacture it.
Lin Chen said.
Su Xiangyang said quickly, Mr. Lin, wait, don't give it to me, why don't you come to the capital? Many of Mr. Yang and others miss you very much.
Lin Chen thought about it. It would be nice to take a trip to the imperial capital.
Su Mengyao's belly is not big now, so she can still travel. But it will be inconvenient when her belly gets bigger.
Minister Su, I'll bring Mengyao and Cici with me. Lin Chen said.
Su Xiangyang, Mr. Lin, I won't report what you just said.
You can tell me yourself when the time comes. It's good to communicate more.
Chapter 430 The Villa Given by the Superiors. In the imperial capital, Lin Chen's private plane arrived safely.
Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, welcome. Little Princess Cici, you are also welcome to the imperial capital.
A middle-aged man who met me at the airport said with a smile. Lin Chen had seen this middle-aged man before.
He was Mr. Li's son, named Li Yancheng. His current position was not low. Brother Li, thank you for your help. Lin Chen and Li Yancheng shook hands.
Li Yancheng smiled and said, Mr. Lin, since you call me Brother Li, I will shamelessly call you Brother Lin.
I grabbed the chance to come and pick you up at the airport. There are many people who want to come and pick you up. I got my chance.
Lin Chen smiled and said, Brother Li, we have people from the National Security Bureau, so it doesn't matter if no one comes to pick us up at the airport.
Li Yancheng shook his head. Brother Lin, that's different. You haven't been to the capital for a while, and we didn't have anyone to pick you up at the airport. It wouldn't sound good if it got out. Lin Chen's heart moved.
It seems that if I have time, I have to come more often. He doesn't get involved in politics, but his influence is getting stronger and stronger. If I stay in the Magic City for a long time, no one will come.
The impact may be a bit bad. Su Xiangyang might also be giving him a secret reminder. Brother Li, you are too polite. It's not convenient for Mengyao to be pregnant, otherwise I would have come earlier.
Lin Chen said with a smile. Li Yancheng smiled and said, Brother Lin, please get in the car. Lin Chen and the other three sat in the back seat of the car, and Li Yancheng sat in the passenger seat of their car.
The convoy set off quickly. Brother Lin, you are getting better and better. Everyone is looking forward to your coming.
They want to communicate with you more and gain some wisdom. Li Yancheng turned around and said with a smile. Lin Chen, Brother Li, I'll come over more often when I have time.
If I come more often, you will find that I'm just an ordinary person. He.
Brother Lin, if you were just an ordinary person, someone like me would just be a single-celled organism.
Li Yancheng said self-deprecatingly.
An hour later, the convoy arrived outside a residential area, where armed police were standing guard and there were also secret sentries.
Drive right in. Li Yancheng ordered. Lin Chen and his friends drove the car into the residential area.
Lin Chen was surprised. There are only 30 or 40 houses in this community, each of which is a villa, and the environment of the community is very good.
Brother Li, this is? Lin Chen asked.
Li Yancheng said, for the convenience of security, some people who need special protection live here together. This community is equivalent to the old courtyard. Times are changing, and housing has also changed a bit.
Lin Chen nodded slightly.
Li Yancheng directed the car to stop in front of a villa, which was considered relatively large in the community.
Brother Lin, this villa is yours. The things inside were newly bought when you got married.
After being ventilated for such a long time, it should be completely habitable. Li Yancheng got out of the car and said with a smile.
Lin Chen asked in surprise, Brother Li, this is mine? Li Yancheng nodded and said, Brother Lin, yes. This villa is specially prepared for you. You must have a place to stay when you come to the capital. It's not good to always stay in a hotel. Lin Xiaoqian asked doubtfully, Dad, are we moving?
Lin Chen kissed her little face, we won't move, but if we come to the capital in the future, we can live here.
This is also our home. Let's go in and take a look.
Soon Lin Chen and the others arrived at the room.
The decoration of the villa is in line with the taste of young people. Lin Chen and his friends looked around and they all liked it.
Li Yancheng smiled and said, Brother Lin, this villa is about 600 square meters and has 5 bedrooms in total.
Both your parents can stay here. Lin Chen nodded slightly. The leaders are thoughtful. This place is nice, and there are many attractions in the imperial capital. We will definitely come here more often when we have time in the future. Li Yanqing said, Brother Lin, you have come all the way here for a long time. You should have a good rest today. My grandfather and some other people will probably come to see you tomorrow. Okay. Lin Chen nodded. Li Yanqing said goodbye and left.
Lin Xiaoqian continued to explore the villa curiously. Su Mengyao approached Lin Chen and said, Hubby, the people up there gave you a house.
They want you to come more often.
Lin Chen nodded slightly.
The relationship between the local area and the imperial capital is sometimes delicate. My influence is growing, so I have to spend some time here every year. Su Mengyao, husband, do you want to go into politics?
Lin Chen shook his head.
Honey, I don't have such an idea.
In my situation, it's better for me to do scientific research quietly.
Su Mengyao breathed a sigh of relief. She also didn't really want Lin Chen to be involved in politics. My name is Sisai, what's your name? My name is Nuan Nuan.
Lin Chen heard Lin Xiaoqian talking to someone else.
He walked over. The person talking to Lin Xiaoqian was a little girl.
They chatted across the fence and seemed to be getting along quite well.
A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. It's great that Lin Xiaoqian can meet playmates here. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day.
Mr. Li and more than a dozen other big guys came to Lin Chen together. Su Mengyao has seen a lot of the world, but she still feels a lot of pressure facing these big guys.
Sisi, this is Grandpa Li, this is Grandpa Zhang, and this is Lin Chen introduced.
He introduced Lin Xiaoqian and called her one.
Shaolin, Sisi is so good. Sisi, I heard you are good at math. What grade are you in? A big man named Jiang asked with a smile. Lin Xiaoqian looked at Lin Chen.
Lin Chen smiled and said, Sisi, don't tell others if they ask you, but it's okay for you to tell them if they ask you.
Dad, I understand. Grandpa Jiang, I'm in my second year of high school. Lin Xiaoqian said in a baby voice. The boss surnamed Jiang was stunned, and so were the other bosses. Mr. Li said in disbelief, Shaolin, Sisi's math level has reached the high school level? Lin Chen nodded. Sisi is very talented in mathematics.
Mr. Li and the others were shocked. Lin Xiaoqian is only 3 years old, but her math level is at high school level.
She will definitely be a top mathematician in the future. Wife, Sisi wants to go to Nuanyuan's house to play.
You can take Sisi with you.
It's nice to get to know the neighbors here. Lin Chen said to Su Mengyao. Su Mengyao nodded.
She felt stressed staying with these big guys, so it would be better to take Lin Xiaoqian out to get away from them.
Shaolin, Sisi's talent for mathematics is more than just good. She can definitely become the world's top mathematician in the future. Mr. Li took a deep breath and said.
Such top talents are important to the country.
Lin Chen smiled and said, Sisi inherited a lot of my mathematical talent.
I will do my best to cultivate her in the future.
Mr. Li, let me tell you something.
I have researched a new material.
This is quite important. Chapter 431, The Surprise of Mr. Li and Others. Mr. Li asked curiously, what new material? Lin Chen smiled and said, it is a new alloy. It is nearly 30% lighter than aluminum alloy. The price is similar, and the performance is similar to titanium alloy. Hiss.
All the bigwigs were pleasantly surprised.
Materials science has made very little progress so far.
It is easy to find new materials, but it is very, very difficult to find new materials that are excellent in all aspects.
Not to mention 30%, even 5% is good. Xiaolin, is this true?
If this material is real and used in fighter jets, the performance of our fighter jets can be greatly improved.
Mr. Jiang was extremely surprised. Another big boss said, not only fighter jets, but also airplanes, submarines, tanks, and even rockets and spacecraft, the performance can be greatly improved. If civil aircraft use it, our large aircraft will be more competitive in the international market. But it's best not to use this material for civilian purposes for now. Several big guys nodded.
The stuff is good, but if it is used for civilian purposes, other countries will get it and the military advantage will be reduced.
Lin Chen smiled and said, my dear fellows, how could I joke with you about this kind of thing? I didn't do it, but I have already calculated it in my head. Everyone looked at Lin Chen. Mr. Li said with emotion, "Xiao Lin, I think your brain is more powerful than a supercomputer. Mr. Qian, Mr. Yu and others may be less talented than you."
Lin Chen said respectfully, "Mr. Li, Mr. Qian, and Mr. Yu are all the people I respect the most.
Without them, where would we be today?" "That is." The big boss nodded.
Lin Chen took out a USB flash drive from his pocket. "Hey guys, the information about the new alloy is in here. It's not very difficult to make, but if you don't want others to know, you have to keep it strictly confidential."
Mr. Li took it. "Don't worry, we will definitely pay attention to this new material that can greatly enhance our country's military strength." What would happen if the news got out?
Lin Chen, if this gets out, we will lose our advantage in aircraft, but relying on our strong industry, we have an advantage in production. Shipbuilding, automobile, construction and other industries use a lot of it.
Mr. Li breathed a sigh of relief. That's not bad.
Even if the secret is leaked, we still have a great advantage.
Xiao Lin, is there anything you want? If you want something, we can help you find a way.
This material is to be used for military purposes and cannot be patented. They all know the value of this information.
Xiao Lin, if you want anything, just ask.
Our country is no longer as poor as it was before, and we can't treat a genius like you unfairly.
Mr. Zhang smiled. Lin Chen originally wanted to say that he didn't want anything, but then he changed his mind and thought, if his achievements became greater and greater and he didn't take any benefits, would anyone think that he had bigger ambitions? It's not good to let people speculate like this.
In the past, his influence was not so strong, so he didn't need to pay attention to this, but now he has to pay more attention to it. My dear fellows, I need to think about this carefully.
How about I tell you when I have figured it out?
Lin Chen smiled. Mr. Li, Xiao Lin, you have to hurry up.
If the interval is too long, we will not recognize it, huh? Xiao Lin, are there any other surprises? Lin Chen said, I am researching stealth ion shield technology.
If it succeeds, the fighter jet's stealth capability will be even stronger, but it won't be available so quickly. He has obtained all the information, but it would be better for him to take out these good things one by one. His aircraft building skills are legendary.
It is very difficult to advance from legendary to mythic.
Lin Xiaoqian's interest in this area has waned, and it is difficult to improve her aircraft manufacturing technology alone.
If he took it all out at once, you won't be able to get it anymore in the future.
Lin Chen plans to complete all of them in more than a year.
Anyway, China does not have any major security problems now. China's 6th-generation aircraft are already far ahead.
Without air superiority, the threat posed by enemy countries to China is very low.
Invisibility ion shield?
Zhang Lao's eyes lit up. Xiao Lin, tell me in detail.
Lin Chen, Mr. Jiang, I'm still researching.
If I figure it out, even if the distance is very close, the US radar should be unlikely to detect our fighter planes.
Then they will just get beaten. Elder Jiang quickly asked, Xiao Lin, how long will it take to figure it out? Lin Chen, it's hard to say. If it's fast, it'll be 1 or 2 months, if it's slow, it'll be 3 or 4 months.
Mr. Jiang and the others were all delighted. For them, 3 or 4 months goes by very quickly.
Xiaolin, anything else? A big shot couldn't help but ask.
Lin Chen shook his head, nothing else.
Old Xia, I only have one head and I can't think clearly. Cough.
Elder Xia coughed lightly and said, Xiao Lin, you are already very strong. Your brain is more powerful than a supercomputer.
Mr. Li smiled and said, let's not talk about this anymore. Xiaolin, you are good at calligraphy and painting. Can you show them off?
Lin Chen said, painting takes a lot of time, so I won't show it to you.
I will write a calligraphy for you all. Mr. Li and the others' eyes lit up.
Lin Chen's calligraphy and paintings are not for sale, so they can only get them if Lin Chen gives them to them. If others gave them money and wanted them to do something for them, they would not accept it, but if Lin Chen gave it to them, they would accept it. Lin Chen has helped the country so much that even if they don't send him anything, they will still do it if Lin Chen asks them to do something. Soon Lin Chen and the others arrived at the study.
There were pens, ink, paper and inkstone in the study.
After spending some time, Lin Chen wrote a piece of calligraphy for Mr. Li and the others.
Mr. Li and his friends couldn't let it go. Xiao Lin, you just moved here, so you probably don't have much to prepare. We can come over for dinner next time. I want to try a meal that costs $5 million. Mr. Li said with a smile. Mr. Zhang, I live in this neighborhood. Xiaolin, if you want to find someone to drink with, just find me. I live here, too. Another big guy laughed.
As soon as they said this, Lin Chen realized that among the dozen or so of them, 3 of them actually lived in this community. However, they are busy with official duties, and although their home is here, they live somewhere else most of the time.
Mr. Li, I will move here in the future. Xiaolin, if you come to the capital in the future, it will definitely be lively here. And me.
Old Jiang said with a smile.
Moving was an easy thing for them.
They had not originally thought about moving here, but Lin Xiaoqian had great talents in mathematics and painting.
Lin Chen will have children in the future.
If they move here, the younger generations in the family may be able to live with Lin Xiaoqian and the others in the future.
Wouldn't that improve the family genes?
At their stage, it is very important to better pass on the family legacy. If a family wants to prosper for a long time, talents are very important.
They are not short of education.
In the final analysis, what they compete with is genes.
Chapter 432 Xiaolin, do you really know martial arts? 3 days passed.
Mr. Li and Mr. Jiang came to Lin Chen excitedly. They all moved to this neighborhood. Mr. Li and Mr. Jiang, you came at a perfect time. I'll call Meng Yao and the others back for dinner in a little while. Lin Chen opened the door and smiled. Mr. Li said with a smile, Mr. Zhang and his friends have already come over to eat.
They praised your cooking so much. Shouldn't we come over to have a taste? That's right. Mr. Zhang smiled.
Lin Chen, then wait a moment, the food will be ready soon. Mr. Li arrived at the kitchen door and said, Shaolin, the new alloy military factory has started mass production. Just as you said, it has low density and very strong performance.
This material can be used in many military applications.
Zhang Laodao, this help is very great, even greater than the engine technology and other help you provided before. Lin Chen, it is difficult to keep secret when it is widely used. We should keep it secret for as long as possible. Mr. Li and Mr. Jiang nodded.
Not long after, Su Mengyao and Lin Xiaoqian came back. Su Mengyao was not surprised to see Mr. Li and Mr. Jiang. There were guests at home every day for these 3 days.
When Su Mengyao first met big shots like Mr. Li, she was quite nervous, but now she has gotten used to it after seeing them so many times. Mr. Li and the others were all very friendly and had no airs at all.
Su Mengyao knew very well why this was the case. Who made me have a powerful husband? Grandpa Li, Grandpa Jiang.
After Su Mengyao called someone, Lin Xiaoqian called out sweetly.
Sisai is so good. Mr. Li said with a smile, Sisi, did anyone bully you while you were playing? If someone bullied you, you can tell us and we will help you out.
Lin Xiaoqian shook her head.
No. Besides, I'm very powerful. No one can bully me.
Lin Xiaoqian waved her little fist when she said this. She has been practicing martial arts with Lin Chen for so long that her physique and strength are much stronger than other children of the same age.
Zhang Lao asked with a smile, Sisi, do you know martial arts? Yes, my father taught me.
Lin Xiaoqian said. Old Li and old Jiang looked at each other.
They seemed to have overlooked something.
Lin Chen had said before that he knew martial arts, but they had never asked more questions about this. After all, in their opinion, no matter how long one has practiced martial arts, if they encounter someone with a gun, all they have to do is shoot them with one bullet.
But is Lin Chen an ordinary person?
Lin Chen actually taught Lin Xiaoqian, practicing martial arts should be useful.
The food was served soon.
Mr. Li and Mr. Jiang quickly picked up some dishes and tasted them. When the dishes entered their mouths, they were shocked. Lin Chen did not use any special ingredients, but the dishes he made tasted so amazing.
Shaolin, your cooking is amazing. If someone else's food tastes so good, I would definitely suspect that he added contraband into the dish. Mr. Li exclaimed. Jiang Lao, old Li, you have no common sense. Even if you add contraband to the dish, can it taste so good? Even if you add tang monk meat, I'm afraid it won't taste so good. Lin Chen picked up the wine glass.
He smiled and said, Mr. Li and Mr. Jiang, if you think it's delicious, you can come over often while I'm here.
Don't worry, we will definitely not be polite to you. That's right.
Mr. Li, Mr. Jiang, and the others said with a smile. After drinking for more than 30 minutes, Mr. Li asked, Shaolin, you said you practiced martial arts.
What level have you reached? Is martial arts still very useful in modern society? Lin Chen thought a lot in an instant.
He didn't need to tell them since Mr. Li and the others didn't ask him in detail. But since they did, it wouldn't be good for him to continue hiding it from them. After all, it will definitely be exposed later. Mr. Li, of course it is useful. If you reach a certain level of martial arts training, you can become invulnerable to swords and guns. Lin Chen smiled.
Zhang Lao, is this invulnerable spear of yours the ancient long spear or the modern one? All right. Mr. Li and Mr. Jiang looked at Lin Chen in shock.
However, since Lin Xiaoqian was present, they did not ask any more questions for the time being. In fact, Lin Xiaoqian knew the situation.
After dinner, Lin Chen and the others went to the study.
Mr. Li couldn't help but ask, Shaolin, don't tell me that you can already withstand bullets. Lin Chen smiled and said, I can really resist it.
With my strength, I should have no problem resisting pistol bullets.
Lin Chen said as he stretched out his hand. The brushes and other things on the desk began to float.
Hiss. Shaolin, this is. Mr. Jiang was extremely shocked. Lin Chen let the thing fall on the table.
He said, this is the release of internal strength.
He controls objects with his energy.
He has practiced martial arts well.
His strength is still very good.
Mr. Li and Mr. Jiang, you don't have to worry about my sudden death.
It's not that easy to kill me. Mr. Li was amazed and said, it's amazing.
You can actually practice all the martial arts in movies and TV.
Xiaolin, can others practice what you practice?
Lin Chen shook his head.
This requires martial arts qualifications. Cici has very good martial arts talent. As for others, there may not be one in a million.
Besides, there are different levels of martial arts talent. If you have a weak martial arts talent, you may not be able to get started even after 10 years. You might as well spend that time practicing spearmanship.
Mr. Li and Mr. Jiang nodded. That's true. Elder Jiang exclaimed, Shaolin, you are amazing.
Cici inherited your talent, and she is also amazing. She is extremely talented in math and painting, and she is also talented in martial arts.
What do you think of my little grandson? Lin Chen.
He curled his lips and said, Old Jiang, please stop making random recommendations.
I won't arrange any marriage for Cici. It's up to her who she'll be with in the future. Old Jiang smiled awkwardly. Did Old Jiang and the others say that too?
Lin Chen nodded, don't think about it. We can come and stay more often, and we can have more contact with Cici and the others. What the future holds will depend on them.
Mr. Li asked, Shaolin, does practicing martial arts have a certain effect on the development of your brain? I think so.
Lin Chen nodded, practicing martial arts will make my mental strength stronger, otherwise I would have collapsed long ago if I stayed up late every day.
Zhang Lao, you can withstand pistol shots, but what about long-range shots? Lin Chen said, a warrior's 5 senses are very strong. If someone wants to kill me from a distance, I can sense the danger.
So we don't have to worry too much.
Mr. Li and the others nodded.
Mr. Li, a few days ago we were discussing whether to add more security forces for you. Now it seems that there is no need to continue to increase the security force. But you still have to be careful.
Try to hide your martial arts skills as much as possible. Lin Chen nodded, I am very low-key. If you don't ask, I won't tell you now.
Mr. Li pondered and said, Shaolin, now that we know this, we certainly can't hide it from the big boss.
The others should also know about it.
But don't worry, no more than 10 people will know. Lin Chen nodded, Mr. Li, you guys can do whatever you want.
Chapter 433 Caesar Family. A few days passed.
The system voice sounded in Lin Chen's mind, Host, your hacking skills have reached the mythical level. A massive amount of information quickly flooded into Lin Chen's mind.
After about 20 minutes, the upgrade was completed.
With the help of the system, Lin Chen digested it very quickly, and a faint smile appeared on his face.
Legendary level was already very impressive, and he was far ahead of the mythical level.
It can be said that he can hack into anything connected to the internet, and the entire network is completely defenseless to him.
If he wanted to, he could easily destroy a country's financial system or even the entire internet. Although it's not difficult to upgrade, the skill is really powerful.
Lin Chen said in his heart. No matter how strong his hacking skills are, he will not actively use hacking methods to provoke or attack other forces unless they provoke him. Hacking skills are a double-edged sword. If he indulges himself in reckless behavior, he will suffer the consequences. Even if his martial arts skills have reached legendary level, he may still be killed, and he still has a family.
Dad, when are we going home? I miss my grandparents and my great-grandparents.
Lin Chen took Lin Xiaoqian out to play. Lin Xiaoqian asked,
Want to go home? There will be no snow to play with when we get home. Lin Chen said.
It snowed in the capital these days, and they played in the snow every day. Lin Chen's ice skill experience increased a lot, but it was still impossible to upgrade to the legendary level in a short time.
Yeah, Dad, I know. I still want to go home.
Lin Xiaoqian said in a baby voice.
Lin Chen, Cici, why don't you play with Nguyen and the others for a while today, and then we can go home tomorrow, okay? Aha!
Lin Xiaoqian nodded. In the evening, Lin Chen said goodbye to Mr. Li and others. They had been in the imperial capital for about 10 days, and it was about time.
Cici, please come again. Cici, we will miss you.
The next day, several children said goodbye to Lin Xiaoqian. They all liked playing with Lin Xiaoqian. Lin Xiaoqian was the youngest, but she was smart and could play with them. And Lin Xiaoqian is basically wherever Lin Chen is. Lin Chen would tell them fairy tales, take them to play ball, and teach them to draw and sing.
Goodbye.
Lin Xiaoqian waved her hand. Lin Chen carried her into the car and the car drove away quickly.
Woo. Some children couldn't help crying. Woo woo.
His crying prompted the other children to cry as well.
They really didn't want Lin Chen and the others to leave. Their entertainment activities these days were much richer than before.
In the past, they basically studied and studied.
Ordinary children also needed to study and study.
They need to compete with children from other families, and they even need to compete with children from their own family.
After all, the family's resources are not unlimited.
If they are given to one child, the other child will have less resources. This resource is not an ordinary resource, but the political resources needed to climb up.
Hey, why don't Xiaolin and the others stay a few more days? We feel much more relaxed when Xiaolin is here. With Xiaolin around, the children can learn while having fun. Invite them over later. The adults also talked about it. They were also reluctant to see Lin Chen and the others leave. With their family conditions, they can all find good teachers, but where can they find someone as strong as Lin Chen?
A few hours later, Lin Chen and his team returned safely.
Ding ding. Lin Chen called Yi Hong. Yi Hong quickly answered the phone. Boss, what can I do for you?
Old Yi, the private kitchen will be open in 5 days.
Anyone who wants to make an appointment can come to you. Lin Chen said.
Yi Hong, boss, quite a few people have made appointments, and quite a few wealthy people have contacted me recently.
Give me the list. Okay, boss.
Soon Yi Hong sent the list. Lin Chen added some of them to his address book.
Ding ding. Less than 2 minutes after I added someone, the other party called me.
Lin Chen answered the call, and the person on the other end said, Mr. Lin, please wait a moment.
I will transfer the call to the head of the family right away.
Half a minute later, the person on the other end of the phone changed. Mr. Lin, I am Jared, the head of the Caesar family.
Hello, Mr. Jared.
Lin Chen said calmly.
Jared said, Mr. Lin, Milan Biopharmaceutical Company is an industry under our family.
The medicine you researched has caused our family to lose a lot of money. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes.
He knew Milan Biopharmaceuticals. The specific medicine for the influenza pandemic that broke out some time ago was developed by Milan Biopharmaceutical Company. If he had not developed the drugs, Milan Pharmaceuticals would have certainly made a fortune. Now, much of the profits have been earned by him in China.
The drugs are exported to many countries.
So what?
Lin Chen said calmly. Jared, Mr. Lin, I have no ill intentions.
I just want to be chosen and eat the delicious food you cook. Or I can treat you to a meal at the hotel. We need to talk. Lin Chen said, I don't think there is anything to talk about.
Jared, Mr. Lin, our Caesar family controls more than $300 billion in assets through various channels.
I think we have the opportunity to cooperate. We better talk.
Lin Chen was surprised.
The Caesar family is so rich.
300 billion RMB is a lot, and the wealth they own actually reaches a terrifying $300 billion. The Ishihara family, the Witt family, and others are all very rich, but they only have a few tens of billions of US dollars. Compared with the Caesar family, their wealth is not a small difference. Mr. Jared, the private chef I opened needs to draw lots.
There are many people who have made reservations, so the chance of you being chosen is very small. If you want to talk, let's go to the hotel and talk. Lin Chen said calmly. Okay. Mr. Lin, I'm coming to China. Jared said and hung up the phone.
Lin Chen thought for a while and called Tian Lang. Tian Lang, the head of the Caesar family, Jared, will be coming, and he wants to meet me.
Tian Lang said quickly, Mr. Lin, we will make all preparations and will ensure your safety. After hanging up the phone, Tian Lang reported to Su Xiangyang. Su Xiangyang frowned secretly.
The Caesar family is a powerful family in the United States, and he knows that this Caesar family is part of the Skull and Bones Society.
The Caesar family's assets amount to 300 billion.
As for the entire Skull and Bones Society's assets, not even the society itself knows about them, let alone outsiders. After all, there are quite a few members in the Skull and Bones Society, and not all of them will honestly disclose their assets.
Leader, I have something to report to you.
Su Xiangyang also reported to his superiors. After listening to his report, the boss said, Xiangyang, you just need to do a good job of safety.
Xiaolin is a smart man and he will handle the rest. Good leadership. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Jared is here. Joining him was Joseph from Milan Biotech. Chapter 434, Inducement and Threats.
Lin Chen arrived at the hotel reception room. When Yoshinori saw Lin Chen coming in, he looked a little unfriendly.
Jared stood up.
He shook hands with Lin Chen enthusiastically. Mr. Lin, I am Jared, the head of the Caesar family. Mr. Lin, you have achieved so much at such a young age, which is really enviable.
Master Jared, you have come from afar, what's the matter? Lin Chen asked.
He did not shake Joseph's hand, which was exactly what Joseph wanted.
Joseph was very unhappy because Lin Chen affected his ability to make money. The Caesar family is behind Milan Biopharmaceuticals, but Joseph also owns a considerable stake in the company. Mr. Lin, do you know the Skull and Bones Society?
Jared asked as he sat down and smiled. Lin Chen shook his head. I don't really understand.
Jared said, I am a member of the Skull and Bones Society.
The members of the Skull and Bones Society are all over the world. Any member of the Skull and Bones Society is not a simple person. We control huge wealth and a lot of media, and we can overthrow a country with just a thought. It is entirely possible to create a new country.
Lin Chen's face was calm. So what? Jared said, you don't want to join the United States, how about I invite you to join the Skull and Bones Society? It will be of great benefit to you.
Lin Chen shook his head.
I don't see any benefit, Mr. Jared.
Jared smiled and said, Mr. Lin, no matter how powerful you are just an ordinary person in your country.
The top of your country is those red families. If you join Skull and Bones, you will have global influence. You won't be beholden to anyone.
Lin Chen said calmly, I don't think it's necessary.
I'm fine now. Jared frowned secretly.
He pondered for a moment and said, Mr. Lin, it seems that the chips I just gave were not heavy enough. Mr. Lin, there are still kings in some places in the world.
Do you want to be king?
As long as you join the Skull and Bones Society, we can help you build a small country in Europe or Africa, and you can become the king of that country.
Lin Chen.
The Skeleton Society is really willing to spend money to win him over. Such a promise was actually given. Mr. Lin, even if you don't think about yourself, you should think about the future generations of your Lin family. If you become the king, your son will be the prince in the future.
Your daughter Lin Xiaoqian will be a princess in the future.
The territory may be small at the beginning, but with your ability, I believe the territory can be continuously expanded.
Jared continued to bewitch. Lin Chen remained silent.
Jared, Mr. Lin, if you become king, you can still get along with China in a friendly manner.
China can also have another die-hard supporter in the United Nations.
There was a gleam in Lin Chen's eyes. The Skull and Bones Society must want to separate him from China first, and then they will try all kinds of ways to sow discord between them.
You have a good idea. Lin Chen spoke. Jared's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, I think this is a good idea, too. It's good for both you and China. If you join the Skull and Bones Society, we won't have to be enemies.
Lin Chen, but I think Europe is too far away, and Africa is far and poor, I don't like it.
There is a place I like, and the population there is small, how about you help me? Jared quickly asked, where? Australia. Jared. The corner of his mouth twitched. Mr. Lin, don't joke. Australia is not a small country. The land area is so large that we can only help you build a small country.
Lin Chen smiled and said, although Australia is a large country, its population is only about 20 million, which is almost the same as a small country.
As long as you help me get it done, I'll agree immediately. Joseph sneered and said, Mr. Lin, this is impossible. How can you have such a beautiful dream in broad daylight? Why don't you just say you will become the king of the United States?
Lin Chen looked at him and smiled. The United States is also fine.
Joseph.
Jared frowned and said, Mr. Lin, we came here with sincerity, and the conditions we offer you are very generous.
Others who want to join the Skull and Bones Society have to apply. And even if you apply for a long time, you may not be able to join. If you think Europe and Africa are far away, how about Ryukyu? We can make you the king there.
That place used to be a vassal state of your China. Lin Chen was surprised.
They even took out Ryukyu.
It seems that the United States also knows that they can no longer control the first island chain.
Ryukyu.
If you had said that 10 years ago, I might have agreed, but now Ryukyu doesn't make any sense.
I think Australia is still the best.
Lin Chen said with a smile. Jared said solemnly, the assets of our entire Skull and Bone Society are likely to exceed 10 trillion US dollars.
If we can't be friends, then we may be enemies. Are you sure you want to be our enemy?
Lin Chen smiled and said, do you want to fight?
One of my fans is a top hacker.
He is very skilled. If anything happens to me, I'm afraid he will retaliate wildly.
Then the money you have in the bank could be flowing around the world. You could go bankrupt.
Jared's face changed slightly.
Lin Chen, the top hacker you're talking about is you, right?
Joseph snapped.
Lin Chen said calmly, don't talk nonsense.
If you talk nonsense, be careful that my fan will retaliate against you, and all the secrets of your company will be exposed.
If you break the law, you may have to go to jail.
Joseph's face changed. He has done a lot of illegal things.
Jared, Mr. Lin, we don't want to be your enemy. Please think carefully about what I said. Is Miss Su Mengyao pregnant with a boy? As a father, wouldn't it be good for you to let him become a prince in the future? You may have a huge fortune in the future. It's fine if you are alive, but if you die, can you guarantee that your family's property will not be robbed by others?
At this, Jared stood up. You have caused our Caesar family a lot of losses.
If you join the Skull and Bones Society, we will be your own people and we won't mention the losses. If you don't join, we will definitely get back at you in the future.
Lin Chen is quite awesome. Especially the hacking skills are very powerful. But Jared wasn't so scared. In a normal business struggle, Lin Chen would not resort to hacking methods, otherwise his reputation would be ruined.
Mr. Lin, Cece is very cute.
You'd better talk to your fan and ask him to stop using hacking methods, otherwise some people will get angry, and their anger may spread to your family.
Joseph warned. Bang!
Lin Chen raised his hand and slapped him.
The slap landed on Joseph's old face. Bang!
Several people rushed in from outside the door.
Among them were Jared's bodyguards and members of the National Security Bureau. Joseph said coldly, Lin, you dared to hit me.
Lin Chen said coldly, you threatened my family, so I will punish you lightly.
If you dare to threaten me again, you will be dead. You.
Lin Chen looked at Jared, Mr. Jared, if anything happens to my family, the entire Skull and Bones Society will be in trouble.
Your Caesar family is the first. Chapter 435 The Actions of the Skull and Bones Society. Jared's face was grim.
Their family assets are as high as 300 billion US dollars, and he is also one of the core members of the Skull and Bones Society.
He has never suffered such humiliation before.
Joseph came here with him, and when Lin Chen slapped Joseph, it was the same as slapping him.
Lin Chen, do you dare to target our entire Skull and Bones Society?
Jared said with a cold light flashing in his eyes.
Lin Chen sneered and said, why not? I won't offend anyone unless they offend me. If someone offends me, I will return it tenfold.
I don't care what schemes you use, whether it's giving money to others or inciting others to take action, as long as my family and friends are in trouble, you will have no chance of getting away with it.
Joseph said sternly, Mr. Lin, are you admitting that you are the hacker targeting Dongying country?
Lin Chen shook his head.
I didn't say that.
But my fan is a die-hard fan. He said that if I get into trouble, he will definitely help me vent my anger.
I can't persuade him. Jared frowned. Mr. Lin, you should think about what I told you. Let's go. Although they brought some bodyguards with them, the number of bodyguards could not compare to the national security guards protecting Lin Chen. Moreover, their bodyguards cannot bring guns in. The national security guards protecting Lin Chen must all have guns. If they continue the conflict at this time, they will suffer no good. Boss, Lin Chen is too arrogant. When they got into the car, Joseph said angrily, it's okay that he doesn't give me face, but he doesn't give you face either. Jared, you shouldn't have said those words at the end. Boss, I'm afraid he might use hacking methods to mess things up, so I thought of using his family to threaten him. Joseph gritted his teeth. Jared said in a deep voice, let's go to the hotel first and wait for Lin Chen to think about it. Maybe he will contact us to join the Skull and Bones Society when he figures it out. If he joins, I won't bother with him for the time being. Joseph nodded. Persuading Lin Chen to join the Skull and Bones Society is their most important goal. As long as Lin Chen does not ask for an exorbitant price, they will agree even if he makes some further requests. If Lin Chen wants to leave China and become king, then his abilities will be separated from China's production capacity. The Skull and Bones Society may be able to slowly acquire Lin Chen's technology. Lin Chen returned home. Honey, how is it? Su Mengyao, who was sitting on the sofa, looked at Lin Chen and said. She didn't go to work today, Saturday. Dad, I'm drawing. Lin Xiaoqian's sweet voice was heard from the balcony. Lin Chen said loudly, Cici, keep drawing. Dad will come over later to see how your drawing is going. It wasn't a very pleasant conversation. Lin Chen came to Su Mengyao and said. Su Mengyao's heart tightened, husband, why are you unhappy? Lin Chen, the Caesar family has a lot of assets, and they have the Skull and Bones Society behind them. They want to pull me into the Skull and Bones Society, and they also said that they will help me build a country when the time comes. Su Mengyao. Hubby, don't believe their lies. Lin Chen, this may not be a lie. With their ability, they can help me find a place to build a small country with a population of 1 or 2 million. It's really possible. They asked me to consider it for Cici and Dongying, saying that they would not be able to keep the assets after I die. Su Mengyao touched her belly. Hubby, we won't have this trouble in the future, right? Lin Chen smiled and said, of course not. My normal death will be more than 100 years from now. It shouldn't be a problem for me to live to be 150 years old. And Cici and Dongying both have good martial arts talents. They can become powerful warriors in the future. Su Mengyao nodded. She said happily, husband, Dongying's martial arts talent is also very good? Lin Chen smiled and nodded, I'm going to the study. I have to call Director Su to tell him about this. Husband, go ahead. Lin Chen went to the study and called Su Shangyang. Mr. Lin, I heard that you guys had an unpleasant conversation? Su Shangyang's voice came soon. Lin Chen, military Su, we had a very pleasant chat. They proposed to give me a piece of territory to establish a country. But our differences are a little bit big at the moment. Su Shangyang's expression changed slightly. Helping Lin Chen build a country is such a great temptation. How big is the disagreement? Lin Chen chuckled and said, they proposed that if I could get Ryukyu, I would become the king of Ryukyu. How could I agree to this? Ryukyu is just a tiny place. I asked for Australia. They had a little problem with it. Su Shangyang. He laughed and said, why don't you ask for the United States? Lin Chen said, I told the United States that it's okay, but they didn't agree. We can only ask them to go back and think about it. Mr. Lin, why did you have a conflict? Su Shangyang asked. Lin Chen, Joseph threatened my family, so I slapped him and taught him a little lesson. Su Shangyang thought for a moment and said, Mr. Lin, if you have a conflict, there may be problems with the mineral negotiations in Australia, and the United States may interfere. I'll take care of it. After saying that, Lin Chen hung up the phone. What Su Shangyang said was right. Not long after, Lin Chen received news that there were problems with the purchase of minerals. Ding ding. Lin Chen called Jared. Soon the call was connected, and Jared said, Mr. Lin, have you thought it through and accepted our advice? You will be much more comfortable being a king than you are now. Lin Chen said in a deep voice, Mr. Jared, I have bad news for you. My fan is angry, and he is going to give your bank system a surprise tomorrow. I don't know what the surprise is. Jared's face changed. When the banking system of Dongying was attacked, Dongying suffered direct and indirect losses of up to 2 to 300 billion US dollars. The size of Dongying country is much smaller than that of the United States. If there is a problem with the US banking system, the impact will definitely be greater. A loss of trillions of dollars is entirely possible.
Mr. Jared, you need to remind the higher-ups that if there is a problem with your banking system, it will affect global finance and will also have an impact on China.
I really don't want to see this happen, Lin Chen said sincerely. Jared.
He knew that Lin Chen was buying a mine in Australia, and he also knew that the higher-ups had taken action to put pressure on him to stop the purchase.
Thank you for your reminder, Mr. Lin.
Jared gritted his teeth.
Lin Chen smiled and said, "You're welcome.
Although this kind of thing is good for our country in the long run, it does have a significant impact on our country in the short term.
I don't want that to happen either.
I will try my best to persuade him." After saying that, Lin Chen hung up the phone.
Jared's face was gloomy.
Lin Chen was threatening him. If they continue to prevent Lin Chen from buying mines, the US banking system will definitely have problems tomorrow.
Lin Chen dares to target the banking system of Dongying country, so doesn't he dare to target the banking system of the United States? President, I just spoke to Lin Chen on the phone.
Jared told the president of the Skull and Bones Society about the situation. The Skull and Bones Society has a large amount of bank assets.
Chapter 436, There will be a mine and home in the future.
Albert, the president of the Skull and Bones Society, frowned after hearing this.
His bank's assets amount to 400 billion US dollars. If the bank is targeted, the loss is estimated to be at least 100 billion. And the rest of his assets would also suffer huge losses.
He was rich, but he couldn't bear such a huge loss.
Is that all Lin Chen said? Albert asked.
Jared, president, that's all Lin Chen said. He didn't say he was the mysterious hacker, but there's a 99% chance that the hacker is him.
Abbott continued to ask, do you think he did this because we prevented him from obtaining iron ore in Australia? It should be.
But he didn't say it out loud.
Jared said. Albert walked back and forth. Jared, if we don't compromise, what is the probability that he will take action?
This.
President, I think it's close to 100%.
He targeted Dongying country like this, and also offered a reward for killing 4 super rich people in Dongying country. He is very courageous.
Jared said solemnly. Albert frowned secretly.
As the president of the Skull and Bones Society, he is extremely powerful and he doesn't want to back down, but the consequences of continuing are too serious.
If Lin Chen really did this, what would they do? Could the United States still send people to China to arrest people? Or, did they send people to assassinate Lin Chen's relatives?
It would be great if we could kill Lin Chen, and if we kill Lin Chen's relatives, Lin Chen will go crazy. Their losses would surely be even greater.
They targeted Lin Chen in order to gain benefits, not hoping to die together with Lin Chen. Understood. Let's suspend the action against Lin Chen this time,
Albert said in a deep voice.
Jared breathed a sigh of relief.
If they were to fight each other, Lin Chen might be the first to target him.
Soon Albert told some of the others. The United States quietly lifted its pressure on Australia. Ding ding.
Lin Chen received a call from Su Shangyang. Mr. Lin, good news, the mine purchase went smoothly.
Bu Su, hurry up and finalize it.
Lin Chen chuckled.
Su Shangyang, Mr. Lin, what did you do? No. Maybe they figured it out. Su Shangyang. They figured it out so quickly in just a few hours? However, since Lin Chen didn't say anything, he didn't ask any further questions.
He believed that Lin Chen would definitely not do anything that would harm the national interest. If Lin Chen was such a person, he would not have generously provided so much technology to the country for free.
A week passed in the blink of an eye. Su Shangyang called again. Mr. Lin, the mine has been purchased. The total amount is 460 billion yuan, and the down payment is 100 billion yuan.
The other 360 billion will be paid off over 10 years.
Lin Chen asked in surprise, by so much, Mr. Su?
They just want the mining rights for 30 years. This amount of money is enough to get the mining rights for a lot of iron ore. Lin Chen originally estimated that his down payment was only 100 billion, and it would be great if he could get a mine worth 300 billion. He didn't expect to get a mine worth 460 billion. Su Shangyang smiled and said, "Our country is strong, so we can negotiate with them with other conditions." We took a tough stance, and they finally agreed. Mr. Lin, congratulations. Although these mines cannot bring you huge profits, they can definitely bring you very stable income. Lin Chen laughed and said, "From now on, my family will have a mine, but unfortunately we only get the mining rights for 30 years instead of directly obtaining the iron ore.
Minister Su, you guys can handle the management stuff.
I have to take care of the kids, so I don't have time to take care of trivial matters like this." Su Shangyang muttered to himself.
Is this a small matter? This is a big deal worth 460 billion. Mr. Lin, we will take care of it.
After saying this, Su Shangyang hung up the phone. In Camel Country, a cargo ship slowly approached the shore. Prince Hale arrived at the dock and looked at the cargo ship excitedly. The cargo ship is loaded with a large number of new drones. The new type of drone is much larger and has a cellular system, so not many can be transported by air at one time. It is most cost-effective to ship it by ocean-going cargo ships.
Time passes by every second. The containers were unloaded one by one. Hale quickly ordered one of them to be opened.
There are 2 honeycomb systems installed here. Each hive system contains 16 large drones. Hailey looked at it carefully. Each hive system has 8 cells on each side, and 16 drones can be launched with one click.
Take them away, Hailey ordered. Soon 2 trucks each took away a beehive. Hailey followed to the test site. He arrived at the control panel of the hive.
There were numbers on the control panel, ranging from 1 to 16.
Whichever number he pressed would determine how many planes would be ejected. Hailey pressed 1. Puff!
In just 2 seconds, one of the drones ejected. The drone quickly unfolded and hovered in the air.
Hale was wearing smart glasses, which he could use to control it.
The new type of drones are larger in size, and their anti-interference capabilities, battery life, carrying capacity, etc. are much better than the original small drones. When the members of the Red Moon organization hit deeper, their original small drones were less effective.
It is much more convenient with the new drone.
They can even airdrop the hive behind enemy lines, and remotely control the drones to eject before the hive even hits the ground.
Sharp. This one has much better battery life. And the ability to resist interference is much stronger than before. After the test, Hire was very satisfied. Ding ding. Hailey called Lin Chen.
"Dear Lin, we received the new drone you sent us.
It's great. We would like to order some more," Hailey said with a smile. Lin Chen, Hire, you just received them and haven't used them yet, and you want to order new ones? The ones you have now will be enough for you for a while.
Hailey said, "Lin, you don't have to use it after you buy it.
We are a large family, and if we divide it, it will be gone. Who wouldn't want a hive like this to protect themselves?" Lin Chen, how much do you want? Hailey smiled and said, "It's the same as before."
Lin, I'll transfer the money to you later, so hurry up and produce.
A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. Profit can have 100 small goals.
Lin, your solid-state batteries are out.
When will you install them on drones?
We can totally accept a higher price.
Hailey rode.
If solid-state batteries are installed, the weight will be reduced, the battery capacity will be larger, and the drone's flight time will be longer. Lin Chen, for the time being, we will not install solid-state batteries in the export version. The new drone has a good range already. Solid-state batteries have already been installed for the military. The original small drones have already been equipped with solid-state batteries.
This will give you much longer battery life. Not all targets require large drones. Lin Chen even plans to develop a micro-drone.
When it shrinks, it is only the size of a fist. It doesn't need to be able to fly very far, 2 or 3 kilometers is enough. Just put 20 to 30 grams of explosives in it. Such a drone is completely sufficient to deal with a single soldier. Even with the rotors spread out, hundreds of these drones can be accommodated in 1 cubic meter, and his system has space for hundreds of thousands of them.
Lin, we can add more money. Hailey rode.
Lin Chen said, "Adding more money is not an option.
But I have entrusted someone to buy ports.
If we can reach a cooperation in this regard, maybe I can sell some to you."
Hale's eyes lit up. "Mr. Lin, are you buying a port? We sell."
You Chinese had better send more people to protect the port.
Chapter 437 Establishing a Security Company?
Lin Chen couldn't get over it because of Hailey.
Is there such a big difference in the ideas between camel Chinese and Chinese people? Higher, don't you need to discuss this with others? Lin Chen asked.
Hailey on the other end of the phone said with a smile, Mr. Lin, there is such a good thing that has the best of both worlds.
I will tell my father about it, and he will definitely agree.
In Hale's view, by selling the port to Lin Chen, firstly, he can obtain more powerful drones. Secondly, by selling the port, he can also obtain the protection of China.
It is very likely that business cooperation with China will be strengthened.
It really kills two birds with one stone.
As for national sovereignty and stuff, does it matter?
The United States now has 3 military bases in their area, with 3,000 American soldiers. They have long wanted to have a force that can check and balance the United States, but China has not intervened before.
Cough.
Higher, I'll discuss this with my superiors first.
Lin Chen said.
Hailey said quickly, Mr. Lin, you are a civilian. Your purchase of the port has nothing to do with your country. Besides, your country is not afraid of the United States now. Lin Chen, I will discuss it with the higher-ups, and you can also talk to your father.
I am personally happy with it. All right. Mr. Lin, I'm waiting for your good news. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen was a little confused.
It was he who took the initiative, but Hale was the one who was excited. After thinking for a while, Lin Chen called Mr. Li.
The call was answered by Secretary Li.
He would answer the call from ordinary people and make an appointment with the other party, but when he saw that the call was from Lin Chen, Mr. Li's secretary knocked on the door and entered the room.
Mr. Li, it's Mr. Lin's call.
The secretary respectfully handed the phone to Mr. Li. After the secretary left, Mr. Li answered the phone, Xiao Lin, it's rare that you actually called me.
What's the good news?
Lin Chen, Mr. Li, I am investing in a port.
You know about this, right? How about I buy one in Camel Country? Mr. Li thought about it. Xiao Lin, I know about your investment in the port.
Our country's purchase of a port in Camel Country is likely to cause unnecessary friction, so it is not appropriate at the moment. But if it's just you, I don't think it's a big problem. But the subsequent safety issues at the port. Lin Chen can take action if major problems arise, but he cannot use hacking methods to solve minor problems.
With so many people and so many ships in a port, there are bound to be a lot of small things and conflicts every day.
Lin Chen, Mr. Li, we have many retired soldiers.
Isn't the treatment after retirement very good? That's indeed. Toast Li.
The country will naturally provide resettlement for retired soldiers, but given the country's current conditions, it is impossible for them to be treated very well.
Lin Chen said, Mr. Li, how about setting up a security company overseas?
We will only hire retired soldiers from our country, and the treatment will definitely not be bad. I will have quite a bit of security business myself by then.
Mr. Li thought about it.
Lin Chen will have many ports and mines in the future, so there is indeed a demand.
How many people do you want to recruit? Mr. Li asked. Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, let's recruit 10,000 people first. Puff. Mr. Li was drinking tea, and he blurted out, Xiao Lin, what did you say? You're going to recruit 10,000 people directly? Lin Chen said in surprise, Mr. Li, is there a problem? 10,000 people, with an average annual salary of 500,000, that's 5 billion.
If you add other things, it's probably no more than 10 billion.
If I take on some security business, I can still make some money back. I don't think it's a big problem. Mr. Li. Xiao Lin, don't you plan to make money with your security company?
Lin Chen said, I don't plan to make money. I set up this security company to ensure business security and to ensure that I have a certain degree of overseas deterrence.
Don't let anybody dare to target me. When you make money, you have to spend it. There's nothing wrong with spending a little money for safe consumption.
Mr. Li coughed lightly and said, Xiao Lin, 10,000 people is a bit too many. I need to discuss this matter with others.
Okay, Mr. Li.
Soon, Mr. Li and several other big guys gathered together.
Recruit 10,000 retired soldiers to form a security company?
Mr. Zhang said in surprise. John Lao, if these people go to Africa, they bring good equipment, and Star Dream Company provides a large number of drones, they can destroy many African countries.
Mr. Li glanced over and said, if it were someone else, I wouldn't agree to this. Having so many retired soldiers join a security company is a big hidden danger. But the one who brought it up now is Lin Chen. I personally don't think it's a big problem. Zhang Laodao, I think it's okay too. Xiaolin has a sincere patriotism, there is no doubt about that. He will definitely take the national interest into consideration when taking action. Elder Zhang's eyes sparkled, I agree. Some things are difficult for the country to handle. Xiaolin is a civilian, so there will be no problem if he comes forward. The others also nodded. They all had no objection. They knew very well how much help Lin Chen had brought to the country. This can also ease the pressure of veterans' resettlement. Mr. Li smiled and said, since everyone has no objection, let's just leave it as it is. When the time comes, we'll pick 10,000 people and send them to Xiaolin. The people we choose must be worthy of the high salary Xiaolin offers. The other bosses nodded. Mr. Li quickly told Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled and said, Mr. Li, when the time comes, I will have to purchase a batch of equipment for them from the country. All kinds of guns and vehicles will have to be arranged. We can't let our people suffer losses overseas. Mr. Li, what else can I say? As long as the security company's actions comply with local laws, that's fine. Lin Chen asked, Mr. Li, as long as it complies with local laws, can missiles, tanks, etc. be sold? Mr. Li. You, a security company, want missiles and tanks? Light weapons are fine, armored vehicles are no problem, and at most we can sell you some helicopters for support. Lin Chen sighed, okay then. A security company composed of 10,000 retired soldiers, plus armored vehicles, various light weapons, and 100,000 drones, is still very powerful. With this strength, not to mention the various gangsters, even the regular armies of most countries may not be able to defeat them. Ding ding. Lin Chen contacted Hailey. Hailey said quickly, Dear Lin, how are you doing? I talked to my father and he agrees very much. Lin Chen smiled and said, Prince Hailey, our country will not station troops in your place for the time being. I personally plan to set up a private security company. How about setting up the security company's headquarters at your place? Hailey said disappointedly, just set up a security company? How many people? Lin Chen, the first batch plans to recruit 10,000 people, all of whom will be retired soldiers from China. I will also purchase some equipment from China. Can you allow it? Hale's eyes lit up. 10,000 people? He thought it was a small security company. Lin, hurry up and come here. Fighters, tanks, warships, whatever you want. We are friends. Hailey said happily. Chapter 438 Lin, are you out of money? Time flies, and 2 months have passed unknowingly. Lin Chen has already bought several ports. This includes a port in Camel Country, which can easily accommodate cargo ships of hundreds of thousands of tons. It is naturally possible to park an aircraft carrier of 100,000 tons. A large roll-on roll-off ship slowly approached the shore. A security team of 500 people stood in neat rows in the port. Everyone, please be prepared to board the ship. A middle-aged man at the front of the team shouted. This middle-aged man is called Luo Zhang. He used to have a high military rank, but he couldn't stand some things and made mistakes, so he retired from the army. He was recommended to Lin Chen. He came a month ago. There were 3,000 people who came with him. Later, another 3,000 or 4,000 people came one after another, and now there are more than 6,000 people here in total. Many light weapons had already arrived, but some heavy equipment had to be transported by sea on large roll-on roll-off ships. Yes. 500 people said in unison. The roll-on roll boat came to shore and they quickly boarded. Soon, one armored vehicle after another drove down. These armored vehicles were not the ones that had been eliminated long ago, but were the older armored vehicles currently in service in China. The country half sold and half gave it to Lin Chen. The country can then use that money to build new ones. These armored vehicles are a bit outdated in China, but they are more than enough for security companies to use. The retired soldiers are a little older, and they are very proficient in operating the older generation of armored vehicles. What's going on? Has China stationed troops in our country? Many Camel Country people at the port were surprised. There were 300 armored vehicles delivered this time, and they drove out one after another, forming a mighty force. In addition to armored vehicles, there are many other vehicles, such as military heavy trucks, radar vehicles, electronic jamming vehicles, etc. Among them, there are 80 military heavy trucks, all of which are fully loaded with many drones, including both small and large drones. There are 100,000 drones of all kinds. The convoy left the port quickly and majestically.
They arrived near a camp not far from the port. The land and the port were sold to Lin Chen together. A large number of simple tents and board houses were built near the camp. Many people and machines were working hard in the camp. Lin Chen invested 2 billion yuan, and this place will become the global headquarters of the Huang security company founded by Lin Chen.
Ding ding.
Lin Chen's cell phone rang. It was Hailey who called. Dear Lin, I just got the news that your equipment has been delivered, but it's not enough.
There are no missiles, not even rocket launchers. Lin, are you out of money? Hailey wrote. Lin Chen. Hail, we are just a private security company.
Lin Chen rubbed his temples. He found it difficult to understand the thinking of the camel people, and Hailey and his men were afraid that the equipment he brought was too poor.
If he could bring some mushroom bombs over, Hailey and the others would probably be very happy. Lin, your company doesn't have much business yet, right? Let me introduce you to some business. Hailey wrote. Lin Chen asked, what business?
Hailey said, we have many members of the royal family who need to improve their security.
Some of our industries also need to strengthen their security. We can work together.
Lin Chen thought about it and decided that this was possible.
His own business does not require so many people.
And he hopes that Huang Security Company will grow stronger in the future. The top 10 security companies in the world have tens of thousands of employees.
The number 1 security company has 600,000 employees.
The second place also has 300,000. Of course, not all of these 600,000 and 300,000 people are armed personnel, there are also many unarmed personnel.
Higher, the company has someone in charge.
You can just contact the company's people for cooperation matters.
Lin Chen said. Hailey smiled and said, no problem.
Lin, as mentioned before, you wanted to modify a batch of drones for us.
This will be arranged for you. Wife, are you tired? Let's sit down and rest for a while. Lin Chen held Su Menyao's hand and walked downstairs.
Lin Xiaoqian was playing near them.
Su Mengyao is almost 6 months pregnant and her belly is quite big. Honey, I'm not tired.
Su Mengyao said in a tender voice, you know my situation. So much time has passed since her meridians expanded, and her body has been completely strengthened. Her physical fitness has improved a lot, and Su Mengyao already has internal strength in her body. If Su Mengyao hadn't been pregnant, she could beat 40 men by herself. With her current strength, even the Special Forces King is no match for her. After all, the Special Forces King has no internal strength. Mengyao, even if you have a good physique, you will get tired. If you feel tired, just take a good rest, okay?
Lin Chen said with a smile. Su Mengyao nodded, honey, I'm not tired. Let's continue walking. I've gained a lot of weight recently.
You haven't gained much weight.
It's normal to be a little fat during pregnancy.
Once the baby is born, it won't take long for you to lose weight. Lin Chen comforted.
Su Mengyao, can I really lose weight quickly?
Lin Chen nodded, of course, you have internal strength, and I can use acupuncture to speed up your weight loss.
I guarantee that you can lose weight in a month. Su Mengyao breathed a sigh of relief. Honey, let me tell you something.
I often have to go to work, and I plan to let Dongying drink milk, which Cici used to drink.
Do you think it's okay? Could it be that Dongying has the same poor physique as Cici did when she was a child? Lin Chen smiled and said, Dongying's physique is not bad.
When I help you to adjust your body, I will also help Dongying to adjust his body.
He must be born with a stronger constitution than the other babies. Su Mengyao nodded, that's good.
Lin Xiaoqian shouted from the front at this time, Dad, I saw Nan Nan and Chi Chi, I'm going to play with them.
Okay, go play.
Lin Chen said with a smile. Su Mengyao touched her belly and said in a soft voice, hubby, Dongying kicked me, maybe he wants to play too.
Lin Chen said with a smile, I dare to kick you.
Wait until that brat Dongying comes out.
I, your wife, will teach him a lesson for you. Su Mengyao said coquettishly, husband, is there any father like this?
You're thinking about teaching him a lesson before the child is even born.
Lin Chen, then let Cici teach him a lesson.
Let him know his sister's authority since he was young. Su Mengyao said, hubby, please sing a song. Dongying seems to be the happiest when you sing.
Okay. Lin Chen nodded.
His singing skills have now reached godly level, but it has not yet reached the pinnacle of the godly level and can still be improved. Singing to Dongying can also help improve your skills. It is worth mentioning that Lin Chen's piano skills have also reached God level. Fairy tales have long been at the God level and cannot be raised any higher.
Lin Chen is a little confused now. What kind of prenatal education can help him improve his skills?
Robots, model airplanes, etc. Even if Su Mengyao went with him, even if he talked to Dongying, there was no improvement in the effect.
Brothers, please help me think about what is better to improve. Chapter 439 Meditation and Ancient Yoga.
After Lin Chen finished telling his story, Su Mengyao said, "Hubby, if my belly gets bigger, I won't be suitable for practicing Tai Chi.
What do you think about me practicing yoga in the future?" She still has some body anxiety.
Lin Chen was stunned for a moment.
Yoga?
He knew that there were meditation techniques in yoga, and that meditation should be able to enhance his mind or mental strength.
Is this teaching material appropriate? Honey, I don't know how to do yoga. Can I learn it? Once I learn it, I'll tell you if it's suitable for you.
Lin Chen smiled. Since he practices yoga, Lin Xiaoqian will most likely follow him. Even if she doesn't practice, it is not difficult for Lin Chen to learn yoga with his current level of learning. Of course, it is still difficult to reach a relatively high level.
Hubby, you're so nice,
Su Mengyao said in a tender voice. At noon, Lin Xiaoqian fell asleep and Lin Chen started looking for information.
He found a lot of yoga information on the internet, and also found information on meditation. Meditation is not unique to yoga. Wife, I feel like you're a little anxious sometimes. I found a lot of meditation information on the internet.
I'll tell you.
How about you try meditation?
Lin Chen went to the living room and said to Su Mengyao.
Su Mengyao nodded.
Sometimes she was indeed a little anxious, worried about getting fat, worried about something happening to Lin Chen, worried about something happening during her pregnancy, etc. Dongdong, you should listen to Daddy too.
Maybe you will learn it before Mommy does. Lin Chen touched Su Mengyao's belly and said. Su Mengyao's belly moved. She giggled and said, "Honey, Dongdong is moving. He is responding to you."
The teacher has started the lecture, so please listen carefully.
Lin Chen said.
He began to explain slowly. He had written down the information, so it was not difficult for him to explain.
5 minutes passed.
The system's voice sounded, "Host, you teach your son to meditate and acquire meditation skills. It will take 30 hours to reach the Grandmaster level, and 60 hours to reach the Grandmaster level." Lin Chen was delighted.
It really is possible. He tried many things but they all failed. He played the piano, maybe because his piano skills were already high and could be improved, but he tried the flute but failed. Fairy tales, singing, piano, and foreign languages, these 4 are useful, but these 4 are skills he already has. Meditation is a new skill he has acquired.
A lot of information flooded into Lin Chen's mind, and Lin Chen soon realized that meditation can indeed improve mental power.
System, what are the benefits of improving mental strength? Lin Chen asked in his mind.
System, first, it can improve memory, reaction, recovery, etc. Second, your mental strength will be enhanced, and your ice skill recovery will be improved. Third, when your mental power reaches a certain level, you can use it to control objects and see your surroundings.
Lin Chen can now use his internal force to control objects. He can even make a car fly. But it can't be done with mental power. Good.
Lin Chen was quite satisfied. He has little chance to use his internal energy now, and if he uses it intensively in the future, it is possible that it will be consumed. It takes time to recover from the consumption of internal energy.
This is when mental strength can be used. And even if you don't encounter danger, enhanced mental strength and better memory are also significant benefits. Time passes by every second. Lin Chen continued to teach Su Mengyao and Dongdong.
The more he taught, the more information he got, and the better he taught. Before I knew it, more than an hour had passed. Lin Xiaoqian woke up from her nap and walked out of the room.
Sisai, Dad is teaching Mom and Brother to meditate. Do you want to try it?
Lin Chen said with a smile.
Aha!
Lin Xiaoqian sat next to him, but in less than 2 minutes, she looked left and right and decided she didn't like it.
Children are very active.
Lin Xiaoqian can sit still when studying something she likes, such as drawing and math, but she can't sit still for even a short time when studying something she doesn't like.
Mom, why don't you say anything? Dad, can Dongdong learn too?
Lin Xiaoqian asked curiously.
Su Mengyao opened her eyes. Sisi, Daddy taught Mommy how to meditate. Mommy is meditating to empty herself. Maybe Dongying can learn it, too.
Lin Xiaoqian shook her head. This is not fun, Dad, I don't want to learn this, I'll go look at the math book.
Lin Chen said, Cece, wait and see. Dad is teaching Mom yoga. Yoga is more interesting than meditation. Maybe you will be interested in yoga.
You've already learned math up to college level, don't be so anxious.
You are only 3.5 years old.
Su Mengyao was amazed. Lin Xiaoqian is her precious daughter, but sometimes she feels a little strange about her.
Lin Xiaoqian is too talented. Why didn't I notice it before?
Although Lin Xiaoqian was cute in the past, she did not show any special talent in mathematics, painting, etc.
At the age of 3.5, he has already learned mathematics at the university level. It's simply abnormal. Lin Xiaoqian's paintings are also better now.
Foreign languages. Lin Xiaoqian already knows English and French, and she can communicate normally in these two foreign languages. Now Lin Chen began to teach her German.
Aha! Dad, please teach us. Lin Chen said, yoga requires a much larger space. Let's go to the dance studio. There is more space and mirrors there.
Soon Lin Chen and the others arrived at the dance studio. Lin Chen slowly began to teach the yoga moves.
This is not just sitting there stupidly.
Lin Xiaoqian thought it was okay, so she practiced with Lin Chen and others.
5 minutes passed. The system voice sounded, Host, you teach Lin Xiaoqian to practice yoga and obtain the ancient yoga technique.
It takes 20 hours to reach the master level, and 40 hours to reach the grand master level. A lot of information flooded into Lin Chen's mind.
As expected. And it's an ancient yoga technique. However, the experience required for ancient yoga is actually less than meditation.
Lin Chen said in his heart. The ancient yoga techniques he got from the system were definitely much better than those he got from the internet. Before I knew it, an hour had passed.
For beginners, half an hour of practice is enough.
Although Su Mengyao and Lin Xiaoqian have never practiced yoga, they have practiced Tai Chi, and their physical fitness is stronger than that of ordinary people.
Sisai, how do you feel? Lin Chen asked Lin Xiaoqian.
Even if Lin Xiaoqian didn't want to learn, he gained an hour of experience and had no problem teaching Su Mengyao simple things. Lin Xiaoqian laughed and said, Dad, it's okay.
But I think practicing Tai Chi is more fun.
Lin Chen, the Tai Chi we learn is ancient martial arts Tai Chi.
Many movements have a big impact on pregnant women. If your belly gets bigger, you can no longer practice Tai Chi. Honey, there are some yoga moves you can't do. I'll remind you of these. Su Mengyao nodded. Dad, let's go play the piano.
Lin Xiaoqian ran to the next room. There are many musical instruments in the music room next door, but Sisai is still young, so the most suitable instrument for her to learn now is the piano.
Her level is pretty good now.
She can already play songs that are not very difficult.
Chapter 440 Robot Technology Improvement.
A secret base in Dongying country.
Professor Miyazaki, there is only one experimental subject left.
A middle-aged man came up to an old man and said. The old man frowned. He picked up a potion he had just adjusted.
Try this. Forget it, I'll do it myself and send the experiment to laboratory number 1. Professor Miyazaki said in a deep voice. Okay.
The middle-aged man had someone bring the experimental subject to laboratory number 1. The so-called experimental subject was a young man.
Who are you and what are you doing? The young man asked loudly in broken Japanese.
He immigrated to Dongying country a year ago despite his parents' strong opposition, and he was arrested half a month ago. After being arrested, he felt okay, as he had food, drinks and TV to watch, but his cell phone was confiscated.
Baga, be quiet. Someone in the lab said sternly.
The young man was tied to the experimental bed. His hands and feet were handcuffed with fine steel handcuffs and his waist was tied with a belt.
He was completely unable to move. What are you doing? I am from Dongying, not China.
The young man shouted.
Professor Miyazaki walked in and said, since you are from Dongying, you should make some contribution to the empire.
Hold his hand. 2 men held the young man down, and Professor Miyazaki injected a tube of blue medicine into the young man's body.
It hurts. It hurts.
The young man struggled desperately. But he was tied up tightly, and the laboratory was welded to the ground, so he couldn't even turn over.
Before long, veins popped out on the young man's body.
His skin was soaked with blood.
Are we going to fail again? Professor Miyazaki frowned secretly.
He had failed hundreds of times before and had scrapped many of his experiments.
Fortunately, there were many immigrants to Dongying country, and many of them came alone. No one would care even if you were missing or dead. 2 or 3 hours passed by unknowingly.
Although the young man was in excruciating pain, he did not die. He withstood the powerful effects of the genetic medicine.
Get him examined and tested,
Professor Miyazaki said excitedly. An hour later, the inspection and test results came out, and the man's strength and speed had improved significantly. His original physical fitness was very average, but after the improvement, his physical fitness was comparable to that of an intermediate ninja. And his physical fitness is still improving.
Another 2 or 3 hours passed.
This man's physical fitness is comparable to that of a high-level ninja. However, the improvement stopped at this time.
It hurts. It hurts so much.
The man, who had not cried out in pain before, started to cry out again, and he punched around randomly in the testing room.
What's going on? Professor Miyazaki came over quickly.
Professor, I don't know what happened, but he broke through like this,
one of the guards said. Professor Miyazaki stared inside through the bulletproof glass.
He felt something was wrong. However, before he could do anything, the young man inside fell to the ground with blood coming out of all his orifices.
Professor, he's dead, someone said quickly. Professor Miyazaki said, take the body to the laboratory.
Even though he died, the progress was good.
With more research, the Super Ninja project should be successful. Tell the higher-ups that I want more test subjects.
Yes, Professor.
Look, this is how it's deformed.
Lin Chen smiled.
Lin Xiaoqian met other friends, including some boys.
Some of them liked to play with transforming robots, and Lin Xiaoqian could also play with them.
Lin Chen's robotics skills improved with difficulty.
Host, your robotics skills have reached the master level. The system's voice sounded in Lin Chen's mind.
We're finally here. Lin Chen was about to cry.
Although robotics technology requires 30 hours of experience to reach the master level, he acquired this skill more than half a year ago.
He acquired this skill long before Su Mengyao became pregnant.
Su Mengyao is now 6 months pregnant. Lin Xiaoqian had little interest in this. She is only interested when everyone plays together.
A large amount of information poured into Lin Chen's mind.
Lin Chen was surprised to find that, having reached the Grandmaster level, the robot technology was not bad, not worse than those on the market.
There's absolutely no problem in making a robot dog or a robot wolf or something like that. Ordinary humanoid robots will also do. Is it because the current technology in this area is not strong, so the Grandmaster level can catch up with others?
Lin Chen said in his heart.
System, is this right? The system said, host, it is like this.
Aircraft manufacturing has been developed for a long time, while robot development has been short.
Grandmaster level is enough to catch up with the world's advanced level. A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. That's not bad.
If the gap between the Grandmaster level and the Grandmaster level is large, it will take more than half a year to reach the Grandmaster level, which is too tiring. Once we have caught up with the technology of other robot companies, we can start the company first and then develop it slowly. Although it is difficult to reach the Grandmaster level, you can still gain a lot of experience by continuing to play. It shouldn't be possible for us to be left behind by other companies.
1 hour later. Ding ding. Lin Chen called Zhang Yang.
Zhang Yang is in charge of preparing his robot company. He has almost finished the preparations after such a long time.
Brother Lin, is the company going to open?
Zhang Yang said excitedly after answering the phone. He has contacted many relevant technical personnel and communicated with many robot companies, large and small. As long as Lin Chen agrees, the company can be established quickly.
Zhang Yang, start the company, Lin Chen said. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Yang waved his fist.
Chingong Technology's drone business is developing very rapidly, and he hopes that the new robot company can develop. But Lin Chen has remained silent for so long.
Brother Lin, I will take action immediately. Brother Lin, how much is the company's registered capital? Zhang Yang asked.
Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, the registered capital is 1 billion.
This amount of money should be enough in the early stage. You know how to do it, right?
Zhang Yang, Brother Lin, you have been quiet.
I have a lot of time to learn. I have figured it out a long time ago. There will be no problem in starting a company.
But it's a bit difficult to develop.
The leading robotics companies are growing very rapidly now. Lin Chen, if you don't understand something, just ask others. As long as you can handle it, the CEO of this company will be yours in the future. Don't worry about the technology, I will provide it. Zhang Yang's eyes lit up.
He chuckled and said, as long as you have the skills, there will be absolutely no problem.
Brother Lin, how advanced are your skills?
Lin Chen, I don't have much time to work on this. My technology is about the same as those of the leading companies.
You have to work hard if you want to make the company a success. Zhang Yang said quickly, I understand. If we can catch up with others, I believe we will definitely not be inferior to others. With Lin Chen's reputation as a golden signboard, he has recruited many talents. The company is definitely not inferior to others in terms of talent.
In terms of funds, Lin Chen will not be short of it.
Brother Lin, do you want to meet someone from the company?
Many of them are your fans.
Zhang Yang said. Chapter 441 Yanhuang Robot Company.
2 days later, in a 5-star hotel in Shanghai.
Many people gathered in a large conference room in the hotel. These people are experts in the field of robotics.
Almost all of them graduated from prestigious universities, and some of them have even founded robotics companies. With Zhang Yang's ability, it would be difficult for him to even meet many of them, let alone poach them. But now they have all been poached by Zhang Yang.
The reason is naturally Lin Chen.
The name Lin Chen is synonymous with legend in China, if not the whole world.
Here it comes, here it comes. Someone at the window said happily. Many people quickly crowded to the windows.
They saw a convoy coming. There were 6 vehicles in total. The first 2 were riot vehicles, and the third was Lin Chen's bulletproof vehicle.
There are 2 riot control vehicles and an electronic jamming vehicle behind. This is just what's on the surface.
Knowing that Lin Chen was coming here, snipers were already in position in nearby high-rise buildings. Some pedestrians nearby were disguised as national security agents, and there were also national security agents in some ordinary cars.
There are also many drones deployed nearby.
When Lin Chen travels, there are at least 50 national security officers secretly protecting him, and there will also be police nearby to cooperate.
Master Lin is really grand when he travels.
It would be great if I could reach the level of Grandmaster Lin.
How is it possible for him to have reached his level?
He is probably the best in the world in fairy tales, calligraphy, painting, and cooking. He is also probably the best in mathematics and medicine.
Everyone was talking about it.
Many of them are well-known geniuses and are the other people's children in the eyes of many parents, but at this moment, their eyes are full of admiration. It is very difficult to be the best in any skill, especially cooking.
Lin Chen is the best in many aspects.
And God knows if those are all. There are many people analyzing Lin Chen on the internet, and the result of their analysis is that Lin Chen's biggest characteristic is hiding himself. Throughout junior high school, college, and even for a period of time after graduation from college, Lin Chen kept his strength hidden. It was only after Su Mangyao brought the child to find Lin Chen that he showed his strength. Many people analyzed that if it were not for this, Lin Chen would most likely continue to hide for a long time.
Some people have analyzed why Lin Chen is so secretive. He is probably worried that he will become a guinea pig.
After all, Lin Chen is really too talented.
Dad, what are we doing here?
After the car stopped, Lin Chen got out holding Lin Xiaoqian. He came to meet an expert in the field of robotics, and he hoped to increase Lin Xiaoqian's interest in robots.
Dad wants to start a robotics company. Some uncles and aunts are very good at this.
They brought their own works. You can take a look at them later.
Lin Chen said with a smile. Aha! Lin Xiaoqian nodded. Lin Chen entered the hotel under the protection of the National Security Bureau, and they took the hotel's VIP elevator directly to the top floor. Brother Lin. Zhang Yang and some other people were waiting outside the elevator to greet them. Lin Chen told them not to wait downstairs. Having so many people downstairs would increase the difficulty of security. Master Lin. Hundreds of other people said in unison.
Lin Chen smiled and said, "Hello, everyone.
Don't crowd here, let's go to the meeting room first." Everyone went to the meeting room.
Lin Chen carried Lin Xiaoqian into the conference room.
There were various robots in the conference room.
Lin Xiaoqian looked at everything in the conference room curiously.
Brother Lin, here you go. CC, uncle wants to hug you? Zhang Yang handed Lin Chen a microphone and said.
Lin Xiaoqian hugged Lin Chen tightly and refused to let go.
There were so many people here and she was a little scared of the unfamiliar environment. I'll hold it myself. Lin Chen smiled and turned on the microphone. Everyone, you don't know the name of our company yet. Our company is Huang Robot Company. You are all welcome to join us. The enthusiastic voices of the crowd rang out.
Lin Chen continued, don't be nervous, today is not a formal meeting, we just want to meet and chat about the development of the industry. I personally think that the robotics industry will be a huge market in the future, and it is still a blue ocean today.
Everyone hit the right vent. Everyone was delighted to hear Lin Chen say this. Being at the forefront of the trend meant that their future was bright.
Lin Chen continued, in the future, robots will definitely enter thousands of households like televisions, refrigerators, and cars.
Space exploration will also need robots.
While we make money to realize our personal values, we can also help the Chinese nation achieve its great rejuvenation.
Everyone looked at Lin Chen eagerly.
If another boss said this, many of them would think that this is just empty talk and the pie is too big for them to eat.
But there is nothing wrong with what Lin Chen said. A person of Lin Chen's stature should have a broad vision. If he only pursues personal gain at his position, it will definitely be shameful.
Everyone, I will bring out some technology to ensure that our Huang Robot Company reaches the top level in the industry.
The next competition depends on you. You can't rely on me for all the technical aspects. Lin Chen said. Many people nodded.
In their opinion, Lin Chen should have stronger skills. The reason why he didn't use them was, firstly, to test them, and secondly, he didn't want to crush his peers at once. After all, many of our peers today are high-quality domestic companies. Lin Chen smiled and said, let's stop talking about the pie in the sky and talk about something practical.
Don't worry about the salary and benefits. As long as you have enough ability, you will definitely be at the leading level in the industry. Second, the company's work hours are 9 to 5, and overtime is prohibited. Our technology will definitely not lag behind others.
If we continue to overtax others, they will have no chance to survive.
Third.
After Lin Chen finished speaking, warm applause rang out again.
Although the cake is delicious, the actual benefits are even more fragrant. That's all I have to say, everyone.
Next, as you have seen, I brought Sisai here.
Now it's time for you to show yourself. Anyone can come up and show their work.
Lin Chen said with a smile.
He carried Lin Xiaoqian and walked down. Soon someone came on stage with a robot. Mr. Lin, everyone, I used to have a small robot company. This is our company's work.
The man began to explain the presentation. Lin Xiaoqian stared at it intently.
Her interest in robots is gradually growing. An hour and a half later, everyone finished their presentations. After all, only a few people brought their robots to demonstrate. CC, Daddy will take you out to play?
Lin Chen said with a smile.
Aha! Lin Chen took Lin Xiaoqian to play with robots. The robots some people brought were quite interesting. 5 minutes passed.
The system's voice sounded, Host, you and Lin Xiaoqian are playing with robots, and the robot technology is beginning to improve.
A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face.
Sure enough, letting her play with such a robot can also improve her.
Time passes by every second.
Lin Xiaoqian was having a lot of fun.
The transforming robots sold in stores are not as interesting as the ones developed by these people. Everyone, can you give these to me? Cici likes to play with them.
I'll take them back and play with them with her.
Lin Chen smiled. Everyone nodded in agreement. Chapter 442 The First Product.
Lin Chen had just returned home when the phone suddenly rang.
It was Hailey who called. Prince Hailey, what's the matter? Lin Chen answered the phone and asked.
On the other end of the phone, Hailey said, Lin, I heard that you opened another robot company.
Do you still remember my uncle Kawart? Lin Chen, remember.
He's here with me, and he wants to talk to you on the phone.
Hailey rode.
After he said that, he handed the phone to Cabot next to him.
Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm Kawat. You said that if you opened a robot company, we could cooperate. Now that the company is open, can we cooperate? Kawart said enthusiastically.
Lin Chen said, Mr. Cowart, the company is just starting out, and it doesn't have any qualified products yet. Cowart smiled and said, Mr. Lin, since your company has been established, it is only a matter of time before you have products.
Our cooperation.
Mr. Cowart, when the product comes out, there is no problem in cooperation.
I will definitely cooperate with others. Lin Chen said. Cowart, Mr. Lin, can I tell you what I need? You can think about it in this direction.
Okay, go ahead.
Cowart had already thought about it. He said, Mr. Lin, we want both humanoid and non-humanoid robots. We don't have any requirements for humanoid robots.
For non-humanoid robots, it would be best if they were larger than a mechanical dog.
I think a leopard should be about the same size.
Being larger should be able to withstand gun attacks. It's best to be good at both close combat and long-range combat.
Lin Chen, Mr. Cowart, I'm sorry, we are a civilian company.
I don't understand what you mean by close combat and long-range combat.
It's no problem to make the body bigger.
The battery life can be very good with solid-state batteries.
Cavett was stunned.
He was on speakerphone, and Hailey said quickly, Lin, your company is a civilian company, we understand that, you just need to make it bigger. It would be best if I could use voice commands like a drone. It's best if we can coordinate and cooperate with each other. Lin Chen said, Hailey, Mr. Cowart, such a mechanical leopard will not be cheap. Cowart said quickly, Lin, price is not a problem.
He had been drooling over Hale's rapid pace of making money. Hailey initially had assets of only $3 billion, but now his assets have reached more than $10 billion.
The drones bought from Lin Chen are very good. Hale bought them back and many members of the royal family rushed to buy them.
Some of them even resold them to wealthy people to make money.
The bodyguards you hired at a high price may not stick to their posts in life and death situations, but the drones you bought certainly will. After putting on smart glasses and giving the command, drones can quickly take off and survey the surroundings.
If you find an enemy with a weapon, you can fight back.
If the order is to attack unarmed civilians, the drones will not carry out such an order.
Mr. Cowart, just wait.
After the company is established, we will hurry up to develop it.
Lin Chen said. Cowart, Mr. Lin, I will give you a deposit of $500 million first, and you can make an offer after the research is completed.
Lin Chen asked in surprise, pay the deposit first?
That's right, I believe in your ability, Mr. Lin.
Cowart said quickly.
He would feel uneasy if he didn't pay the deposit.
As long as the money is given, with Lin Chen's reputation, he will definitely not regret it, and it is a foregone conclusion that he will make money.
All right. Hailey knows my account number.
Soon Lin Chen hung up the phone. Hailey said with a smile, Uncle, congratulations. Since Mr. Lin has agreed, the cooperation will definitely be successful, and you can make a lot of money then.
Cowart smiled and said, You are still comfortable.
In less than a year, you have probably earned tens of billions of US dollars.
You will continue to make money in the future. Hailey, Uncle, you will make more money. I think the robot market will be bigger than the drone market in the future.
Cowart was all smiles.
Soon he gave $500 million to Lin Chen. Lin Chen has current investment in Huang Robot Company, totaling less than $500 million. Mechanical leopard.
Lin Chen muttered to himself. The master-level robotics technology he acquired included the design technology for mechanical leopards and mechanical dogs. If the material is made of that new alloy, the weight of the mechanical leopard can be reduced and its defense capability can be greatly improved.
Lin Chen said in his heart. That new alloy is still a secret.
It cannot be used in mechanical leopards for export, but it can be used in those for the military. In terms of communications and intelligence, drone technology can be used. In terms of intelligence, hacker technology can also be used.
Lin Chen was calculating silently.
The technology obtained by using only robotics skills is only at the level of other top companies, and it would be more than that if other things are added. If you want to make money from big investors, you still need something good.
Crackle. Lin Chen typed quickly on the keyboard.
3 days later, Lin Chen designed the mechanical leopard, which was much more complicated than the design of the drone.
Zhang Yang, you guys make this?
I have already had people apply for patents for some of the related technologies.
Lin Chen passed the information to Zhang Yang.
Lin Chen had already dealt with Zhang Yang's mobile phone, and it would definitely not be hacked by other hacker experts.
Okay. Zhang Yang replied quickly. The company is now up and running. We have all kinds of machines and equipment, as well as talented people.
What the company lacks now is a flagship product. The company's R&D personnel are all trying to find solutions, but their development speed cannot be as fast as Lin Chen's.
Everyone, the boss has given us a product. We must hurry up and manufacture this product. Zhang Yang quickly gathered many people and announced. Everyone was very excited. Zhang Yang quickly passed the information to everyone. Everyone, study it quickly. I'll be frank with you. If you leak the information, you will definitely suffer the consequences. Even fleeing abroad is useless. Everyone started to study it quickly.
They are all experts, and Lin Chen is not much better than them. They can basically understand the information Lin Chen provides.
Even if you don't understand something, you can understand it through discussion. Mr. Zhang, I have a question. How do we control this then? Someone asked doubtfully.
Zhang Yang, the boss didn't tell me how to control it, but I guess it won't be controlled by a remote control.
Let's hurry up and make the prototype mechanical leopard.
It takes time to mass produce this kind of mechanical leopard, but it doesn't take long to make a prototype of it.
They can make some complex parts by hand. 2 days passed. Zhang Yang called Lin Chen and said, Brother Lin, we have already made the prototype mechanical leopard. But it doesn't have a control system yet.
Lin Chen was a little surprised.
So soon? Zhang Yang smiled and said, there are many experts in the company, and many more experts joined us the other day.
There is also a medium-sized robot company that has directly joined us.
We are not short of people or equipment now. Lin Chen said, you didn't work overtime, did you? Don't drag others down like this.
There is nothing wrong with Stardream technology rolling in one roll. DJI is very strong, but Huang Robotics should not be too aggressive.
No.
We sent them home at 5 o'clock. I don't know whether they did research after returning home.
Zhang Yang said.
Lin Chen, find a secret place and start the mechanical leopard.
I will transmit the information to the control system remotely. Chapter 443 Mr. Lin, can you raise the price a little more? Zhang Yang smiled and said, Brother Lin, I am in a warehouse. There are only a few technical experts from the company in this warehouse. Well, start it then. Lin Chen said. Lin Chen locked Zhang Yang's position through his mobile phone, and then Lin Chen discovered the mechanical leopard.
Within a few minutes, the control system was transmitted. Lin Chen put on a pair of smart glasses. His smart glasses are connected to the mechanical leopard.
Stand up.
Lin Chen gave the voice command. The mechanical leopard lying on the ground in the warehouse stood up quickly, with a faint red light emanating from its eyes.
Zhang Yang and the others looked at the mechanical leopard in surprise.
They manufactured it according to Lin Chen's information, but there was no control system.
This mechanical leopard could not move before, and they didn't know whether it could move at all. Take a walk inside the warehouse. Lin Chen ordered.
The mechanical leopard started moving immediately. There are many high-tech talents in the company now, and Lin Chen's design is also fine.
The mechanical leopard moves smoothly and does not make much noise.
The mechanical leopard's paws are designed with soft pads, and Lin Chen's control program is good, so its footsteps are relatively light.
It's so quiet when walking.
The sound is much quieter than we expected, mainly because Master Lin's control program is very excellent.
Technical experts from several companies were delighted.
Do the running test from slow to fast.
Lin Chen ordered.
The mechanical leopard started running quickly. At the beginning its speed was only 2 meters per second, and gradually its speed increased to 12 meters per second, which is faster than human speed. Zhang Yang and the others looked at the running mechanical leopard in shock.
This thing weighs over 100 kilograms. Even if it doesn't carry any weapons, if it hits the enemy with such a heavy weight, the enemy's body is likely to suffer multiple fractures. Isn't this better than the mechanical dogs of other companies? There is humanity.
Another person said, it is definitely much stronger.
The mechanics are not much stronger, but the control program is good, and its overall strength is much stronger. Time passes by every second. Lin Chen conducted various tests.
The performance of this mechanical leopard is quite good. If it is equipped with firearms, it will be a powerful weapon. Given its size, the magazine can be larger, and it is no problem to load 100 rounds of bullets. With its large size and near-field communication, its anti-interference ability is stronger than that of large drones. Compared with drones, it has other advantages such as long standby time. It can lie there for a long time and its energy consumption is very low when it is not moving. It is not easy to have a drone always follow you because it makes noise, but the mechanical leopard can follow its owner quietly. Zhang Yang, this mechanical leopard still has some minor problems.
Please optimize it. After optimization, we will start mass production. Lin Chen's voice came out from the mechanical leopard's mouth. Brother Lin, mass production now? Who are we selling it to?
Zhang Yang was stunned. Lin Chen said, you don't have to worry about sales.
Kawat's $500 million have already arrived. Brother Lin, how many should we produce in the first batch? Zhang Yang asked. Lin Chen, mass production will take time.
After optimization, you can make a few by hand and send them over. When the time comes for mass production, we'll have to see how it performs.
Good. 3 days later, a truck arrived at Ziyuan community.
4 wooden boxes were unloaded from the truck. Lu Feng, please help me unpack the boxes.
Lin Chen ordered. Okay, Mr. Lin. Lu Feng and his team quickly dismantled the 4 wooden boxes.
The cotton wrapping around the noodles was torn off, and everyone around was surprised.
Is this a mechanical leopard? It looks much more majestic and domineering than the robot dog. This probably won't be cheap. Many people watching around were talking about it. Stand up. Lin Chen spoke.
He was wearing smart glasses, and 4 mechanical leopards immediately stood up.
CC, do you want to sit down for a while?
Lin Chen said with a smile. Recently, Lin Xiaoqian has become more interested in robots, and he has gained a lot of experience by taking Lin Xiaoqian to play with those robots.
Dad, can I sit on this?
Lin Xiaoqian said weakly.
Lin Chen smiled and said, of course. He put Lin Xiaoqian on a mechanical leopard.
Lin Xiaoqian was very strong and had no problem holding on and sitting firmly.
Follow me for a walk. Lin Chen ordered.
4 mechanical leopards began to follow Lin Chen, and they walked more smoothly than the first one.
Dad, it's fun.
Lin Xiaoqian giggled.
Some children around looked at Lin Xiaoqian with envy. Uncle, can we ride for a bit?
A boy of about 6 or 7 mustered up the courage to ask.
Lin Chen smiled and said, sure. But if you want to play, you have to be at least 6 years old.
He ordered the mechanical leopard to stop moving forward. Soon the 3 children climbed on top of the other 3. Lin Chen continued to stroll.
Master Lin, can a 360-month-old baby play with us?
A man next to him said eagerly. Lin Chen glanced at him and said with a smile, fight with them for it.
If you get it, you can play. Man. Why are you fighting with a few kids in front of everyone? Master Lin, how much is this? When will it be released? Another person nearby asked.
Lin Chen, this will not be sold domestically for the time being, and it will not be sold overseas to ordinary customers for the time being.
Someone took a video and posted it online.
2 hours later, Cohort called and said, Mr. Lin, I saw a video online. The mechanical leopard has been manufactured.
When will it arrive?
Lin Chen, Mr. Cohort, this has not yet been mass-produced.
Cavett felt a little regretful. Mr. Lin, how does it perform?
Lin Chen said, its maximum speed is 43 kilometers per hour. Because it uses solid-state batteries, it can travel up to 200 kilometers at a speed of 20 kilometers per hour. Under normal low-intensity use, a full charge can last for 10 days to half a month, and the standby time is more than 3 months without moving. It can use voice commands, and when the owner is threatened, it can also stand in front of the owner to protect him.
It can fight back when the enemy uses weapons. Cavett was delighted. Mr. Lin, it won't be controlled by others, right? Lin Chen, Mr. Cohort, you can rest assured about this. It is almost impossible for others to control it. It has strong anti-interference and anti-intrusion capabilities. Cohort asked, Mr. Lin, how much is this?
Lin Chen, the price is $200,000 per head.
Your $500 million can buy 2,500 heads. If you think it is too expensive, I can return the money to you. Cohort said quickly, not expensive at all. Mr. Lin, your price is even a bit cheap. 200,000 to buy an absolutely loyal bodyguard, it's worth it. Mr. Lin, how about you raise the price a bit? It's so cheap, I'm worried that some of my competitors may be able to afford it. Lin Chen. Chapter 444 Mechanical Leopard is in mass production. The next day, Yang Jianghong came to Lin Chen. Brother Yang, what do you want from me? Lin Chen asked with a smile.
Yang Jianghong rubbed his hands and said, Brother Lin, I saw the news that you made a mechanical leopard.
I think that mechanical leopard is very suitable for our army. Lin Chen, Brother Yang, you came really quickly. But wouldn't drones be more useful in your army?
Yang Jianghong said, some special missions require quiet execution, and drones can easily disturb the enemy. There are some places that are not easy for drones to enter. Lin Chen poured a cup of tea for Yang Jianghong and said, Brother Yang, the military has already developed a mechanical dog. The military has developed a mechanical dog, and its performance is pretty good, but it's still far inferior to yours.
Yang Jianghong said, how much is one? Let's buy some.
Lin Chen chuckled and said, if I sell it to Camel Country, I will charge $250,000 per head. I originally said it would be $200,000 per head, but they raised the price for me.
Yang Jianghong took a sip of tea. Brother Lin, don't think they are stupid.
They raised the price to reduce potential competitors.
No one will buy it for $250,000. For them, money is secondary, safety is the most important.
Lin Chen, Brother Yang, if you want it, 150,000 renminbi per head, how much do you want?
Yang Jianghong asked in surprise, so much less?
Selling to big customers would cost $250,000, but selling to them would only cost 150,000 renminbi per head. Lin Chen would make 10 times the profit from big customers.
If you think the price is too low, I can raise it.
Lin Chen chuckled.
Yang Jianghong said quickly, that's not necessary.
We are not a wealthy family, and our funds are very limited.
150,000 per head, give us 100 heads.
The anti-terrorism enhanced battalion he is in charge of has a total of 1,000 people.
100 is not a small number.
But this is just a small business for Lin Chen. Brother Yang, I will give you priority when the mass production starts.
Lin Chen smiled and asked, how is Zhou Hao?
Yang Jianghong, he has been training very hard and has already caught up with the others.
Do you want to come and see us? Zhou Hao and many others are looking forward to your visit. Lin Chen thought about it.
It would be nice to go see Zhou Hao as well. Knowing that he values Zhou Hao will improve faster. Lin Chen did not think about building up his own power, but it would definitely be much better to have his own people in the army in the future.
Brother Yang, let's wait for a while.
I'll send the mechanical leopard to you once it's made.
Lin Chen said with a smile.
Yang Jianghong's eyes lit up, I'll be waiting for your good news. When you come to our place, there will be plenty of wine.
Half a month passed in a blink of an eye.
Some individual production lines have been adjusted. The production speed is not fast, but it is already capable of mass-producing mechanical leopards.
There is no problem in producing 40 or 50 per day.
In a little over 2 days, 100 heads were produced.
Ding ding. Lin Chen called Yang Jianghong. Yang Jianghong answered the phone and said expectantly, Brother Lin, are you calling me for good news?
Yes, the 100 you requested have been manufactured.
Lin Chen said with a smile.
Yang Jianghong on the other end of the phone said pleasantly, great.
We are in trouble now. We can use these mechanical leopards you sent to us. Lin Chen asked, are you in trouble? With your strength, who can cause you trouble?
Yang Jianghong and his anti-terrorism reinforced battalion are the elite among the elite, and there are very few things they cannot handle.
Blues. Yang Jianghong said. Lin Chen suddenly realized that this was the case.
Among China's troops, the Blue Army is very powerful, and they use a variety of methods during exercises. Brother Lin, we failed last time.
Do you know how those bastards from the Blue Army defeated us? Yang Jianghong was a little annoyed.
How did you do that?
Yang Jianghong, we have thought of various ways.
Even if they use tactical nuclear bombs, many of us can survive.
We may still win.
But they used poison gas bombs and germ bombs.
These bastards are such bastards. Lin Chen held the phone a little further away.
He could feel Yang Jianghong's anger while calling. Yang Jianghong took a deep breath and said, Brother Lin, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you.
Lin Chen, I think the Blues did the right thing. Yang Jianghong.
Lin Chen said, Brother Yang, the Blue Army's actions are reckless, but our enemies may be crazier than them. They won't die in the exercise, but they will die in the real battlefield.
You are right. But the director team restricted us but not them, which is unfair. Yang Donghong said. Lin Chen said, Brother Yang, if you were asked to use poison gas bombs and biological weapons in a war, would you use them? This. Yan Donghong narrowed his eyes and said, It depends on who you are dealing with. I think it is reasonable to do this to a certain country.
Lin Chen smiled slightly.
This is indeed a reasonable approach to a certain country. Brother Lin, the mechanical leopard is not afraid of these, right?
Lin Chen, of course, they are machines, how could they be afraid of poison gas bombs and bacterial weapons?
Yang Donghong asked, What if he is controlled by the enemy?
Lin Chen said, If the director team does this, you can appeal to the director team.
There is no possibility that these mechanical leopards can be controlled by the enemy. He. Yang Donghong was happy.
It seems that the mysterious hacker is Lin Chen.
Okay, if the director team wants to do this, I'll ask them to find you and you can have a good talk with them. Yang Donghong said.
The next morning, Lin Chen and his team set off. There were several large trucks in their team, and the 100 mechanical leopards were inside these trucks.
2 or 3 hours later, Lin Chen and his team arrived.
The headquarters of Yang Donghong's Anti-Terrorism Reinforcement Battalion is not in Shanghai, but it is not far from Shanghai. One of their most important missions is to ensure Lin Chen's safety.
If anything happens to Lin Chen, the loss will be too great for the entire China. Brother Lin, welcome. Brother Lin.
Yang Donghong, Zhou Hao and others were waiting to greet them outside the camp. Lin Chen looked at Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao has changed a lot after training for so long.
He exudes a tough aura. Brother Lin, I'm much stronger now.
I can probably knock someone like you down with just one hand, hee.
Zhou Hao said with a little pride. Lin Chen smiled, Really? Let's practice then.
Okay, let's practice.
Zhou Hao was full of confidence.
Yang Donghong looked at the trucks eagerly. Brother Lin, let these trucks go in first, and hurry up to move the mechanical leopards down from inside.
Lin Chen shook his head. Don't bother. The truck's compartment opened quickly.
Yang Donghong saw a number of mechanical leopards standing inside.
All mechanical panthers get off the truck. Lin Chen gave the order without wearing smart glasses. The mechanical leopard was close enough to hear his voice. As long as one mechanical leopard hears the order, it can pass its order to the rest of the mechanical leopards.
Soon, one mechanical leopard after another jumped out.
They are very agile in their movements. All mechanical leopards, listen up and line up to enter the military camp. Lin Chen gave the order.
The mechanical leopards quickly lined up and began to enter the military camp.
Chapter 445, What is Lin Chen's strength?
Yang Donghong looked at the mechanical leopard that came in excitedly.
Brother Lin, can they be ordered directly? Yang Donghong asked. Lin Chen said, A preset controller is needed.
When the distance is close, voice commands can be given directly. They can pass the commands to the other mechanical leopards.
Yang Donghong nodded. This is much more convenient.
The mechanical leopards all entered the military camp in an orderly manner, and Lin Chen and his men also entered. The assembly bell rang, and thousands of soldiers in the military camp assembled in a short time.
Comrades, you want to see Grandmaster Lin.
I have invited him to your place. Now, please let Grandmaster Lin say a few words to everyone.
Yang Donghong walked up to the platform and said loudly.
The soldiers were pleasantly surprised. These people all have strong personal abilities and rarely worship others, but Lin Chen is the idol of most of them.
Lin Chen walked up to the platform. All the soldiers could see him immediately. Hello everyone, I am Lin Chen.
Lin Chen raised his voice and said, There's nothing else to say.
Let me tell you about the mechanical leopards I brought with me. You will most likely fight alongside them in the future. All mechanical leopards, run to the front of the team and line up in 5 rows. Hundreds of mechanical leopards ran forward at high speed.
They showed up faster than humans, and they were very organized, completing the formation quickly. There were 20 heads in each row, 5 rows in total, exactly the same. The distance between each mechanical leopard, front, back, left and right, is also the same.
Everyone couldn't believe it.
They also have mechanical dogs here, but those are not as smart or flexible as these. Everyone, these mechanical leopards have steel shells on the outside, which can effectively resist shots from pistols, rifles, and other weapons. In addition to the battery compartment, there is also a storage compartment inside. If it's used to hold bombs, it can hold 15 kilograms.
Hearing Lin Chen say this, many people's eyes lit up.
Many people in China suffer from a fear of insufficient firepower. They have a maximum load capacity of 100 kilograms.
In addition to the storage compartment, they can also carry various firearms on their backs.
With their load capacity, the magazines can be made larger. Their tails are hollow and can hold 5 special grenades.
They can launch the grenades 100 meters away. Everyone was secretly amazed. Is this a civilian product? They have strong anti-interference capabilities. Most interference equipment is useless to them.
They have short-range communication capabilities. If one mechanical leopard knows about it on the battlefield, the rest will also know about it. They have speakers in their mouths and can talk, and they are as intelligent as a 5-year-old child.
Everyone was surprised.
Although 5-year-old children have not yet entered primary school, they already understand many things at this age.
There is absolutely no problem with normal communication.
Everyone, I used to watch movies and TV shows where our ancestors could only use their flesh and blood to resist the enemy's steel torrent.
I felt very uncomfortable. Now we finally have a torrent of steel, and even our steel has a will. I hope the enemy can have a will as strong as our ancestors.
When Lin Chen said this, warm applause broke out. When the applause died down, Lin Chen glanced over and said, "Does anyone have any questions?"
I will answer any that I can. Many people raised their hands. Lin Chen pointed at one of them, and the other party asked, "Master Lin, will these mechanical leopards be controlled by the enemy?" Many people are worried about this. If the mechanical leopard was controlled by the enemy while carrying guns and bombs, their losses would definitely be very heavy. Won't. You can rest assured about that.
Lin Chen said with a smile.
Many people's eyes lit up.
They might not believe it if others said it, but they believed it when Lin Chen said it. Lin Chen's network capabilities are likely to be extremely high, and the mysterious hacker mentioned on the internet is most likely Lin Chen.
Master Lin, sometimes we need to transport the wounded urgently. Can they evacuate the battlefield with the wounded?
The other person Lin Chen pointed to asked. Lin Chen nodded, it depends on the situation.
If the injured can hold on to the mechanical leopard, it will be fine. Time passes by every second. Everyone asked many questions about the mechanical leopards. Understanding their performance would be useful in battle. Master Lin, can you fight?
You can carry your wife and daughter up Mount Tai, so you must be in good physical condition.
How about we have a competition?
Yang Jianghong glared at the other party and said, Yan Donghu, don't mess around. If you hurt Brother Lin in your sparring, you will be scolded to death by the people of the whole country.
Yan Donghu's head shrank.
He said awkwardly, Master Lin, just pretend I didn't say anything. Yang Jianghong looked at Lin Chen and said, Brother Lin, don't bother with him. This guy has won the military martial arts championship. He has strength, but he is too aggressive. Lin Chen smiled. Brother Yang, if he wasn't good at fighting, he wouldn't have gotten to this point.
Yan Donghu, come up.
Yan Donghu's eyes lit up, but he didn't move. Yang Jianghong, Brother Lin asked you to come up, so just come up quickly, but if you hurt Brother Lin, you will be put in solitary confinement for 2 days.
Yan Donghu quickly arrived at the ring. Zhou Hao was a little anxious. None of them can beat Yan Donghu in a one-on-one fight. Yan Donghu, you can do whatever you want.
Lin Chen smiled. The army is a place where strength is important. He will not display all his strength, but it is necessary to show off a little to let everyone know how powerful he is.
Brother Lin, are you sure?
Yan Donghu is a very ruthless guy.
Yang Jianghong said.
Lin Chen smiled and said, Don't worry, Brother Yang.
I've practiced calligraphy and other things pretty well. I definitely know martial arts. What man doesn't like to improve his own strength? Yan Donghu, you take action.
Yan Donghu stared at Lin Chen and said in a deep voice, Master Lin, be careful then.
If you can't beat him, just tell me. Drink. The next second, Yan Donghu threw a punch.
He used less force in this punch, but it was still fast. Lin Chen dodged it easily.
Yan Donghu, you didn't have breakfast?
Yan Donghu no longer held back upon hearing this, and his kicks and fists quickly attacked Lin Chen all over his body. Lin Chen dodged easily.
Half a minute passed and Yan Donghu didn't touch Lin Chen. Everyone was surprised.
They all knew Yan Donghu's strength. This guy was a bit fierce, but his personal strength was really strong. Now he can't even hit Lin Chen at all.
Yan Donghu, can you go faster?
Lin Chen dodged and said with a smile.
Drink!
Yan Donghu shouted loudly. He increased his speed. Normally he was not that fast, but even so he still couldn't touch Lin Chen.
Another half-minute passed.
Lin Chen said, "Be careful, I'm about to take action."
Upon hearing this, Yan Donghu quickly switched from offense to defense.
When Lin Chen punched him, he immediately punched back. Lin Chen did not dodge.
Ah! The next second, Yan Donghu screamed.
He felt his fist being hit hard by a hammer. After taking several steps back, Yan Donghu covered his hands in pain. Lin Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry too much.
I know my limits.
You will be fine after a day or two of pain."
Everyone couldn't believe it.
Lin Chen was able to dodge Yan Donghu's attack perfectly, and when the two of them fought each other, Yan Donghu was directly defeated.
What is Lin Chen's real strength? Chapter 446 Su Mengyao's concerns. Master Lin, I give in. Yan Donghu took a deep breath and said.
He couldn't hit Lin Chen at all, and he was the one who felt the pain from the punch. Yan Donghu knew that his strength was far inferior to Lin Chen's.
Lin Chen smiled and said, "You are quite amazing. Don't compare yourself with me. My situation is a little special." Lin Chen actually admires Yan Donghu very much.
It is very impressive that he can win the military martial arts championship. If he didn't have the system, he would be nothing in front of Yan Donghu.
Master Lin, I am far inferior to you. I will try harder. Yan Donghu said in a deep voice.
After he said that, he quickly went down and stood in the line.
Another person raised his voice and said, "Master Lin, how good are your shooting skills? How about we compete in this?"
Lin Chen looked at Yang Jianghong and asked with a smile, "Brother Yang, is this the military shooting champion?"
Yang Jianghong shook his head. His name is Yan Feng.
He was the runner-up in the military shooting competition, with a tiny difference of 0.1 point between him and the champion.
Lin Chen smiled and said, "Since we are here, let's go to the shooting range and have some fun."
Not long after, Lin Chen and his team arrived at the shooting range. Once they touched the gun, Lin Chen could tell the detailed parameters of the gun.
His marksmanship is now legendary.
The shooting competition ended after half an hour.
Yan Feng was dumbfounded.
His pistol, rifle, sniper rifle, etc. were all out of date, and not just a little bit behind.
Yan Feng, now you know there are always people better than you, right? Yang Jianghong said.
Yan Feng nodded, "I know there are always people better than you, but I didn't expect Master Lin's spear skills to be so good."
Master Lin is awesome. Master Lin, how did you practice this? Master Lin.
The two games made everyone more convinced of Lin Chen. Some of them were not fans of Lin Chen, but now they are also fans of Lin Chen. The news here will spread to other troops, and Lin Chen will have more fans in the army by then. If anyone in the country wants to target him in the future, they should think carefully and not shoot themselves in the foot.
After returning home, Su Shangyang called me soon. "Mr. Lin, I heard that you showed your strength." Su Shangyang said. "Lin Chen, military Su, is there any problem?" "No. Although this will make the enemy more vigilant towards you, it can also deter the villains and prevent them from doing anything reckless." Su Shangyang said, "Mr. Lin, that invisible shield."
Lin Chen said, "I have already researched the stealth ion shield technology and will send you the information later. This can only be installed on airplanes, not warships."
Su Shangyang was pleasantly surprised.
The situation has not been very peaceful recently. Wars have broken out in many places around the world. We still need to continue to enhance our military strength to ensure security.
"Mr. Lin, thank you for your hard work,"
Su Shangyang said respectfully.
Lin Chen quickly passed the information to Su Shangyang. With complete information and abundant talents in the country, it won't take long to research the stealth ion shield technology.
But it will definitely take some time to be officially put into service.
Lin Chen estimated that it would take at least 3 months. "Honey, I found a problem,"
Su Mengyao said as she snuggled in Lin Chen's arms.
"What's the problem?" Lin Chen asked.
Su Mengyao said quietly, "There are more beauties in the community."
Today, a blonde beauty moved into the community.
She's a foreigner, and she's a princess.
He lives here.
The housing prices in the UN community have increased a lot, and many residents here have sold their houses.
Many of the people who bought their houses are beautiful women. Especially during the few months when Su Mengyao was pregnant. Don't let your imagination run wild. I haven't had any contact with them.
Lin Chen pinched Su Mengyao's face and said.
Su Mengyao muttered, I gained weight because of my pregnancy. They are all very beautiful. Don't you have any idea?
Lin Chen kissed Su Mengyao on the cheek. Wife, even if you get a little fatter, you'll still look better than them.
We will replace this house later. Our villa is already being renovated. Many people were working on the renovations at the same time and the progress was very fast. By the time the baby was born, it would be almost ready for living. The house is decorated with the most environmentally friendly materials and has a fresh air system, so you can move in soon after it is completed. Su Mengyao nodded.
She said, honey, the temperature has risen, and it's not cold in the capital anymore. Let's take our parents over and live in the villa in the capital for 3 months.
Sisai has friends over there, too.
She was gaining weight during her pregnancy, and there were many beautiful girls in the neighborhood, so Su Mengyao felt pressured. She was afraid that someone would steal her home from her.
Okay. Lin Chen agreed immediately.
He must be more accommodating when his wife is pregnant.
And he really has no involvement with those beauties. Wife, we won't live here anymore when we move out. We'll move directly to the villa that's under construction. Lin Chen said. Su Mengyao glanced over and said, hubby, then let's not sell the house here. We should keep the things here. This house contains many of our memories. We can come back and stay sometimes.
Lin Chen nodded, of course there is no problem. We are not short of that little money, so there is no need to sell here. Soon Lin Chen and his family moved. There is everything at the imperial capital villa, so it is easy for them to move.
Just bring some clothes and so on. Host, Lin Xiaoqian will help you pack your suitcase.
The system space has been increased to 5,000 cubic meters. The system voice suddenly sounded. The system space can be upgraded at most 3 times each year. Now that it is a new year, it can be upgraded again.
5,000 cubic meters. Great. A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face.
Such a large space can be used to install many drones. For example, very small micro-drones, even if the rotors are unfolded, hundreds of thousands of them can be accommodated in 1,000 cubic meters. The mechanical leopard takes up a large space, but 2 can be packed into 1 cubic meter.
If 3,000 cubic meters are used to pack mechanical leopards, 6,000 can be packed in. This is an extremely terrifying power. System, when Dongying is born, the system space will still be upgraded 3 times a year? Lin Chen asked in his mind. System, yes, host, it's still 3 times.
When you only had Lin Xiaoqian, it was 1 to 3 times.
After you have Dongying, it's 2 to 3 times a year.
If there are 3 children, it's fixed 3 times.
Lin Chen felt a little regretful.
It would be nice if it could reach 6 times at most. However, the capacity can increase by at least 2,000 cubic meters every year, which is not bad. In a few years, warships can carry it. In the afternoon, Lin Chen and his team set off.
Before dinner, Lin Chen and his friends had already moved to the imperial capital. Son, this place is pretty good. Chen Mei looked around and said.
She and Lin Chen's father Lin Hai moved here.
Su Mengyao's parents are still in Shanghai.
They have been there for decades and all their friends are there. Lin Chen said, Mom, since you like it, when Dongying doesn't need your help to take care of him anymore, you can live here. Many high-ranking officials and their families live here.
Chen Mei shook her head. Then forget it. We'd better go back to the village and feel more comfortable then. Just then the doorbell rang.
Lin Chen opened the door and saw that it was Mr. Li outside. Mr. Li smiled and said, Xiaolin, you finally moved in.
Don't pack up yet. Come to our house for dinner. Chapter 447. If you have any problem, call the police. Mr. Li.
Lin Hai and Chen Mei hurriedly greeted them. They looked a little reserved. Although they have seen some of the world, they have rarely seen people like Mr. Li.
Su Mengyao came out holding Lin Xiaoqian. Mr. Li.
Su Mengyao said with a generous smile.
Grandpa Li.
Lin Xiaoqian called out to someone politely. Old Li smiled and said, Cici is so good. Lin Hai and Chen Mei, Cici calls me Grandpa Li, so you should stop calling me Old Li.
You can call me Brother Li from now on. It makes me look younger. Lin Hai looked at Lin Chen hesitantly. Lin Chen smiled and said, Dad, why are you looking at me? Elderly told you to call me that, so just call me that. Brotherly. Lin Hai shouted.
Mr. Li is more than 20 years older than them, so according to their age, it's fine for them to call him Mr. Li or Uncle Li, but it would be confusing for them to call him Uncle Li when Cici calls him Grandpa Li.
Brotherly. Chen Mei also shouted.
Mr. Li smiled and nodded, that's good.
Hearing you call me like that makes me feel younger. Let's go, come to our house for dinner together.
Chen Mei said weakly, Brotherly, this is not good, right? Mr. Li smiled and said, there's nothing wrong with that.
Come to our house for dinner today, and go to someone else's house tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. You don't have to cook for the next 2 or 3 days. We have all eaten Xiaolin's cooking before. Lin Chen, Mom, let's go. If you don't go, Mr. Li and his family won't be able to come and eat for free in the future. Mr. Li smiled and nodded.
Shaolin, you understand me. Lin Hai and Chen Mei nodded.
Lin Chen and his friends followed Mr. Li to their home.
Knowing that Lin Chen and his friends were moving, Mr. Li's family prepared a sumptuous dinner.
After the meal, Lin Chen and his friends went home.
Chen Mei said, for a person like Brotherly, I didn't expect him and his family to be so easygoing. Lin Hai, it's because my son has become so powerful now that Mr. Li and his friends are so easygoing. It's very difficult for ordinary people to meet people like them. Lin Chen smiled and said, Mom and Dad, you should just treat them as ordinary neighbors from now on. You will get used to it after seeing them so many times. Lin Hai and the others nodded. Lin Hai drank some wine and soon went back to his room to take a shower. There was a bedroom on the first floor, where Lin Chen's parents lived. Lin Chen, Su Mengyao, and Lin Xiaoqian live upstairs.
This villa has 3 floors above ground and a basement underground.
It is worth mentioning that there is a room in the basement that is an explosion-proof safe house. There are a lot of supplies stored in the safe house.
If you encounter danger, you can hide in a safe house.
The walls of the safe house are made of very thick high-standard concrete, and the door is a very thick explosion-proof door. Of course, this safe house is basically never used.
Where is this place?
The imperial capital, and also a neighborhood where bigwigs gather.
How bold and powerful must the enemy be to dare to attack here? Cici, Grandma is going to give you a bath.
You'll be a sweet baby after taking a bath. Chen Mei said with a smile. Su Mengyao's belly was too big to bathe Lin Xiaoqian. As for Lin Chen, Lin Xiaoqian was 3.5 years old, and it had long been inconvenient for him to bathe Lin Xiaoqian.
Aha! Lin Xiaoqian nodded. Dad, I want to hear your story after we take a bath.
Okay, go wash up.
Lin Chen smiled. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. At first, Lin Hai and his friends were a little uncomfortable, as every family here was not ordinary.
But after a few days, they felt that living here was quite good.
Better than in Ziyuan community.
People living in Ziyuan community are often watched when they go out, but here, this will not happen when they go out.
Ding ding. Lin Chen's phone rang.
The call was from Luo Zhang in Camel Country.
Luo Zhang, what's the matter? Lin Chen quickly answered the call.
Luo Zhang seldom calls him, so he guessed something had happened. Luo Zhang stood up straight on the other end of the phone and said, Boss, we are in trouble at the port in the eastern Mediterranean.
Many people have been incited and want to rush into the port.
Lin Chen has bought more than 20 ports, and now he has a port in the east and west of the Mediterranean.
Reason? Lin Chen said.
Luo Zhang, some people in their country don't want to sell the port to you. Someone must be secretly inciting the people to create chaos and make the port price drop so that they can buy it back at a low price.
The situation is still under control now.
But if the chaos continues, there is a high probability that it will get out of control.
Lin Chen said calmly, any other information?
Luo Zhang, boss, we are doing our best to investigate, but at present, we still don't know who is the organizer behind this.
Lin Chen hung up the phone.
He quickly called Su Shangyang. Minister Su, you should have received the news about this matter, right?
Su Shangyang, I knew about it yesterday.
Our people are investigating with all their strength, but there is still no news.
Mr. Lin, this matter is not easy to handle.
Those people are civilians, and violent conflict will only exacerbate the conflict. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and said, Captain Su, I'll handle it. It's useless to ask them for help with this matter.
We need to call the police. Su Xianyang was stunned. Mr. Lin, it's probably useless to call the police.
The police there are trying to smooth things over. They want to offend locals for outsiders.
Lin Chen said, this is not the police I'm talking about. Don't we have the world police on Blue Star? If something like this happens, don't the world police need to be responsible? Just look for them.
Su Xiangyang looked strange.
Mr. Lin, are you going to cause trouble for the United States?
Lin Chen, I won't cause trouble for the United States, but if one of my fans gets angry, I might cause trouble for the United States.
Su Xiangyang. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen went into the study.
There is a high-configuration computer in the study of this villa.
Crackle. Lin Chen typed quickly on the keyboard. A network virus was transmitted to the US internet by Lin Chen. This virus can only spread within the United States.
It will not damage any computer system, but it will multiply crazily and cause network congestion.
The network will not be interrupted, but it will be much slower than usual.
The US financial sector is very powerful, and network cards have a huge impact.
For example, stock trading. It used to be very easy to log in and conduct transactions, but now it takes a lot of time to log in, and the system does not respond immediately when submitting data after logging in. What's going on? Why is the network so slow? Fuck, my game is offline, what's going on? Why does it take several seconds to send a message?
As the virus spread rapidly, a large number of people discovered abnormalities. The web pages used to open in seconds, but now it takes more than 10 seconds to open a web page, which is too slow.
But opening web pages and sending emails is still good.
At least it works.
The online game is stuck and you can't play it at all. Check it out quickly. A senior figure from the US Cyber Department said in a deep voice. The network in their department is completely blocked. Chapter 448. This must have been done by the Black Emperor. Many internet experts in the United States took quick action.
Officials, experts from major internet companies, and even some private internet experts have joined the investigation. The network stagnation has a huge impact on them.
You say it's fatal. But not really. After all, there is the internet. It's like the internet has brought us back to 20 years ago.
Although it is not fatal, it has a huge impact on the economy.
That's no problem. I can't find any problem with the network at all. What's going on?
Many network experts tried their best to investigate, but found nothing. Commander, it seems there is no problem.
A top US official network expert reported this. No problem? The United States is the only country in the world with a slow internet connection. How can this be okay? Someone is deliberately targeting the United States. Chief Austin said angrily. Commissioner, but we really haven't found any problem. Austin's face was gloomy. Who do you think did this?
Well, if it is really a cyber attack, then the Black Emperor is probably the only one on the entire blue planet who has such power.
This network expert said.
Black Emperor is the abbreviation of Hacker Emperor. He was referring to the hacker expert who attacked Dongying country. That expert was so skilled that he gradually gained this title on the internet, and more people began to use it.
Black Emperor? Austin frowned. He thought of Lin Chen.
Although there is no evidence, it is highly likely that the Black Emperor is Lin Chen.
Seek support from foreign experts and ask them to help solve the problem. Austin said solemnly. Okay, Chief, we will try our best. But if it is really the Black Emperor, I am afraid it will be useless for us to find someone else. Just try your best first. Austin returned to his office.
He made a phone call and said, Sir, we haven't solved the problem yet. We suspect that it was done by Black Emperor, the mysterious hacker who attacked Dongying country.
The boss on the other end of the phone said in a deep voice, Austin, you guys hurry up and fix it. The network is so stuck, it will cause us huge losses of tens of billions of US dollars every day. The impact will only get worse over time.
Austin, sir, I need to share intelligence.
Have we offended Lin Chen from China somewhere?
The boss on the other end of the phone frowned secretly. They had indeed offended Lin Chen recently. The disturbance caused by the people near the port was secretly planned by them. No, we haven't offended Lin Chen recently.
The big guy denied it. He wasn't sure if their phone was tapped. Sir, the Black Emperor is most likely Lin Chen. If it was the Black Emperor who did this, we may not be able to solve it. We may need to make other contingency plans. Austin rode.
The cyber experts under his command are extremely powerful.
They could eavesdrop on the entire world and launch cyber attacks easily. They have attacked China countless times before.
But now he really has no confidence.
When problems arose in Dongying country, they took action, but they were unable to resolve the network virus left by the Black Emperor. Austin, do your own thing.
The boss on the other end of the phone said this and hung up.
Austin frowned.
He quickly gave orders, asking their people to contact some network experts in other countries to help deal with the matter.
There are many cyber experts in other countries in the Western world. Soon many network experts from other countries joined in. What's wrong with that?
There must be something wrong with the network being so slow, but I can't find anything.
What on earth caused this? Internet experts from other countries were also confused.
Everyone knows there is definitely a problem, but they just can't find where it is.
In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Austin and others fought all night but to no avail. Robert arrived at Austin.
They are all directors and belong to different departments.
Robert, tell me, have we offended Lin Chen? Austin asked as the two entered the office. Robert nodded. He has bought a lot of ports. Now the higher-ups want to control more ports.
We secretly plan to make the people near a port cause trouble.
Austin frowned. That makes sense. Robert, it still doesn't make sense.
Our actions are secretive, and there is absolutely no way that Lin Chen would know that it was us who were behind it.
Austin said, does he really need evidence? This kind of thing is most likely done by the United States. Is it possible that he suspects and then takes direct action? Robert frowned. You want to target us without any evidence? Austin, given our relationship with China, I think this is entirely possible.
Robert, we have tried very hard, but we can't solve the problem.
Robert frowned and said, what if we take action too? We attacked China's network. Austin shook his head. Even without the Black Emperor, China's network is not something we can easily attack now. And if we do this, perhaps as soon as we take action, our entire US network will be completely blocked. The losses will be enormous. Robert was silent for a while and said, tell me about your plan. Oster, find Lin Chen. Lin Chen can solve it. It has to be quick, otherwise the stock market could crash. Robert leaves.
He quickly reported the situation to his superiors.
An hour later Lin Chen received a call. Sarina, what's wrong? Lin Chen asked.
Selina on the other end of the phone was filled with emotion. Lin Chen had saved her before, when he was still a small figure.
Today, Lin Chen has become a global celebrity. Mr. Lin, I heard that you know a top network expert. We are in trouble in the United States, and we would like to ask him for help. Sarina spoke up.
Lin Chen, Sarina, I don't really know him.
He's a fan of mine.
I can't contact him, but he sometimes contacts me.
What's wrong with the US internet? Selina, the entire US network is stuck.
It takes more than 10 seconds to send a message and more than 10 seconds to open a web page.
The network is too slow now. We would like to ask your fan for help.
Lin Chen chuckled and said, Sarina, since you asked, I will naturally give you face. If he comes to me, I will tell him.
But I only know him this well, so this probably isn't free. Sarina, of course.
Lin Chen, if I get in touch with him, I'll talk to him.
Soon Lin Chen hung up the phone. Selina looked at the people around her.
These people heard her conversation with Lin Chen very clearly.
Guys, I can only help you up to this point.
If Lin Chen contacts me again, I will tell you.
Sarina said. Half a day passed. Ding ding. Su Xiangyang called Lin Chen.
Mr. Lin, the port issue has been resolved.
We have also found that the United States is behind this incident. Su Xiangyang said. Lin Chen chuckled and said, they are the troublemakers.
They are the ones behind the chaos that has broken out around the world. If something like this happens, just go find them directly.
Even if it's not them, they will find out who is behind it. Chapter 449 Lin Chen wants compensation.
Su Xiangyang, Mr. Lin, you need to be careful about this matter and prevent them from going too far. Lin Chen said, if I get in touch with my fan, I will persuade him.
There shouldn't be any problem. Su Xiangyang. Lin Chen is really cautious about this matter. Mr. Lin, that's good. Lin Chen, Minister Su, how is the research progress of the expert group formed by the country on stealth ion shield technology? Su Shangyang smiled and said, "The information you provided is very detailed."
Their research went smoothly, but it still takes time to come up with it. Lin Chen said, "They should hurry up. By the time they figure this out, I will have figured out the force field shield technology."
Su Shangyang's eyes lit up.
"Mr. Lin, you should also take care of your rest."
Serena called again in the evening. It was already daytime in the United States.
The stock market is about to open. The relevant impact had not yet erupted yesterday. The stock market fell, but not much.
It is likely to fall more today.
However, if it is resolved before the market opens, there won't be much of a problem.
The United States' control over finance is much stronger than China's. Mr. Lin, have you contacted your fan? Serena inquired.
Lin Chen, I haven't contacted them yet. Serena, please give my contact information to the people in the United States who are in charge of this matter, so that you don't have to be caught in the middle.
Okay, Mr. Lin. Then someone will contact you later. Serena breathed a sigh of relief.
10 minutes later, Lin Chen received another call. "Mr. Lin, I'm Robert, in charge of intelligence work. I will communicate with you to deal with this network crisis." Lin Chen was a little surprised. He originally thought that the person he would contact would be Oster, who was in charge of network security, but unexpectedly it was Robert from the Intelligence Bureau who would be the contact.
"Are you trying to trick me?"
Lin Chen muttered to himself. To be honest, Robert is an intelligence officer, so he must be much better than Oster, who is a technical officer.
"Mr. Robert, I am just a middleman.
You communicate with me, and I can only convey your words. And my fan can contact me, but I can't contact him,"
Lin Chen said.
Robert frowned secretly. What Lin Chen said was flawless.
"Mr. Lin, Black Emperor hasn't contacted you yet?" Lin Chen, "Hey, Huang is my fan? This name is quite domineering, my fan probably likes it. If he contacts me, I will let you know." Robert was anxious. The stock market will open in 2 hours. If it cannot recover within this period of time, it will definitely fall. The losses won't just be tens of billions of US dollars. Losses of hundreds of billions or even trillions of dollars are entirely possible.
Robert took a deep breath and said, "Mr. Lin, can you send a message using your social account and let He Huang contact you? This matter needs to be dealt with quickly."
Lin Chen said, "Mr. Robert, no. If you guys have problems in the United States and I rush to help you deal with them, what will the Chinese people think of me when the news spreads? Many people probably think I am licking the US's boots. I have a way." "Robert, Mr. Lin, go ahead."
Lin Chen said, "You can offer a large reward, for example, $10 billion for solving this network crisis.
Maybe it can be solved without the Black Emperor stepping in." "Robert."
He gritted his teeth and said, "Mr. Lin, 10 billion is impossible. The government simply doesn't have such a large budget to offer a reward.
Not to mention 10 billion, even 10 billion US dollars is unlikely."
Lin Chen smiled and said, "Mr. Robert, I'll tell you this method. It's up to you whether you adopt it or not.
In fact, the government may not have to pay for it. All the major financial groups in the United States have been greatly affected, right?
If we split the burden among each of them, 10 billion US dollars is not a lot of money." Robert said gloomily, "Mr. Lin, even so, 10 billion US dollars is too much to solve the problem." Lin Chen, "Mr. Robert, if you can contact Black Emperor, I can try my best to persuade him for you, and maybe I can help you negotiate for 50 to 60 billion US dollars.
If it's any lower, I guess there's nothing I can do." Robert frowned.
Lin Chen must be the Black Emperor. Lin Chen's words mean that the price he wants this time is 50 to 60 billion US dollars.
This is a lot of money.
But it is small compared with the losses the crisis has brought to the United States.
"Mr. Lin, could you please try to persuade us to reduce the price to less than 3 billion US dollars? That's the only way." Robert bargained. "Lin Chen, you can just offer a reward of 1 billion US dollars, so that the news can spread. If he says yes, 1 billion US dollars will be enough.
If he said no, he probably wouldn't ask for $10 billion.
Robert's mouth twitched. Is this possible? The Black Emperor is Lin Chen.
The Black Emperor should want 10 billion, and then Lin Chen steps forward to help them bargain it down to 50 to 60 billion. Lin Chen is robbing them of their money and expecting them to be grateful.
"Mr. Lin, let's try this first," Robert said in a deep voice. A reward of $1 billion might attract some experts to emerge, and maybe they can solve this problem.
Soon the United States issued a reward.
$1 billion is a huge sum of money, and the reward quickly made headlines in many media outlets.
Many hackers who were not originally involved joined in, but their joining could not completely solve the crisis.
Ladies and gentlemen, although there is no evidence, Lin Chen should be the Black Emperor.
If we don't give him this money, I'm afraid we won't be able to survive this crisis.
There is a very real possibility that the stock market will plunge. Many bigwigs in the United States sat together for a meeting.
Behind them were consortiums and powerful families, and they controlled enormous wealth.
Robert, maybe not?
Can't we stabilize our stock market with our strength?
Someone raised a question. Another person said, $5 or $6 billion, that's too much. We can't bow to a Chinese.
Where are our aircraft carriers?
They should go to China.
Robert looked at the big boss who was speaking and said, the Black Emperor can make our domestic network like this, so he can probably also cut off the network of our aircraft carrier. Our satellite systems and missile systems are now facing security threats.
We cannot provoke Lin Chen now.
At this point, Robert looked at his watch.
Ladies and gentlemen, the stock market will be open in an hour.
Our losses yesterday were not particularly large, but today our losses are likely to be much larger than yesterday.
You two should discuss it first. If things go wrong, we have to act quickly.
After saying that, Robert walked out of the room. He actually didn't want to get involved in this meeting, but no one else wanted to get involved either, so he had no choice but to take responsibility.
Half an hour passed quickly.
Lin Chen called Robert. Mr. Robert, one good news and one bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?
Robert. Good news first.
Lin Chen, the good news is that Huang contacted me.
The bad news is that he offered $20 billion instead of $10 billion. Robert, RMB?
US dollars.
Chapter 450. I am a conservative.
Robert gritted his teeth and said, $20 billion, why doesn't he go and rob it?
Lin Chen, are we going to rob them like you guys are robbing oil?
Robert. Mr. Lin, we are not stealing other countries' oil. Lin Chen said, you don't need to explain to me. Whether you rob others or not is none of my business. By the way, I've said for you, but Black Emperor said that it will cost at least $10 billion.
Robert said, Mr. Lin, this is impossible. We offered $5 billion, but those financial groups refused. They meant to fight China to the end.
Lin Chen chuckled and said, that's good. Mr. Robert, you work in intelligence, you should know that we Chinese are divided into radicals and conservatives. Huang and I belong to the conservative faction.
We feel the radicals are too conservative.
Robert.
Mr. Lin, can I understand that this is a threat of war?
Lin Chen asked, didn't you say to fight hard?
How can I, a civilian, threaten you with war?
But if a war breaks out, I will definitely fully support the country.
The Black Emperor will also fully support the country at that time. He will destroy your network immediately. Your GPS, Starlink, etc. will probably be unusable. Banks will probably not be able to withdraw any money. Robert's pupils contracted.
If this situation really happens, it will be a huge disaster.
Mr. Lin, this is not what I mean by a tough fight. We in the United States absolutely have no intention of going to war with you, China.
War can only bring losses to both sides.
Robert said quickly. Lin Chen smiled and said, you are right about this. China is also a peace-loving country.
The upper class is very determined, but we ordinary people are more radical.
Mr. Lin, you are not an ordinary citizen.
Robert rode.
Lin Chen, who said that? I'm just an ordinary citizen, an ordinary commoner, a dad with a baby. If I get angry and do something wrong one day, it has nothing to do with the country. Robert was horrified. It's a bit scary what Lin Chen said. Mr. Lin, calm down and don't do anything rash. Think about it, you have a wife and a lovely daughter.
Your wife is pregnant now, and you will have your second child soon.
Robert persuaded. Lin Chen, you are right.
Let me help you persuade Black Emperor. It's probably impossible to reduce it to 5 billion, but 60 to 70 billion is still possible.
Robert took a deep breath and said, thank you, Mr. Lin.
He felt so hurt when he said it.
Lin Chen asked for so much money and he actually wanted to thank him. This is simply outrageous. Everyone, I just spoke to Lin Chen on the phone.
Robert told many other bigwigs about the situation.
We can't even give 5 billion, and it's still going up? Who does he think he is? We must not bow to him this time. Several people cursed. Most people were silent.
They wondered what would happen if a fight broke out, if their networks were down and their banks couldn't withdraw money, and they could lose everything.
China is a major manufacturing country.
Even without the internet, China's strong manufacturing industry remains. The United States is a financial empire.
Without the internet and banks, the financial market will inevitably collapse. Everyone, the stock market will open in 10 minutes. Robert reminded. Everyone was discussing.
10 minutes passed quickly, and the deal was not concluded.
They were not willing to pay Lin Chen billions of dollars. Hold on, hold on. Everyone in the conference room was silently reciting this in their hearts.
They stared at a large screen in the conference room, which showed today's stock market conditions.
Not good. Everyone's face changed.
The market opened low, and it opened 3 points lower. Just with these 3 points, their losses were already very huge.
Is this going to open low and close low? Someone said with an unpleasant expression.
The market fell 3 points at the opening, and in half a minute it fell by 3.5 points. Another person said, "We need to restore the network as soon as possible, otherwise our combined losses could be hundreds of times billions."
Agree. Agree. Many people nodded. But there are still some people who did not nod in agreement.
They still hope that their people can pull the market back up. However, reality soon taught them a great lesson. The network is so bad that many people are worried, so they join the short selling, and many funds from other countries also short sell.
Although the US financial sector is powerful, it cannot withstand the attack.
In just 10 minutes, the Dow Jones Industrial Average, the Nasdaq Composite and other indexes fell 5 points, and many bank stocks fell by more than 10 points.
It has spread online.
This hacker attack may have been carried out by Black Emperor. The worst hit in the 2 attacks on Dongying country were their bank stocks.
Robert, talk to Lin Chen right away. We'll give you money.
The tragic reality forced the major financial groups to compromise quickly. In such a short period of time, they have lost hundreds of billions of US dollars in total.
This does not include the losses of ordinary people. Ding ding. Robert called Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, we are willing to pay 6 billion US dollars.
Please talk to Huang and ask him to help us restore the network.
Robert said quickly. Lin Chen, Mr. Robert, I overestimated myself. My reputation is not that great. Black Emperor will charge at least 8 billion. Don't worry, I'll talk to him again.
I'll try my best to reduce the amount to 6 billion US dollars.
Robert covered the microphone. He glanced at the others. What do you say? A big boss next to Robert said in a deep voice, we can't wait any longer, 8 billion is 8 billion, we will collect it and give it to him. Robert took his hand away. Mr. Lin, no need, we will give 8 billion US dollars, please deal with it quickly.
Lin Chen smiled and said, Huang said that you should transfer this money to my account. He has enough money to spend, so he gave this money to me.
You should know my account number, right?
By the time you transfer the money, he should have almost cleaned up the mess.
Robert's mouth twitched.
As expected, the money was transferred directly to Lin Chen.
There is a 99.99% chance that the Black Emperor is Lin Chen. Okay, Mr. Lin. Please ask Huang to hurry up. We will transfer the money quickly. Robert rode. The market is still falling. They agreed on the deal in just 3 minutes and transferred the money to an account.
About 5 minutes later, Lin Chen received a reminder from the bank that the money had arrived.
It's pretty fast.
Lin Chen muttered to himself.
Ding ding. Lin Chen called Su Shangyang.
Military Su, in 5 minutes Black Emperor will help the United States restore its network. The country may have funds shorting.
Need to remind you. Okay.
After saying this, Subu quickly hung up the phone.
5 minutes later, the US network was finally restored.
The stock market began to rebound. But even if it rebounds to its original level, much of the funds will not come back.
Moreover, it is very likely that it will not rebound to its original position. This incident has made everyone realize that the US financial system is not that stable. Chapter 451 Xiaolin, you are really good at hiding. 2 days passed.
The US stock market did rebound a bit, but not much and did not return to its original high. When this happens, the market will revalue.
In addition, many funds have diversified their risks and reduced their investment proportion in US stocks. How much have we lost?
Albert, the president of the Skull and Bones Society, asked. He was the one who pushed behind the action against Lin Chen's Mediterranean port, and of course, the US top leaders also agreed.
This.
The middle-aged man in front of Albert was a little hesitant. His name is Vernal, and he is Albert's personal analyst, helping him deal with many financial matters.
Explain.
Albert said in a deep voice. Vernal sighed and said, Master, we hold $400 billion in bank assets, and this part of the loss is $24 billion. The other various assets lost a total of $32 billion, for a total of $56 billion.
Albert's hand holding the cigar shook.
More than $50 billion. This is such a huge fortune, but it was gone in one fell swoop when it came to Lin Chen.
How much did the Skeleton Society lose in total? Albert inquired.
Vernal, there is no data yet, but I estimate that the total loss is no less than $500 billion.
Albert was silent. This loss is terrible. If this happens again, he will no longer be the president. Can bank stocks be pulled back? Albert inquired.
Vernal, the market valuation has dropped, and it will be difficult to push it up without a particularly significant positive factor. If we force a push up, we will most likely be targeted by short sellers.
Albert waved his hand. Vernal backed out.
Albert initiated a remote meeting, and before long, the bigwigs of the Skull and Bones Society appeared on the display screen in the conference room.
They could all see Albert, too.
Albert said in a deep voice, Everyone, we have suffered heavy losses this time, so please don't act rashly for the time being.
We bide our time. The other bosses nodded. When Albert proposed to target Lin Chen, they all agreed.
They had done that kind of thing many times and nothing had ever happened. They never expected that this time they would fail.
And the consequences of a rollover are so serious. President, why don't we get together offline to discuss this?
Jared, the head of the Caesar family, asked.
Albert shook his head. Let's talk about it later. We need to take some time to recover. It also takes time to strengthen our network security. That's it. At this point, Albert went offline. He was in no mood to talk too much with these people right now. Ding ding. Lin Chen received a call from Su Shangyang. Bu Su, what's the good news?
Su Shangyang on the other end of the phone said cheerfully, Mr. Lin, you didn't invest this time, but with your reminder, the country's funds made a lot of money.
The higher-ups are planning to give you $5 billion.
Lin Chen was a little surprised.
Give him $5 billion? It seems the country made a lot of money this time. Minister Su, don't give me these $5 billion.
The country should use them to create a student aid fund or something.
Lin Chen said. Su Shangyang, Mr. Lin, don't you have a charity foundation? I'll give you the money, you can do it yourself. If the country does it, some people will definitely eat up a lot of it. Lin Chen said hesitantly, Minister Su, this is a bit too much money. Is it not good for me to do it myself?
His influence is already very strong now.
Would it be bad to continue to gain reputation like this? This is only the case in modern society.
If it happened in ancient times, an emperor with such influence would probably be unable to sleep and might even find a random reason to kill him.
Mr. Lin, I will report to the higher-ups. Su Shangyang thought for a while and said.
After hearing what Lin Chen said, he could also understand Lin Chen's worries.
Okay.
In the evening, Mr. Li came to Lin Chen's place. He called Lin Chen to the study.
Shaolin, do you have any idea of going into politics? Mr. Li asked.
Lin Chen shook his head repeatedly, Mr. Li, absolutely not. Mr. Li pondered for a moment and said, Shaolin, there are 3 taboos in life, having no power but a lot of money, being poor but having a beautiful wife, and being weak but having precocious wisdom.
You did well on the 3rd point. You are extremely talented, but you hid yourself very well before. It was not until you had the Su family as your backer that you slowly showed yourself. The Su family is rich and so are you. The 2nd point is self-explanatory. What do you think of the 1st point? You already have hundreds of billions of assets under your name. There will definitely be more in the future. It's inevitable that some people will covet it.
Lin Chen looked at Mr. Li and smiled. Mr. Li, the core essence of power is to control the organs of violence. I directly control powerful military force. My wealth does not need power to protect it. Having said that, in front of Mr. Li's shocked gaze, Lin Chen's body actually slowly flew up.
Mr. Li, you were wrong about one thing just now.
I didn't dare to gradually expose myself because I had the Su family as my backer.
I just gradually improved my own strength.
After Lin Chen finished speaking, he slowly fell to the ground.
You. Mr. Li couldn't believe it.
Lin Chen smiled and said, Mr. Li, to be honest, I can now withstand sniper rifle fire.
Even if a missile attacks, I can sense the danger and avoid it.
Even if my cultivation level does not improve in the future, I will definitely have no problem living to be 150 years old.
My pursuits are different from those of ordinary people. Mr. Li took a deep breath and said, Shaolin, what you are pursuing now is immortality. Is it to become an immortal?
Lin Chen laughed dumbly. Mr. Li, becoming an immortal, this kind of thing is too illusory.
I just want to know what level humans can reach. Longevity is just a byproduct. Li Laodao, your cultivation will continue to improve. It shouldn't be a problem for you to live to be 200 years old in the future.
When I'm gone, you can live at least another 150 years.
You can send my grandchildren's grandchildren away. Lin Chen.
Li Laodao, Shaolin, you are really good at hiding things. You actually kept these things secret for such a long time.
If you weren't so wealthy now, and you were worried that someone might mess around, would you continue to keep it a secret?
Lin Chen smiled and said, Mr. Li, I said before that I can withstand pistol bullets.
Mr. Li shook his head. Is this the same? I can withstand pistol bullets even if I wear a bulletproof vest.
There is a huge difference in power between a pistol and a sniper rifle. Mr. Li, just a few of you should know about this, don't spread it out.
Lin Chen warned. Elder Li nodded, we won't tell anyone. If we tell anyone, the enemy will be more powerful against you.
Shaolin, feel free to use the 5 billion.
Lin Chen nodded.
Now that it's clear, there's no problem.
5 billion in scholarships can help many people. Mr. Li left.
The next day he sat together with several bigwigs. He told about Lin Chen's situation.
Shaolin is really good at hiding. I think given his personality, he may have hidden a lot more.
One of the big guys said.
Chapter 452 Dad, I still want to study. Another boss laughed and said, it's very likely. Xiaolin would have been able to withstand the sniper's fire a long time ago. He is indeed right.
Lin Chen's ancient martial arts had reached the legendary level a few months ago. At that time, he could withstand sniper rifle fire. Although Lin Chen's martial arts is still at the legendary level, his physique, skills, and mental strength have all improved a lot in the past few months.
Fortunately, Xiaolin is very patriotic.
Otherwise, our country of China might face a great disaster. The leading boss said with emotion.
Mr. Li, his pursuit is different from ours.
What he is pursuing now is immortality, which is the limit of human beings.
It is a blessing for China to have a genius like him.
Several bigwigs nodded. One of them said, I was very worried that something might happen to Shaolin. If something happened to him, our country would suffer huge losses. Now it seems that my previous worries were unnecessary. The leader said in a deep voice, he is very strong, but the country's protection of him must not be reduced in the slightest. Even tigers take naps sometimes, so we must not be careless.
Yes.
The other bosses nodded.
The 5 billion soon arrived in Lin Chen's bank card.
Originally, he had a little over 100 billion left in his bank card.
The United States gave him $8 billion US, plus the 5 billion renminbi. The total amount converted into RMB is 165 billion.
He owes the bank 150 billion, which is enough to cover his outstanding debts. Although money will still need to be paid for the port and mines in the future, there will be no problem in repaying the money needed for these assets.
We have already received $8 billion US from the United States. We will use all of the 5 billion renminbi as a student aid fund.
Lin Chen said in his heart.
He transferred 5 billion to the account of the CSI Charity Foundation. Ding ding.
Not long after, the head of the foundation called.
Boss, I just got the news that you transferred a huge amount of 5 billion to the foundation's account?
The head of the foundation was surprised. Lin Chen had transferred a lot of money before, but not this much.
50 billion transferred at once is too scary.
Lin Chen said, this money is a student aid fund.
The national compulsory education only reaches junior high school. This money is used to help children with excellent grades to successfully complete high school. Particularly outstanding children can be funded to complete college.
On the other end of the phone, Meng Qingsong, the head of the foundation, was deeply moved. Boss, you are so righteous.
Lin Chen said, Meng, funds must be used for their intended purposes. You cannot use this money for other purposes. Do you understand?
If there is not enough money for other purposes, just tell me.
You spread the word about this. All high school students from poor families with good academic performance can apply. Meng Qingsong said solemnly, Boss, don't worry. If I embezzle even a penny, you can have me shot.
Lin Chen said calmly, no need to bother.
I have a license to kill and a gun, I can just shoot you. Meng Qingsong secretly smacked his lips. But this is normal considering Lin Chen's identity. Boss, how much scholarship is there for each child? Meng Qingsong asked. Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, it includes tuition, accommodation, and basic living expenses. The specifics will vary from place to place. You can give me a plan when the time comes. Okay, boss. Boss, when you say excellent grades and very excellent grades, you mean? Meng Qingsong asked.
Lin Chen said, the situation in each place is different, so we can't set a unified scoreline or anything like that.
As long as you can get into a local key high school, you can be considered to have excellent grades.
Also, some people didn't pass the exam, but their grades are usually very good, so they can get it after this kind of examination. As for having excellent scores in the college entrance examination, both 986 and 211 are considered.
Meng Qingsong, boss, we need to recruit a lot of people.
Lin Chen said calmly, you decide for yourself.
Old Meng, if you work hard, your descendants will benefit. If you mess up, even my father-in-law's intercession for you will be useless. Meng Qingsong was recommended by Su Guofeng. Boss, I understand. I will definitely work hard. This job is very meaningful. Meng Qingsong said a little excitedly. With Lin Chen's current status and position, as long as he works hard, his descendants will indeed benefit. There's nothing else to do. Go ahead and do your work.
After saying that, Lin Chen hung up the phone. A poor county in the northwest.
Dad, Mom, I'm back.
A girl happily walked into her home and said, Mom, guess how many points I got in this math test?
Her mother smiled reluctantly, how many points?
Mom, I got 113 points in math. The teacher said that with my grades, I can definitely get into a key high school.
The girl said happily.
Her mother looked at the man who came out of the room. The man had a plaster cast on his hand. He said in a deep voice, Girl, as long as you can read, Dad will support you to go to school even if he has to beg for rice.
Dad, what happened to your hand?
The girl's tears instantly flowed from her eyes.
It's okay, Dad, it's just a minor injury. Don't let it affect your studies.
The man said in a deep voice. The girl's mother wiped her tears. Their conditions were already poor, and now something like this had happened.
What would they do in the future? They can eat and wear worse, but what about girls' education? Dad, I don't want to go to high school anymore. The girl said in a trembling voice.
She is in the third year of junior high school and she knows her family's conditions very well.
Girl, don't talk nonsense. My parents will sell everything they have to send you to high school. The man glared.
The girl wiped her tears and said, Dad, my grades are just so-so.
I may not be able to get into a key high school. I'll go work after I graduate.
The man turned his head to the side, his eyes moistened.
Dad is useless.
He couldn't even walk properly and broke his arm.
Girl, study hard first, and I'll find a way for you. The girl said, Dad, I don't want to learn anymore. Mom, where's your phone? I want to play with it for a while, okay? Here you are.
Her mother handed her the phone. The girl went into her room with her cell phone and opened Lin Chen's Douyin.
She was one of Lin Chen's fans. She likes the fairy tales written by Lin Chen. Master Lin actually donated 5 billion as a student aid fund. Master Lin is very kind.
I don't know if I can apply for a scholarship then. Lin Chen did not release any new videos, but in the old videos, many fans were discussing this matter.
Meng Qingsong has already sent a message.
The high school entrance exam is just 2 months away, so the news needs to be sent out in a timely manner, otherwise many people may give up early.
Student fund?
The girl hurriedly inquired. She soon found out the news. She went outside in great surprise. Dad, Master Lin donated 5 billion as a student aid fund. Any poor student who can get into a key high school can apply. If I can get into a key high school, I'll definitely be able to do that. Her father's eyes lit up. Girl, really? The girl nodded repeatedly. It's true. Many people are saying it, and the CISI Charity Foundation also released the news. Dad, I still want to study. Chapter 453 Lin Xiaoqian's mathematical talent. The same thing happens in many places. There are still many poor families in China, and many children have to enter society after graduating from junior high school even if they have good grades. They want to study, but their family conditions do not allow it. Tuition, accommodation, living expenses, etc. add up to more than 10,000 yuan per year, which is not worth mentioning for rich people, but is completely unaffordable for poor families. Some people may still be able to borrow money. Some people want to borrow but cannot, or are unwilling to borrow. Lin Chen's 5 billion yuan in scholarships gave them other options. They can apply if they have excellent grades. As for those who don't do well in academic performance, it may be a better option for them to choose another path earlier. Not all children are suitable for studying. Somewhere. Ding ding. A child's mother's phone rang. The caller ID showed it was the CISI Charity Foundation. Her heart tightened. Her family is a single-parent family. Her father passed away a long time ago. She raised the child alone until the third year of junior high school. She couldn't afford to send the child to high school and originally planned to drop him out. But she really didn't want to give up. Her child Xinxin has very good grades. When she learned about this scholarship fund, she immediately applied for it. I applied in the morning and received a call in the afternoon. Hello. The mother answered the phone with trepidation in her heart. It's too fast. Could it be that the CISI Charity Foundation called to reject our request? Hello, are you Huang Xian's mother? A gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. Yes, I am. Mother Huang Xian meets the requirements. Our foundation will provide 12,000 yuan in student aid every year for 3 years. If he is admitted to a 985 or 211 university, we will also provide university aid. Huang Xian's mother was extremely surprised. Thank you. You're welcome. Please tell Huang Xian to study hard. There are already quite a few people in the CISI Charity Foundation, and some of them have been temporarily assigned to do this. Those who have particularly good grades can obtain qualifications directly without having to wait for the results of the high school entrance examination to be released. When they applied, they submitted information, such as test rankings and teacher phone numbers, so the CISI Charity Foundation could verify their results. As for whether the family is rich, this is even simpler. Lin Chen received direct support from the bank and was also able to inquire about the situation with his teacher over the phone. The CISI Charity Foundation is so fast. I applied this morning and just received a call saying it was approved. Me too. The official website has released a message that those with very good grades and poor family conditions can pass the exam the fastest. Those with slightly lower grades can also pass the exam if they pass the high school entrance exam. The news soon spread online. On the first day, several thousand people were approved, with an average of 12,000 yuan, and tens of millions of yuan in scholarships were distributed. Lin Chen's 5 billion yuan student aid fund will definitely be enough this year, but the remaining money may not be enough next year. But this is not a problem for him. He still has more than 160 billion in his card, and he can make tens of billions every time he trades with big investors. If the United States or Dongying country provokes him, Lin Chen will not be polite and compensation will definitely be required. Xiaolin, this is a great job. Xiaolin, will you come to our house for dinner tonight? Lin Chen took Lin Xiaoqian to play in the community, and every neighbor who met him was very welcoming. Donating 5 billion for student loans is not something that ordinary people can do. There are many wealthy people in China, but it is impossible for them to be so extravagant. On the one hand, they don't have that much cash, and on the other hand, it's not as easy for them to make money as Lin Chen. Lin Chen knew very well that he had the strength. Even if he had no money now, he could still make money easily. Other wealthy people may not have this ability. Aunt Lu, I'm sorry, I just promised someone else. Lin Chen said. The old woman in front of him smiled and said, then tomorrow, Xiaolin, you haven't come to our house for dinner yet. Okay. Lin Chen nodded. After taking Lin Xiaoqian to play in the community for a morning, Lin Chen had dinner parties scheduled until the week after next. However, he only scheduled them in the evening every day, and Lin Xiaoqian had lunch at home. The food Lin Chen cooks is so delicious, Lin Xiaoqian doesn't want to eat lunch and dinner at someone else's house every day.
Time goes by day.
More and more poor students are applying for scholarships. Su Mengyao's belly gradually grew bigger. Host, your yoga skills have reached the grandmaster level. The system's voice sounded in Lin Chen's mind.
A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face.
He had reached the master level in yoga, so there was no problem with not improving further. Su Mengyao can practice this when she is pregnant, but after the baby is born, it is better for her to practice ancient martial arts Tai Chi.
Wife, your belly is getting bigger.
From next week on, you should stop practicing ancient martial arts and Tai Chi and just practice yoga.
Cici, don't practice yoga then. Dad will take you to practice ancient martial arts and Tai Chi by yourself. Lin Chen said. Su Mengyao and Lin Xiaoqian nodded.
Lin Xiaoqian looked at Su Mengyao and said with a giggle, Mom, when I become very powerful, I will protect you. Su Mengyao rubbed Cici's little head and said, Cici, Mom doesn't need your protection. Mom has also practiced martial arts.
Ordinary people can't beat Mom. But Dongdong may need your protection in the future.
If some kids bully Dongdong, it may not be convenient for Mom and Dad to intervene.
Yeah, I will protect my brother. Lin Chen smiled and said, Cici, do you remember what Dad said? I remember. You have to protect yourself, but you can't bully others. Practicing martial arts doesn't mean you can become a bully. Lin Xiaoqian said in a baby voice, Dad, if someone bullies Dongdong, can I hit him? Lin Chen smiled and said, Cici, you can.
But you have to be careful to distinguish whether they are just children fighting or someone is deliberately bullying Dongdong.
Children don't understand. It's normal to fight sometimes. You can't hit a little kid like that, understand? Lin Xiaoqian nodded, yeah, Dad, I know. Dad, let's go learn math.
Lin Xiaoqian has a strong interest in mathematics, but Lin Chen now controls the time she spends studying mathematics.
She is too young now.
She needs to exercise more and play with other children more often.
All right. Lin Chen nodded.
Soon Lin Xiaoqian started doing math problems.
Most college students would not be able to do the math problems she was doing now.
Lin Chen's mathematics has reached the legendary level. Lin Xiaoqian's basic math talent was in her early 40s, and her current math talent is a terrifying 170. Those with a score of over 90 are world-class geniuses. Those with a score of over 100 are rare monsters that appear only once every few hundred years.
One can imagine how strong Lin Xiaoqian's mathematical talent is now.
After about an hour, Lin Xiaoqian finished. This is because she is too young and writes slowly. If she writes quickly, she can finish it in half an hour. Lin Chen checked and found that the accuracy rate was 100%. Based on Lin Xiaoqian's learning progress, Lin Chen estimated that she would have finished learning college mathematics by the time she went to kindergarten.
And this is not ordinary university mathematics. It's Mathematical Olympiad. If she were to participate in the International Mathematical Olympiad, she might be able to win a gold medal. Chapter 454, Cici's small class begins. Neighbor's house. Lin Chen and his friends were having dinner.
The adults in Lin Chen's family drank and ate slowly, but the children ate quickly.
The neighbor's children went to do their homework after eating. Dad, I don't know how to do a few questions.
The neighbor's daughter, who was in junior high school, came out.
Let me see.
The child's father was also a little confused after looking at the questions. Many parents are no longer able to solve junior high school math problems.
Brother Lin, can you take a look?
I have to search Baidu to solve these problems. The child's father said. Lin Xiaoqian took the test paper, and Lin Xiaoqian beside her laughed and said, Dad, I'm done eating, let me teach Sister Ran Ran. The neighbor's child is called Chen Xiaoran.
She giggled and said, Cici, you haven't even started kindergarten yet. You can't even do the math problems that your sister can do. Sister Ran Ran, I can. Dad, you eat. I can do it.
Lin Xiaoqian said seriously. Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, Cici, then you should teach her well and see if you can be a good little teacher.
Aha! Lin Xiaoqian nodded repeatedly. Chen Xiaoran's father was surprised and asked, Brother Lin, is Cici's math good enough to teach Xiaoran? It should be possible.
Lin Chen nodded. Cici finished her junior high school math a long time ago. Lin Chen carried Lin Xiaoqian down from the dining chair.
Sister Ran, let's go.
When Lin Xiaoqian and the others entered the room, Chen Xiaoran was still skeptical at first, but when Lin Xiaoqian started explaining the questions, her doubts were immediately thrown out of her mind.
She felt that Lin Xiaoqian explained it more clearly than her teacher.
You have to know that for a family like hers, the school she attends is not ordinary, and the teachers are naturally of very high level.
Cici, you are amazing. After finishing the first question, Chen Xiaoran exclaimed.
Lin Xiaoqian said with a giggle, Sister Ran, Dad is really good.
Everything I know was taught by Dad. Sister Ran, let's talk about the next question. Chen Xiaoran nodded. She is quite smart. After Lin Xiaoqian explained it once, Chen Xiaoran basically understood it.
For more difficult questions, she could understand them after Lin Xiaoqian explained it several times.
Dad, Cici is so awesome. I feel that Cici is better than my teacher. Chen Xiaoran exclaimed outside the room.
Her father was surprised.
Dad, am I awesome?
Lin Xiaoqian ran to Lin Chen and said happily.
Great.
Lin Chen touched Lin Xiaoqian's little head and smiled.
Chen Xiaoran asked, Uncle Lin, if I have questions in the future, can I ask Cici? Cici, is this okay? Lin Chen asked Lin Xiaoqian.
Lin Xiaoqian nodded repeatedly. Sister Ran, sure, I like doing math problems the most.
Chen Xiaoran, Cici, I can speak English. In exchange, I can teach you English.
Lin Xiaoqian shook her head. Sister Ran, no need, I can speak English and French.
Chen Xiaoran was stunned. Lin Xiaoqian hasn't even started kindergarten yet, how could she be so amazing? Cici, don't show off.
Lin Chen reminded Lin Xiaoqian. Lin Xiaoqian stuck out her tongue and said, Dad, Sister Ran said she wanted to teach me English, so I said that.
Sister Ran, please don't tell anyone else. Good. Chen Xiaoran nodded. Cici, let's go play. Chen Xiaoran took Lin Xiaoqian's hand and ran away. Her father looked at Lin Chen and asked, Brother Lin, how far has Cici's math skills reached?
Lin Chen chuckled and said, it's at the university level. She has a strong talent for mathematics, and she also likes to study mathematics.
Powerful. Chen Xiaoran's father exclaimed, Ran's grades are not bad, but they are far behind Cici.
Chen Xiaoran's mother smiled and said, Old Chen, you have to compare the gap between you and Lin Chen.
I think Lin Chen is the best in the world in mathematics. What's your ranking? Chen Xiaoran's father.
Within a few days, the news that Lin Xiaoqian was very good at math spread throughout the community.
Chen Xiaoran didn't tell anyone, but she often asked Lin Xiaoqian questions, so it was easy for others to find out.
After dinner, several children came to Lin Chen.
CC's small classroom is officially opened. Sister Tonton, this is the question. Brother Ran. Lin Xiaoqian answered the questions one by one for the children who came over. She enjoys it. Lin Chen is also happy to see this situation. Those children all have prominent family backgrounds.
When they grow up, they will definitely become big names in their fields. There are many benefits for Lin Xiaoqian to become their teacher. And this is also a kind of training for Lin Xiaoqian.
Cici, do you know how to answer high school questions?
Just a few days after CC's small class started, high school students also came to her.
Yes. Cici, then see if you can do these questions. A high school girl said while holding the test paper.
She is in her third year of high school.
Yeah, let me see.
After reading it, Lin Xiaoqian started to explain it to the other party. After she finished speaking, everyone looked at Lin Xiaoqian in surprise.
Lin Xiaoqian actually knew all the math problems for senior high school students. Cici, you are amazing. Can I come and ask you if I have any questions in the future?
The girl that Lin Xiaoqian had just taught said with a smile. She was a little embarrassed at first to let her baby, who had not yet gone to kindergarten, teach her, but after confirming Lin Xiaoqian's level, she was no longer embarrassed at all. There is only so much time left before the college entrance examination, so understanding it is most important. She could also send a message to the teacher, but that was not as convenient as asking Lin Xiaoqian face to face now.
Yes, Sister Yun, it's okay.
Lin Xiaoqian said happily.
Cici is so good. There are 3 high school students in the community.
One of them took the lead, and soon the other 2 also started asking Lin Xiaoqian.
One of them is a top student.
When he asked the teacher some questions, the teacher needed to think for a while, but when he asked Lin Xiaoqian could answer them quickly. Lin Chen did not ask Lin Xiaoqian to learn quickly. Lin Xiaoqian had a very solid foundation and had completely mastered all the knowledge points at the junior high and high school levels,
including Olympiad mathematics knowledge points. The days go by.
Lin Chen and his friends had a relatively peaceful time during this period.
Ding ding. Su Xiangyang called Lin Chen. Bu Su, what's the good news? Lin Chen answered the phone and asked with a smile.
On the other end of the phone, Su Xiangyang looked serious. Mr. Lin, this is not a good thing.
Our people have discovered a problem in Dongying country. Many people are missing. Lin Chen, many people go missing every day around the world. Is there a problem with this? Su Xiangyang, Mr. Lin, you are right, but the recent disappearances in Dongying country are not normal. The number of missing persons has clearly increased. Moreover, our people tried their best to investigate many people, but they couldn't find any clues. This situation is quite strange. Lin Chen frowned and asked, what do you think, Su Bu? Su Xiangyang, Mr. Lin, we suspect that the East Sakura Kingdom has captured them and is conducting human experiments. We have intercepted a message mentioning the Super Ninja project. If they create a Super Ninja, it'll probably be for you. Chapter 455 Artificial Intelligence Xiaobei. Lin Chen's eyes flashed. Dongying country trains super ninjas? Su Xiangyang, Mr. Lin, this is our guess based on the intelligence we have. We don't have any evidence at the moment. I'm just reminding you. I will talk to my fan if I get a chance and see if he can get the information from the internet. Lin Chen said. Su Xiangyang, Mr. Lin, I'm afraid it's difficult. Dongying country knows the hacker strength of Black Emperor and will definitely be on guard. Their base will definitely not be connected to the internet. People who go in probably 1T bring electronic devices with them. Lin Chen said, no matter what, let's investigate first. The Black Emperor is very powerful and we might get something. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen went to the study. He turned on his computer and typed in a secret URL. This website address is impossible for others to find. Even if they find it, it is useless for others to enter this website address. Oh no. A kitten appeared on the computer screen. It could see Lin Chen through the computer camera. It will only appear after confirming Lin Chen's identity. Lin Chen's hacking skills have reached the legendary level for a long time, and during this period he has spent a lot of time editing intelligent programs. This kitten is the intelligent program he created. Although it has not yet reached the level of strong artificial intelligence, it is far beyond the current artificial intelligence. Powerful artificial intelligence has high requirements for hardware, so Lin Chen usually lets it stay in 3 different supercomputers. As long as there is no problem with any of them, it will be fine. Xiaobei, I authorize you to search all networks in the East Sakura Kingdom. You search for the Super Ninja plan in the East Sakura Kingdom network. Lin Chen said in a deep voice. The kitten nodded, okay, master. It quickly started to act, and 2 of the 3 supercomputers were now relatively idle, so it used a lot of computing power. Even if Lin Chen searched by himself, it would be extremely difficult to find something in the huge network of Dongying country. But for artificial intelligence like Xiaobei, finding things is their forte, and they can find them very quickly. Master, I have searched for a lot of information about super ninjas. The super ninjas mentioned in movies, TV shows, and novels are probably not the information you want. A very small amount of information mentioned a human experiment, and this human experiment was to create a super ninja. Perhaps this is the information you want, master. The kitten spoke in human language. Lin Chen said, this is what I want. Many people have disappeared in Dongying country recently. You can check and compare the recent and previous missing population situations. Good master. Xiaobei nodded. It quickly obtains a lot of information for comparison, such as operator information, bank information, and social media account information of missing persons. There is also information on water, electricity, gas consumption, etc. Master, the data is as shown in the picture. Xiaobei said as he displayed the trend chart. From the above, we can see that the number of missing people in Dongying used to be relatively stable, and the number was not large each year. Many missing persons in Dongying country are fake disappearances. They are just hiding to escape reality. Such people are not counted. It only counts the real missing persons. Those who are missing are basically dead.
The number of missing persons began to increase 2 or 3 months ago, and in the past month the number of missing persons has tripled.
This is very abnormal.
Master, among the missing persons recently, the proportion of foreigners has increased significantly, and most of them live alone, and many of them don't even have formal jobs.
Xiao Bei said.
Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, Xiao Bei, please analyze it carefully and check the surveillance footage near where they disappeared to find out where they are most likely to be.
Good master. Xiao Bei quickly started to search again.
As an artificial intelligence, it can quickly search massive amounts of information. A few minutes later, Xiao Bei said, Master, I found 3 possible locations.
The first location is as follows. The probability of this location is 65.6%. The second location is as follows. Xiao Bei mentioned all 3 locations.
The possibility of the second location was 30%, and the possibility of the third location was less than 5%.
The next day. Ding ding. Lin Chen called Su Shangyang.
Bull Su, hey, Huang gave me 3 addresses after searching.
Their base may be hidden in one of them.
Have someone test the water quality nearby. The water quality near the hidden base may change.
Lin Chen said. He told Su Shangyang all 3 addresses. Su Shangyang was surprised.
Many of them had checked but couldn't find even one suspicious address, but Lin Chen actually gave 3 suspicious addresses so quickly.
Mr. Lin, we will arrange for someone to check.
It won't be long before we get the water quality analysis report.
Su Shangyang said.
After hanging up the phone, he quickly made arrangements.
There were naturally Chinese intelligence personnel in Dongying country.
They quickly obtained water samples from 3 suspicious locations, and they collected a lot of water samples from each suspicious location. Various water samples including water from nearby rivers, lakes, wells, sewage, etc. were collected quite comprehensively.
The Dongying kingdom was unaware of this. Several hours passed. Ding ding. Su Shangyang called Lin Chen.
Lin Chen answered the call, and Su Shangyang said solemnly, Mr. Lin, the water quality at the first and second locations is abnormal. Lin Chen was stunned.
He was surprised and asked, Are these 2 locations? Su Shangyang, Mr. Lin, it is possible. Such an experimental base is likely to have a backup base. When any accidents occur in the main experimental base, relevant personnel can enter the backup base to continue their research.
Lin Chen said, this possibility is very high.
The Super Ninja project is very important to them. It is very normal to have a backup base outside the main experimental base. Military Su, what are your plans?
Su Shangyang thought for a moment and said, Mr. Lin, let's denounce them and let international organizations enter these 2 areas to conduct investigations. Lin Chen said, asking an international organization to investigate, the United States is likely to help them, which will not have a very good effect.
Mr. Lin, do you have any good plans? Su Shangyang asked. Lin Chen, the experimental base must be underground. I asked Black Emperor to spread the news that there are ancient gold tombs underground in these 2 locations. There is a lot of gold in the tombs.
Su Shangyang felt strange.
Lin Chen's idea is really a bad one.
When this news comes out, many people will be interested, and then many eyes will be on these 2 places.
Some people even use drilling equipment to drill. If the Dongying government does not intervene, some drilling equipment may drill into the experimental base.
If we manage it and designate these 2 places as restricted areas, more people will be very interested in them.
Many eyes from all over the world will be watching this place.
It will be much more difficult for the experimental base to communicate with the outside world.
Eating and drinking may become a problem in the base. Chapter 456, Golden 2? On the dark web, a photo spreads very quickly. This photo shows an ancient golden tomb, which contains various golden objects. It has been authenticated. The photo is real. These golden objects look like they are from the ancient Dongying kingdom.
So many gold antiques are priceless.
Many people on the dark web are talking about it.
Many experts in this field set out and flew to Dongying country to try to get some benefits. How could these people know that the picture was made by Lin Chen using artificial intelligence? With Xiao Bei's ability, it would be very easy for it to create a photo that is difficult to distinguish. It can handle all the gold objects in the photos, and even the top cultural relics experts will not be able to find any problems. The shape of the gold objects and even the patterns on them can withstand detailed inspection by top cultural relics experts.
There is actually a golden tomb in our country.
I don't know where this golden ancient tomb is, but it is a testimony to the long-standing culture of our great East Sakura Empire and must not be obtained by foreigners.
We have to hurry and find it and protect it.
The news quickly spread from the dark web to the internet, and many Dongying citizens were very excited to hear the news. Such a golden tomb has great historical value.
The next day, many people have already arrived in Dongying country.
All parties tried their best to explore it by all means.
Whoever found it first might be able to take possession of the golden ancient tomb.
Even without considering its historical value, the gold is very valuable, and there may be several tons of gold in it.
Inside the secret base underground in Dongjing City.
Professor Miyazaki, you have to be more frugal with your test subjects. The news of the golden tomb has been exposed, and many people have come to East Sakura country.
Now we have to keep a low profile. Someone said to Professor Miyazaki. Professor Miyazaki nodded. Use them sparingly. The remaining test specimens should be usable for another week or two.
The fever should have dropped by a considerable amount of time.
General Aso, is there something fishy about this?
General Aso in front of him smiled and said, "Don't worry, Professor Miyazaki.
There shouldn't be anything strange.
Our experts have carefully examined it and found that the photo is real and the things in the photo are ancient artifacts from our country."
Professor Miyazaki nodded. If it's true, it can't be obtained by outsiders.
General Aso, Professor Miyazaki, if it is exposed, whether it can be saved depends on the progress on your side.
Strength is king.
Professor Miyazaki's eyes sparkled. Don't worry, I have already developed the first generation of gene medicine.
It will take some time to perfect it and it can be officially used. General Aso nodded.
Just then there was a knock on the office door.
Come in. Professor Miyazaki said in a deep voice.
His assistant pushed open the door and said, "Professor, this is bad.
News has been leaked online that the ancient golden tomb may be in two places. One of them is here with us." Professor Miyazaki's face changed, and he asked, "Where is the other location that was exposed online?" The assistant said immediately. Professor Miyazaki looked gloomy. The other location was right at the backup base.
The two locations just happened to correspond to their two secret bases.
He would never believe it if it was a coincidence. You go out first. Professor Miyazaki waved his hand. The assistant went out and closed the door. Professor Miyazaki said solemnly, "General Aso, we are in big trouble. The news has spread everywhere. Many people will definitely come to us. Many people will also go to the backup base." General Aso frowned and said, "Professor Miyazaki, how long will the daily necessities in this base last?" Professor Miyazaki's face changed.
It's been a long time since the last delivery of supplies.
The remaining supplies can only last for 3 or 4 days.
If we use them sparingly, they will only last for a week at most.
General Aso said, "Under the current circumstances, sending in large quantities of daily necessities will definitely arouse suspicion.
There are dozens of scientists, security personnel, etc. in this secret base, and there are also many test subjects.
Their daily consumption is not a small amount. General Aso, this is a conspiracy.
It's very likely that someone has discovered us and is deliberately trying to attract a lot of attention.
I feel like these two bases will be lost." Professor Miyazaki said solemnly. "General Aso, what if we impose martial law?"
We send soldiers to completely impose martial law on these two areas. Professor Miyazaki said solemnly, "By doing this, the international community will know that these two bases were built by us officials, and we will have no excuse. If the military doesn't get involved, they can put the blame on private organizations."
At this point, Professor Miyazaki took out a USB flash drive.
He also took out a dozen tubes of medicine.
"General Aso, the research data is in the USB drive.
You can take these medicines with you as well. If something happens to the two bases, at least we still have medicine 0.
Professor Miyazaki said solemnly. General Aso asked, "What are the effects and side effects of Potion 0? Professor Miyazaki said, "Potion 0 is very powerful.
An ordinary person can only live for 3 days at most after using it.
A high-level ninja should not live for more than a month. High-level ninjas can use it to the level of super ninjas. Intermediate-level ninjas are even more powerful than high-level ninjas.
Also, using Potion 0 will cause some changes to your body."
General Aso, alienation? Professor Miyazaki nodded. "I used animal genes, but I can't control the alienation yet.
The user may grow some scales or claws. General Aso, you need to leave quickly. You left through the secret passage. There is a secret passage in the base. People can pass through the secret passage, but it is impossible for large amounts of supplies to enter through the secret passage. General Aso asked, Professor Miyazaki, why don't you leave with me? It will be too risky if you stay. Professor Miyazaki shook his head. I can't leave yet. This base was built at a huge cost. Where can I find the research equipment if I leave here? I have to hurry up and continue my research. It would be best if we could research the number 1 gene medicine. General Aso said, Professor Miyazaki, if the situation is not right, you still have to leave as soon as possible. Professor Miyazaki nodded. General Aso quickly left through the secret passage. Master, this person shouldn't be here. There is probably a secret passage in this area. Xiao Bei reminded Lin Chen. The person it refers to is General Aso. There are still quite a few cameras in Dongying City. Xiao Bei controls those cameras, and the cameras did not capture where General Aso came out from. But Xiao Bei can determine the approximate area. Lin Chen said, Xiao Bei, spread the news that there may be a passage into the Golden Tomb in this area. Good master. Xiao Bei immediately spread the news. With its capabilities, it can quickly cause heated discussions on the internet. Many people flocked to the area where General Aso had left. Damn it. General Aso looked grim. There are many people guarding the secret passage, and if time goes on, the secret passage is likely to be discovered by them. How did Professor Miyazaki and the others get out? Chapter 457 Base destroyed. General Aso watched for half an hour. There are more and more people, including quite a few foreign journalists. Many people who gathered together kept searching, and in this case there was a good chance that they would find the secret passage. Baka. General Aso cursed in his heart. He walked away quickly. An hour later, General Aso arrived at a secret base, where another person was already waiting for him. General Kamijima, what should we do? General Aso asked, I don't know which bastard actually exposed our 2 bases. There are many people near the secret passage of base number 1. General Ujima asked, General Aso, Professor Miyazaki should have given you something, right? Give it to me. Give. General Aso handed over the bag in his hand. General Ujima, Professor Miyazaki and his men only have enough supplies to last them a week at most. Under the current circumstances, we cannot supply them unless we send out troops to impose martial law in those 2 areas. General Aso's eyes were filled with worry. General Ujima said, if we send out the army, all the countries in the world will know that there are problems in our 2 areas. We can only see if the police can persuade them to leave. General Aso frowned. General Kamijima, I'm afraid the police can't do that. Will those reporters from all over the world be so obedient? Those tomb robbers are very brave. General Kamijima walked back and forth. I'm worried about one thing. The water quality near the 2 bases has changed. Will someone take nearby water for testing? If so, an agency may find something abnormal. General Aso's expression changed slightly. Has the water quality changed? He didn't understand this. General Ujima, both bases are not small. It is impossible to transport all the domestic sewage away. The sewage from the test base is somewhat different. General Aso, what else did Professor Miyazaki say? General Aso said it all. General Ujima made a phone call and reported the intelligence. After a long while, the boss on the other end of the phone said, General Ujima, Professor Miyazaki and his team have completed their mission. The Empire will remember them. General Kamijima's face changed. Yes. He hung up the phone, and General Aso asked, General Ujima, what is the opinion from above? General Ujima was silent. After a while, he said, the human experiment conducted at base number 1 cannot be known to the outside world, otherwise our Dongying country will become the target of criticism from all countries. So we need to destroy base 1. General Aso's face changed drastically. General Ujima, Professor Miyazaki is still inside, and we still have hundreds of people in the base below. If we destroy base 1, all of them will die. General Ujima, the secret cannot be exposed. If the base is destroyed, all the secrets will be buried. Others will continue Professor Miyazaki's research. General Kamijima, but General Aso wants to say something else. General Ujima raised his hand and said, "No need to say more.
This is an order from above. As soldiers, we can only follow it."
General Aso said anxiously, "General Ujima, let's rescue Professor Miyazaki first, what do you think?"
Professor Miyazaki knows this project best. Without him our progress would be much slower. General Ujima shook his head.
Under the current circumstances, it is impossible for us to rescue Professor Miyazaki quietly.
Having said that, General Kamijima dialed a number. Boom! Boom! Explosions occurred in many places in the secret base, and laboratories were destroyed in the explosions.
Soon the entire base collapsed and the entire base was buried.
What's going on? Why do I feel a tremor? Is there an earthquake? Could it be that the underground golden tomb collapsed? Many people on the surface were talking about it.
Not long after, the official Dongying kingdom released a message. In the process of searching for the ancient gold tomb, someone used explosives, causing a large-scale collapse underground. From now on, no one is allowed to continue digging. Martial law will be imposed in the areas where the two suspected ancient tombs are located.
How cruel!
Lin Chen muttered to himself. In order to keep it secret, the Dongying kingdom actually blew up the base, and many of their own people must have died in the base.
Ding ding!
Lin Chen's cell phone rang.
Su Xiangyang called. Mr. Lin, do you know the news?
The base in Dongying country is likely to have a self-destruct device. They made the base self-destruct.
Su Xiangyang said. Lin Chen, I just got the news. It's normal for a human experiment base like this to have a self-destruct device. Su Xiangyang, Mr. Lin, they may have succeeded, so they did this kind of thing. They don't want this secret to get out.
Lin Chen said, "It is normal to have breakthroughs, but I think they may not have come up with something very powerful, or that the things they have come up with may have serious side effects."
His skills in Western medicine are legendary. He knew a lot about genes. Even with his ability, he couldn't make a perfect genetic medicine. He didn't believe that the people of Dongying had this ability.
His ancient martial arts Tai Chi is now at the legendary level. He helped Lin Hai and the others to improve, which took a month, but Lin Hai and the others could only defeat a dozen ordinary men. As for Su Mangyao, Lin Chen should spend more time helping her to expand her experience so that she can become more powerful. The people of Dongying have developed a certain drug that can make you become very powerful easily after taking it.
Why? Mr. Lin, the Dongying people are crazy.
Sometimes they don't care if there are strong sequelae. They just want to achieve their strategic goals.
Su Xiangyang warned. Lin Chen, Minister Su, I know.
A few days later, Lin Chen took the high-speed rail to Shanghai. Su Mangyao and the others did not come, so Lin Chen came here because the private chef had an appointment with a customer and he had to come over.
Two people from Dongying country arrived in the Magic City.
They did not arrive in Shanghai by plane, and after entering Shanghai they deliberately avoided various cameras.
It is best to take action at night.
Many spies have been arrested in Dongying country. They have basically determined that anyone who has undergone military training is likely to be discovered when they come to the Magic City.
They must have been captured by the camera. China might have a way to analyze them through their actions. Brother Kaga, can we succeed? One of them asked.
Another person's eyes showed fanaticism. With our abilities, we should have no hope of completing the mission, but we still have the genetic medicine given by the organization.
After taking it, we can become super ninjas. We can definitely complete the task of killing Lin Chen.
They were given a tube of medicine before they came.
The organization told them to use it after arriving in China. Brother Kaga, who of us will go first?
I'll go first. One of them was called Kagawa and the other was called Fujita Maki.
Fujita Maki tied Kagawa up tightly and blocked Kagawa's mouth.
Brother Kaga, the organization said that injecting genetic drugs will cause your genes to change.
This process is very painful, so please bear with it. Makamichi Fujita. Kagawa nodded.
His mouth was blocked so tightly that he couldn't speak.
Fujita Maki quickly injected Kagawa with the genetic drug. Chapter 458 Kagawa attacks Lin Chen. Kagawa was very confident at the beginning.
As a high-level ninja, he went through all kinds of special training, including a lot of painful training.
Even if he was caught, it would be difficult to get the secret from him. However, it wasn't long before Kagawa's body began to twitch. He felt as if thousands of ants were biting his body. Kagawa struggled desperately.
It seemed as if this could reduce his pain, but it did not reduce it at all, and his whole body was tied up, and his hands and feet were completely unable to move. All that came out of his mouth were some muffled groans. Next to him, Fujita Maki was trembling with fear. He knew that using the genetic drug would be painful, but he didn't expect it to be so painful. He knew Kagawa's ability to endure pain, but now he was in so much pain that he wanted to die. Kagawa's eyes widened and veins popped out on his arms. Time passes by every second. Fujita Maki was stunned. He saw scales appearing on Kagawa's face. The scales were very fine and dense, like snake scales. As time passed, more and more tiny scales appeared, and they gradually covered most of Kagawa's face. When the tiny scales stopped increasing, Kagawa's pain finally passed and he calmed down. After waiting for a while and making sure that there was no problem, Fujita Maki untied the rope around Kagawa. Kagawa took out the woolen cloth stuffed in his mouth himself. Baka. Using the genetic medicine is so painful, but I feel several times stronger now than before. Kagawa clenched his fists and said. He felt his body was filled with powerful strength, and he even felt that he could kill a cow with one punch. Brother Kaga, your face. Fujita Maki reminded. Kagawa quickly touched his face. One side of his face was fine, but the other side felt rough. What happened to my face? Kagawa said nervously. Without waiting for Fujita Maki to answer, Kagawa rushed into the bathroom. There is a mirror in the bathroom. Kagawa immediately saw himself in the mirror and found that most of one side of his face was covered with scales. Brother Kaga, please be careful with the rest of your body. Fujita Maki followed and reminded. Right. Kagawa immediately took off his clothes for inspection. In addition to his face, there were scales on two other parts of his body. One on the chest and one on the back. Kagawa pressed the scales on his chest hard. They were quite strong and probably had a certain degree of defensive power. It's okay. I can accept it. As long as the power becomes stronger, these are nothing. Kagawa said in a deep voice. He quickly performed some basic tests and found that his strength, speed, and reaction abilities were much stronger than before. Brother Fujita, do you want to spar with me? Kagawa asked. Fujita Maki shook his head repeatedly. I'm not stupid. Your strength and speed have increased so much that I'm afraid that 5 of us are no match for you now. Tie me up now. It's my turn to use the genetic medicine. Fujita Maki saw the miserable state that Kagawa had just been in, but in his opinion, the pain was worth it as he could gain powerful strength and complete the organization's mission. Kagawa quickly tied up Fujita Maki. Fujita Maki's eyes widened when the genetic drug was used, and he quickly screamed, but couldn't make much sound. 10 minutes passed. Kagawa's hands and feet were cold. Fujita died with blood coming out of all his orifices. The genetic medicine they use is not perfect. In addition to having powerful side effects, if one cannot withstand it during use, his genes will collapse and he will die directly. Call. After a long time, Kagawa let out a breath of foul air. Brother Fujita, even if the mission is successful, I may not be able to return alive. You can only be buried here. Kagawa found a place, dug a hole and hurriedly buried Fujita Maki. Lin Chen, you must die for the Empire. There was a gleam in Kagawa's eyes. Lin Chen's private kitchen will open tomorrow, and Kaga-chuan will be training hard as he has to adapt to his current strength and speed. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Lin Chen's convoy quickly headed towards the private kitchen. When they reached a street corner, several nearby trash cans suddenly exploded, instantly producing a large amount of thick smoke. This smoke is not ordinary smoke, it is very thick, and it is not easy to blow it away with a little wind. Enemy attack. The national security guards protecting Lin Chen were shocked. Bang, bang. The thick smoke caused some vehicles to collide, and the road ahead of Lin Chen and his team was blocked by other vehicles. Mr. Lin, please stay in the car and don't move. This car has been specially reinforced, so there shouldn't be any problems. Lu Feng reminded him from inside Lin Chen's car. Special alloys had been manufactured long ago, and Lin Chen's car had been modified using that alloy. The weight had not changed, but its defense had been increased by 2 or 3 times. Fine. Lin Chen opened the car door. He heard the sound of the enemy approaching quickly. The sound was so faint that ordinary people could not hear it, but Lin Chen had a strong physique as a legendary ancient martial artist, so he had no problem hearing the sound of the enemy approaching. Die.
Kagawa was excited. Everything went just as he expected, very smoothly.
He held a huge armor-piercing bullet in his hand. If he let it hit Lin Chen's armored vehicle, it would shoot out a terrible metal jet that could even break open a tank.
Dongying country made sufficient preparations for this plan, and smoke bombs and armor-piercing shells were prepared in advance. Bang! Lin Chen fired.
The bullet hit Kagawa's eyes accurately.
Kagawa was wearing 2 bulletproof vests and a bulletproof helmet that looked like a motorcycle helmet.
His only fatal weakness was his exposed eyes.
Clang!
The armor-piercing bullet fell to the ground.
It didn't explode.
It takes a lot of impact force to detonate this armor-piercing projectile.
The enemy has been eliminated, don't shoot.
Lin Chen's voice rang out.
After saying that, Lin Chen left quickly.
There might be other dangers if you stay in the smoke. After 2 or 3 minutes, the thick smoke gradually dissipated. A car accident occurred on the street, but it was just a few vehicle collisions and there were no casualties.
It's heavy. One more person.
2 national security members carried the armor-piercing bullet into the car.
This armor-piercing bullet was much heavier than ordinary armor-piercing bullets. Let's go. Lin Chen got back into the car. Mr. Lin, shall we go back? Lu Feng asked.
Lin Chen said calmly, continue to the private kitchen.
It's just a small incident. We can't let this little thing affect the original plan. Lu Feng.
The enemy brought armor-piercing bullets to kill Lin Chen, and the enemy's plan this time was very good.
It's just that the enemy is exposed.
Lin Chen's marksmanship is horrific. Even in the thick smoke, Lin Chen managed to hit the target accurately with 1 shot. Someone from Goan also hit Kagawa, but he only hit his bulletproof vest and did not hurt Kagawa at all.
Mr. Lin, but... Lu Feng wanted to say something else.
Lin Chen waved his hand, no need to say more, this matter will affect the plan, I don't need to go out in the future.
Don't move the body after you bring it back.
I'll study it later.
Chapter 459 Alzheimer's Client.
As soon as I arrived at the private kitchen, Su Mengyao called.
She learned about Lin Chen's attack from the internet.
Thick smoke covered the block and gunshots were heard in the smoke.
This incident was quickly posted online by many people. Honey, are you okay?
Su Mengyao said a little nervously. Lin Chen chuckled and said, wife, you know my strength.
This is just a small matter for me. Do my parents and Cici know about this?
Mom and Dad know, but Cici doesn't.
Su Mengyao said. Lin Chen, don't tell Cici about this. She is still young.
If you are worried when you hear it, she will definitely be even more worried when she hears it.
Good. Honey, that thick smoke isn't poisonous, right?
Su Mengyao was still a little worried. Lin Chen smiled and said, the thick smoke covers a large area.
There are many people within this area. If it is poisonous, it will offend China to death. The consequences will be very serious. It's not worth it even if you succeed in killing me. Moreover, the toxicity of poison gas over a large area will be relatively weak.
It is no problem to poison ordinary people, but it is a bit difficult to poison me.
Su Mengyao breathed a sigh of relief. Honey, are you coming back today?
Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, come back tomorrow.
I still have things to deal with here, and I also need to go see your parents.
I should be back by the high-speed train tomorrow morning.
East Sakura Country.
Some of their bigwigs also got the news that Lin Chen was attacked. Lin Chen was safe and sound, and the private kitchen was open for business as usual today. They were all disappointed. Several big guys gathered together.
Will Lin Chen take revenge?
One of the big guys asked anxiously.
Everyone was silent. How could I not retaliate? If he doesn't retaliate, is he still Lin Chen? When did their people target Lin Chen and his group, and Lin Chen not retaliate? I just don't know how severe the revenge will be this time. Is it possible that Lin Chen doesn't know that it was our Dongying country who did it?
Another big guy coughed lightly. Everyone looked at him, and one of them frowned and said, I suspect that those 2 secret bases were found by Lin Chen.
He definitely knows that it was us who did it. I told you not to be so anxious, but you didn't listen. We are in a very passive situation now. The third person said in a deep voice, not necessarily.
Although the side effects of Potion Zero are serious, we have made it after all.
We can use Lin Chen's family to threaten him. We have Potion Zero. Even if his family is protected, they may not be able to resist our attack. Everyone was talking about it.
Some people agreed that they should be more domineering towards Lin Chen, while others supported compromising first and waiting until the genetic medicine became stronger.
The aftereffects of Potion Zero are too strong.
The fact that the body will mutate is a small matter. The problem is that even with the use of Potion number 0, a high-level ninja can only last for a month, and there is a 30% chance of direct death.
Okay, be quiet. Wait and see what Lin Chen will do next,
the leading boss said in a deep voice. In the private kitchen, Lin Chen welcomed the guests who had made reservations for today.
Today's guest is from Europe.
He used to be the head of a powerful family, but now he has Alzheimer's disease.
The family is managed by his eldest son, whose ability is much weaker than his.
This time it was his second son who brought him here.
Mr. Lin, I heard that you were attacked today.
I didn't expect that this meal was not cancelled.
Thank you.
A middle-aged man spoke politely to Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled and said, Mr. Alman, it's just a small matter.
How can you change your plan because of a small matter?
Yarman, Mr. Lin, I made the appointment on behalf of my father, but my father is not in good condition now.
Mr. Lin, you are a great doctor. I wonder if you can treat him.
Lin Chen looked at an old man. The old man sat in the wheelchair silently. He was thin, but his clothes were neatly dressed.
Mr. Alman, your father is not doing well.
He is in the late stage of Alzheimer's disease. The doctor's diagnosis is that your father will not live for more than 2 years.
Lin Chen said.
A person with Alzheimer's can live for 10 or 8 years, but Alman's father was already in the late stages.
I already have many other health problems. Mr. Lin, you are right. Can my father be saved? Alman inquired. Lin Chen, let's eat first, the food is getting cold. Good.
The two men sat down, and the old man's housekeeper pushed his wheelchair closer. He used a serving chopstick to pick up some dishes for the old man and began to feed him. He had little hope of that.
Normally, the elderly eat very little and basically rely on intravenous drips to survive.
But when the food was fed to the old man, his mouth actually moved.
After eating, he opened his mouth again and wanted to eat more. Mr. Lin, this. Alman was surprised.
He knew about his father's situation. Lin Chen smiled and said, Mr. Alman, let's start eating.
After we finish eating, I will tell you about your father's illness. Good. Alman started eating. When the food entered his mouth, he knew why his father wanted to eat it.
The food cooked by Lin Chen tasted better than anything he had ever eaten, and it was much better. It's natural to want to eat more of something delicious.
Mr. Lin, the food you cook is so delicious.
I have eaten a lot of delicious food, but I have never eaten such delicious food.
Alman exclaimed. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Mr. Alman, would you like to drink? I don't usually drink, but I have to drink a little today. Alman said.
There was wine in the wine cabinet next to them, and Lin Chen took out a bottle. Alman could drink quite a bit, so the two of them finished the bottle.
Mr. Lin, my father's situation. Let me check your father's pulse first. Lin Chen took the pulse of Alman's father, Wilfred. Mr. Alman, I can cure your father's illness.
Acupuncture, combined with medication, can restore your father to normal.
The whole process is estimated to take 1 to 2 months. Lin Chen said. Yarman was extremely surprised. It will only take a month or 2? Mr. Lin, my father has been like this for a long time.
Lin Chen said, after 3 sessions of acupuncture, once every 3 days, your father may recover to normal occasionally. It will take 1 or 2 months for him to fully recover. His nerves need nourishment to grow again.
But there's a problem. Why should I help your father with his treatment? Yarman, Mr. Lin, I can give you money. Is 100 million euros enough? If not, I can add more.
Lin Chen shook his head. It's not about money. I opened this private kitchen not to make that little money.
Alman nodded. I know that.
5 million euros for a meal is expensive, but with Lin Chen's status, he can easily make that much money in other ways.
Mr. Lin, what do you want? Alman inquired.
Lin Chen chuckled and said, Mr. Alman, your family controls many important ports.
Can you sell some to me? Chapter 460, is this all the genetic technology of Dongying country?
Yarman said hesitantly, Mr. Lin, I am willing, but I cannot decide to sell the port to you.
Now my eldest brother is the one who makes the decision in our family. If my father had recovered, he would certainly have. Lin Chen was thinking about it. Alman's elder brother is not friendly to China, but Alman is more friendly to China. It would be better to replace him. But the succession must be changed before Wilfred can recover. Mr. Alman, we can sign the agreement first. I will give your father 3 acupuncture treatments to restore his sanity. Lin Chen said.
Yarman said happily, Mr. Lin, okay.
My father will definitely sell you the port when he wakes up. After dinner, Lin Chen gave acupuncture to Alman as father. Mr. Alman, I will go to the imperial capital once in 3 days and 6 days.
You guys go to the imperial capital.
I will give your father acupuncture there. Lin Chen said. Alman nodded. He looked at his father and said hesitantly, Mr. Lin, will he wake up after 3 times? The acupuncture just now didn't seem to have any obvious effect.
Lin Chen, your father has a neurological problem.
He won't be conscious until he recovers to a certain degree. If your father wants to be conscious occasionally, he needs at least 3 acupuncture treatments.
You must also take the medicine I prescribed for you on time.
Alman nodded. After dinner, Lin Chen arrived at the national security base near Ziyuan community.
There was no national security base nearby, so the national security force added one here to protect Lin Chen.
Liang Jingtian came in front of Lin Chen.
He said apologetically, Mr. Lin, we didn't do a good job of investigation.
I'm sorry that you were frightened this morning.
Lin Chen smiled and said, Captain Liang, although there are some people protecting me, with just your few people, can you check every place I pass by?
I know what is unavoidable and what is a work error.
I have told the higher-ups that you are not to blame for what happened today.
Liang Jingtian said gratefully, Thank you, Mr. Lin. We will definitely work hard to prevent any more problems. Lin Chen, where is the body? Liang Jingtian quickly took Lin Chen to the morgue.
The body was refrigerated, and Liang Jingtian personally pulled the body out and transferred it to the examination room next door.
Lin Chen looked at Kagawa's face.
There were actually fine scales on the face and chest, but Lin Chen had not seen any scales on the back yet.
Mr. Lin, we have conducted a basic examination on him, and these are the results.
Liang Jingtian handed a stack of information to Lin Chen.
Lin Chen said, just get to the point.
Okay. Liang Jingtian nodded, he has no toxins in his body. We found several animal genes in him, and these genes have merged with his genes. His cell structure has changed.
We estimate that his strength and speed should have increased.
His strength may be 3 times that of an ordinary person. In addition, we found that he has received special training.
He is very likely a ninja from the East Sakura Kingdom.
Lin Chen put on gloves and examined it carefully, and also used a microscope to examine the cell samples. Dongying country has indeed developed a genetic medicine, but this genetic medicine is very crude.
Ordinary people can only survive for 3 days using this genetic medicine. This person should be a high-level ninja from the East Sakura country. Someone like him might be able to use it for 30 days. Lin Chen spoke. Liang Jingtian's expression changed. Mr. Lin, can the high-level ninjas of Dongying country use it for 30 days?
If our own people use the genetic medicine, they can only last for 30 days, which is too short. If the enemy uses it, it can last for 30 days.
In Liang Jingtian's opinion, this time is too long. That's about right. Lin Chen nodded. Liang Jingtian frowned and said, Mr. Lin, can you tell me how many of us would be needed to win if such a person attacked us? Lin Chen, are you worried that they will use it when a war breaks out? Liang Jingtian nodded.
Lin Chen said, don't worry about this.
Do you think this kind of gene medicine can be manufactured casually? A tube of gene medicine may cost tens of millions of RMB. And the mortality rate among ordinary people is very high.
With such a high mortality rate, they themselves will collapse.
Liang Jingtian breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Lin, this cannot be used in war.
They can use it when attacking important targets. I still want to know how powerful this genetic medicine is. Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, after a high-level ninja uses it, its strength will be roughly equivalent to 6 or 7 ninjas of the same level.
Hiss. Liang Jingtian took a breath of cold air.
The high-level ninjas of Dongying country are quite powerful, and the destructive power of 6 or 7 high-level ninjas should not be underestimated.
Lin Chen said, Captain Liang, don't worry too much.
Even if he is as strong as 6 or 7 high-level ninjas, he can't withstand the bullets and will die if hit in the vital parts. Besides, there are very few high-level ninjas in the East Sakura country, and it costs a lot for them to train a high-level ninja. Liang Jingtian nodded slightly. His expression was still somewhat solemn. He wanted to apply to his higher-ups for increased protection for Lin Chen.
Mr. Lin, can you make this kind of genetic medicine? Liang Jingtian asked. Lin Chen, yes, and we can make something better.
The effect will be stronger and you can live longer after using it, but a soldier king-level person can't live for more than 3 months after using it.
I don't want to do this kind of thing.
A sudden increase in strength in a short period of time will inevitably come at a huge cost.
Liang Dingtian, Mr. Lin, but...
Lin Chen raised his hand. Don't say but, gene fusion is not the right way.
If you fuse the genes of other animals, will you still be a human being? Do you want some kids to be born like this?
Lin Chen said this and pointed at the corpse next to him.
Liang Jingtian's face changed, and he quickly shook his head. I don't want to. Mr. Lin, if Dongying country does this, will it pollute the genes of the entire human race in the future?
It's possible. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled, so, we'd better make it public and let the outside world know about this.
The whole world should stand up and unite to oppose Dongying's behavior. Liang Jingtian, I will report to the higher-ups.
Whether it is made public or not is not something I can decide. Lin Chen nodded slightly.
Captain Liang, you decide. There's nothing to see. I'm leaving now.
Lin Chen left. He thought that the genetic medicine developed by Dongying country was special.
After looking at the test results, Lin Chen was a little disappointed. He didn't like this genetic medicine.
In the evening, Lin Chen arrived at Su's house.
Dad, Mom. Lin Chen said to Su Guofeng, Yang Qingyue and others with a smile. Yang Qingyue looked at Lin Chen and asked, Shaolin, are you okay? The news of your attack has spread everywhere.
Lin Chen chuckled and said, I'm fine.
Mom, you know my strength.
Don't worry, I'll just protect myself.
Su Guofeng warned, Shaolin, you are very strong, but you must not be careless. Don't let yourself get caught in a trap. Lin Chen nodded. Su Guofeng, Shaolin, how long will it take to develop a humanoid robot? Perhaps it can be used for security. Lin Chen smiled and said, soon. Humanoid robots are generally useless. If we want to make one, we have to make a better one when the time comes.
Lin Xiaoqian has been playing with robots a lot recently, and his robot manufacturing technology will soon reach the Grandmaster level.
Chapter 461 Captain Liang, is this a zombie?
After having dinner with Su Guofeng and others, Lin Chen went to the study.
Enter the URL and Xiaobei's figure will appear. Oh no!
Xiaobei shouted when he saw Lin Chen. Lin Chen said in a deep voice, Xiaobei, I was attacked. The person who attacked me should be a high-level ninja from the East Sakura Kingdom. You confirm his identity and find out who is behind it. Good master. Xiaobei nodded. It quickly started searching on the Dongying country internet. Xiaobei's search speed was countless times faster than Lin Chen's own. Lin Chen has excellent hacking skills and a strong memory, but there is a limit to what his eyes can see in 1 second. With the help of 3 supercomputers, Xiaobei can search countless data instantly.
Master, there are 2 people who are going to attack you. One is Kagawa and the other is Fujita Maki. Fujita Maki may not have left after arriving in this area. Xiaobei showed a map.
One of the areas is surrounded by red lines. This area is not very large, so it doesn't take long to search it.
Xiaobei, why use maybe? Lin Chen asked.
Xiaobei, master, Fujita Maki may have left by hiding in the car, or he may have left the area through the sewer, but both possibilities are not very high. Send the message to Liang Jingtian in my name.
Lin Chen said. Good master. Xiaobei passed the map to Su Shangyang.
The news that Fujita Maki might be in this area was also released.
Set off.
Liang Jingtian quickly spread the news, and some national security officers and many police officers arrived at the area surrounded by a red circle.
There is an abandoned factory in this area, surrounded by weeds. Buzz.
The drone searched the area carefully.
Thermal imaging showed that no one was hiding here. Woof. Woof.
Several police dogs that were brought over rushed out. It wasn't long before they found the burial site. Liang Jingtian arrived and said to the leading policeman, Captain Zhang, thank you for your help, but the following things are not suitable for more people to know.
Can you see if you can? Captain Jiang nodded.
He ordered the surrounding police to evacuate, but he himself did not leave.
Liang Jingtian didn't say anything more.
The secret of the corpse cannot be known to many people, but Captain Jiang is the captain of the criminal police team, so it's no problem for him to know it.
We will still need their help in some things in the future.
The body was not buried very deep.
Liang Jingtian and his team dug out the body in a few minutes.
The body was bleeding from all 7 orifices and had black nails.
Those nails don't look human. Captain Liang, is this a zombie?
Captain Jiang said with some disbelief.
Liang Jingtian shook his head, this is not a zombie.
He used genetic drugs.
This claw looks a bit like an eagle's claw.
He must have collapsed when using the genetic drugs.
Captain Jiang frowned. Is he from Dongying?
Liang Jingtian nodded, he is a ninja from the East Sakura country. Captain Jiang, please don't spread this secret for the time being.
I have already reported it to the higher-ups. Let's see what they think. Captain Jiang nodded. Liang Jingtian quickly passed the message to Lin Chen.
He also took a few photos of Lin Chen. Lin Chen was not surprised. He had known for a long time that the genetic medicine developed by Dongying country contained the eagle's genes. The developers may have wanted to obtain the vision of an eagle, but the genetic medicine they developed was not good enough and could not be controlled freely. If you are lucky, you may indeed gain the vision of an eagle, but if you are unlucky, you will mutate or even suffer genetic collapse and die.
Master, I found it. This time it was led by the Aso family of East Sakura province. Xiaobei said.
Lin Chen asked, Xiaobei, if you do a comprehensive calculation, the strength of the Aso family is probably several times that of the Ishihara family.
Xiaobei, Master, the Ishihara family is much worse. The Ishihara family is mainly economic, while the Aso family is one of the top families in Dongying country, strong in all aspects. The Aso family is 7 or 8 times more powerful than the Ishihara family. Lin Chen, Aso-yu is.
Master, Aso-yu is from the Aso family, but he is only a branch of the Aso family. The one who is researching genetic drugs this time is Professor Miyazaki, and Aso Taiko of the Aso family is responsible for providing the test subjects.
Taikoaso is a direct descendant of the Aso family. Xiaobei replied.
Lin Chen nodded slightly. It turns out that there was a festival going on for a long time and they were not convinced.
How much money do the Aso family have in the bank?
Count both the money in and outside the country, but not the money in the company's account.
Lin Chen thought for a while and said.
Xiaobei quickly calculated, the total amount of money in their domestic and overseas accounts is $17.5 billion. Lin Chen was a little surprised.
There are so many.
This is just the money they personally have in the bank, and does not include various assets or the company's working capital.
Xiaobei, you transfer their money. Also delete all the records of their deposits.
Video recordings and the like, delete them all, and also delete all the previous text messages in their phones.
Lin Chen said. Xiaobei, Master, where is this money transferred to? Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, set up more accounts around the world.
You can use this money to invest in global finance. He doesn't know much about finance and is not good at investing.
But Xiaobei understands.
As an artificial intelligence, it has extremely strong capabilities online and can know the opponent's intentions before the opponent takes action.
Good master. Xiaobei said.
Lin Chen, Xiaobei, don't try to make too much money. With a capital of $17.5 billion, it will only take 1 year to reach 100 billion.
Good master. In Higashisakura province, the Aso family is alone in the casino.
Sir, your card cannot be used for payment. The waiter took the bank card and walked up to the man from the Aso family and whispered.
How is that possible? I have money on my card. The man from the Aso family frowned.
As he spoke, he took out his cell phone and checked the text messages, but after searching for a long time, he couldn't find the bank text message alert.
Strangeness.
He had no choice but to leave because his bank card could not pay. Fortunately, there was a bank nearby so he could withdraw money and return.
What's going on?
The man checked the balance at the ATM first, and his face suddenly changed when he saw the balance displayed.
He originally had several 100 million yen in his card. Now it shows 0. Where's the money? Where's my money? The man from the Aso family was extremely panicked.
He hurried home and found his other bank card, which was an anonymous bank card of a Swiss bank.
There's more money in it. He went as quickly as possible to a bank where he could make inquiries.
Sir, there is no money on your card,
the bank staff said in a gentle tone. How is that possible?
I still have $20 million on my card, the man from the Aso family said sternly. Sir, I'm sorry, there's no money on your card.
Also, could you please keep your voice down so as not to disturb other guests?
The bank staff whispered. Please check it carefully again. Sir, I can see clearly that there is no money on your card.
There is no record of any deposit on this card. The man from the Aso family left the bank with a gloomy face. How so?
He felt his head buzzing.
Chapter 462. The Aso family is in trouble. Ding ding.
The man from the Aso family called his brother, whose name was Aso Taiko, a general in the East Sakura Kingdom.
Brother, my money is gone. Did the family take my money? On the other end of the phone, Aso Taiko frowned and said, What nonsense are you talking about, third brother? Did you lose all your money in the casino? Do you suspect that the family deliberately hired someone to target you?
Aso Saburo said angrily, No. If I lost everything, I admit that I didn't leave my bank card, and the money in the card disappeared without a trace.
The money in my bank card hidden at home is gone too. Taikoaso's expression changed slightly.
He felt something was wrong.
Old 3, wait a moment.
Taikoaso immediately opened his computer to check his bank cards, and soon he saw that the balances on several cards were all zero, and there were no records on the bank cards at all.
Ding ding. Taikoaso's cell phone rang again.
This time it was not Saburo Aso who called, but his son.
Dad, what's going on? My bank card can't pay for anything. I just bought something and couldn't pay for it. I'm so embarrassed in front of my girlfriend. Aso Taiko's son complained. Taikoaso looked extremely ugly.
He comforted her, Son, don't worry.
It may be a bank system failure. Please wait for a while. After hanging up the phone, Taikoaso contacted other people and asked them to check as well.
Soon their feedback came. All the money in the Aso family's cards is gone, but the funds in their company accounts are still there.
Lin Chen, it must be Lin Chen. Taikoaso looked extremely ugly.
He participated in the development of genetic drugs, and the assassination of Lin Chen was led by their Aso family. The loss of their money was most likely Lin Chen's revenge.
Time passes by every second.
Taikoaso rushed back to the family headquarters, where many people gathered, and they all looked very ugly.
Patriarch. Taikoaso bowed to an old man. The old man's name is Asojin, and he is so angry that his lungs are about to explode.
He has the most money in his bank card, $3 billion, which is placed on several different cards.
All of them are gone.
Some of those cards were anonymous, but they were all found. Banks do not have no information on bearer cards, especially those cards that have a lot of money deposited in them.
Xiaobei can search the bank information to determine the owner of the card. Taigu, have you found anything? Aso Nishiki asked.
Aso Taiko shook his head, Patriarch, no. But this theft against our Aso family was most likely done by the Black Emperor, that is, Lin Chen.
He is the only one who has this skill. Everyone started cursing. Asojin said in a deep voice, Can we ask the bank to pay compensation?
Aso Taiko, if it's a passbook, maybe it's possible, but it's a bit difficult if the money in the bank card is gone.
It's very likely that all the information in the bank is gone. The data in the backup system is probably gone. Someone angrily said, We will sue him. We will sue him in the International Court of Justice.
Lin Chen must give us an explanation. The others also cursed. The losses were heavy and their hearts were bleeding.
Taikoaso, everyone, we still have money in our company. If we take action, the money in the company may be gone. Maybe we'll even get a reward.
The money stolen from us is enough to put a bounty on our lives 10 times.
Everyone fell silent.
Some people are just talking nonsense, but Huang really dares to offer a bounty for killing people.
Several super rich people have been killed with bounties offered before. Taigu, can you talk to Lin Chen and get our money back? An old man from the Aso family asked.
All of his tens of millions of dollars in pension money is gone.
Aso Taiko sighed and said, It's difficult. He probably won't spit out the meat in his mouth. Why is Lin Chen only targeting our Aso family? Isn't what happened before Aso Shiom already in the past? Another person questioned. Aso Taiko, Aso Nishiki, and others were silent.
They knew the situation and they all supported the attack on Lin Chen.
The plan is pretty good and they think it has a high chance of success. As a result, the attack happened, but Lin Chen was not hurt. Even lunch was not delayed. The attack on their Aso family was launched at night. Okay, let's all go back first. Everyone go to the bank tomorrow to see if you can get your money back. Everyone, please don't mess around, or else the money in the company account will be gone. Aso Jin said in a deep voice.
Most people left reluctantly, only a few senior members of the Aso family, such as Taikoaso, stayed.
Chief, there is something very strange. All the money in our bank cards is gone. How could Lin Chen hack into so many banks in half a day? Someone asked doubtfully. Another person said, there are two possibilities.
The first is that Lin Chen started to act after Aso Xiong got into trouble, and he already had a clear grasp of our account information.
The second is artificial intelligence. Everyone looked solemn. Some countries are now vigorously developing the AI industry.
AI stands for artificial intelligence, but it is not that powerful today. Aso Taiko said, if it were someone else, the possibility of developing powerful artificial intelligence would be very low, but it's hard to say for Lin Chen, he might have really developed it.
Aso Kin frowned.
He said in a deep voice, communicate with the Chinese authorities and see if we can put pressure on Lin Chen to pay back the money through them. He has $3 billion in those bank cards.
He was unwilling to see the money gone just like that. Patriarch, I'm afraid that's unlikely. The Chinese authorities will definitely ask us to provide evidence. We don't have any evidence to show that this was done by Lin Chen. How could they possibly put pressure on Lin Chen to pay back the money? Aso Taiko rode. Aso Jin, you mean we can only accept defeat?
Aso Taiko sighed and said, Chief, I'm worried that the more we resist, the more we will lose.
We may even have to lose some of our lives. Ding ding. Just then, Taikoaso's cell phone rang. It's an unfamiliar number. Aso Taiko hung up, but the other party called again soon. Taikoaso answered. Hello?
Lin Chen's voice came from the other end of the phone. General Aso, right?
I have something to tell you.
My fan Huang said that you hired someone to attack me.
He is offering a bounty to kill your entire Aso family. Taikoaso's face changed. Lin Chen, what do you want? He said, turning on the recording.
Lin Chen said, General Aso, don't get excited. I have already convinced the Black Emperor to give up the idea of killing your entire clan.
But he has one condition.
He said you had to die, or he'd offer a bounty for at least 10 of you.
Aso Taiko. He gritted his teeth and said, Lin Chen, you stole our money and you still want me to die, isn't that too much? Lin Chen pretended to be surprised and said, what did you say? Your money is gone? This is none of my business. Huang didn't say that he was responsible for this. He just wants to kill you.
He said that if you are still alive tomorrow morning, 10 of you will die, including you and your 2 sons.
Chapter 463, Taikoaso dies. Taikoaso was completely numb. Lin Chen, you can't do this.
If you dare to do this, your relatives and friends will die too.
Aso Taiko said sharply.
Lin Chen said calmly, this has nothing to do with me. It was done by Black Emperor. I have tried my best to persuade him. But Black Emperor said that if you do something wrong, you have to pay the price.
You can continue, too. Send a few more high-level ninjas who have taken drugs. I think it shouldn't be a problem to kill my parents. But by then the Black Emperor will probably destroy all of you. Taikoaso looked extremely ugly. Mr. Lin, let's talk. You took a lot of our money, so let's just leave it at that, shall we?
Lin Chen, I have tried my best to persuade Huang.
He insisted that if you don't die, 10 of you will die. You know his temper. He keeps his word.
After saying that, Lin Chen hung up the phone.
Everyone looked at Taikoaso. Taikoaso slumped down in his chair.
He felt as if all the strength in his body had been drained away in a short period of time. He didn't feel anything when Asoyu died, but now it's his turn. He finds that Lin Chen is putting too much pressure on him.
Lin Chen announced his death like the god of death.
Chief, if we really kill his parents-in-law and others, we may be able to shock Lin Chen.
Aso Taiko looked at their clan leader and said. Aso Jin sighed, do you want to gamble? The consequence of failure is that our entire Aso family will be buried with me.
I am old, but you are still young, and the younger generation is still young.
It's up to you. Taikoaso remains silent. He has 2 sons but no grandchildren.
If he and his 2 sons die, he will have no descendants.
A long time. Aso Taiko stood up. I understand.
In the early morning of the next day, they received the news of Taikoaso's death. In the morning, Lin Chen woke up. He turned on his cell phone.
Xiaobei sent him a message saying that Taikoaso was dead. You're smart.
Lin Chen muttered to himself.
If Aso Taiko doesn't die, 10 members of the Aso family will surely die next.
He is not just talking nonsense to them.
The Aso family attacked him first. If he didn't fight back, an even more terrifying attack would be waiting for him.
I'll transfer $17.5 billion from you, plus Aso Taiko's life, and you'll barely get through this.
Lin Chen said in his heart.
He could offer a bounty for killing the entire Aso family, but the consequence of doing so would be that they would also be put on the bounty.
The Aso family has lost their money in the bank, but they still have many properties that can be sold for a lot of money.
It is best to counterattack in moderation and not to act rashly.
Xiaolin, did you sleep well last night? Lin Chen went downstairs and asked Yang Qingyue with a smile.
Lin Chen was attacked during the day. If something like this happened, a normal person would probably have nightmares about it at night for a long time afterwards.
Lin Chen smiled and said, Mom, it's fine. Xiaolin, are you going back to the capital today? Su Guofeng walked out of the bathroom and asked.
Lin Chen, I am planning to go back to the capital today.
Dad, why are you asking me this? Is there something that requires my presence?
Xiaolin, I want to discuss something with you. The 2 of them sat down at the dining table and ate breakfast. Su Guofeng said, Xiaolin, as your influence grows, I find that I don't need to be involved in many things. I want to separate Star Dream technology, and I will hire professional managers to take care of the rest of the business.
What do you think?
Lin Chen smiled and said, Dad, this is good. In the past, many things needed to be handled by Su Guofeng personally, and some overseas matters required him to go abroad to handle them.
It's really not necessary now. The rest of the people in the company don't dare to look down on them.
Xiaolin, if a professional manager takes care of the company, it may develop more slowly and make less money.
Su Guofeng said.
Lin Chen smiled and said, Dad, if you can let it go, it doesn't matter whether the company makes more or less money now.
CC and the others will definitely not be short of money in the future. Su Guofeng nodded, that's good.
I will focus on managing Star Dream technology then. The most important thing for the entire Su group now is Star Dream technology. Lin Chen, Dad, this is good.
Su Mengyao has been pregnant for 8 months and is about to give birth.
She will not have time to manage the company for a while after giving birth.
Honey, how did you figure it out? Yang Qingyue said. Su Group was founded by Su Guofeng.
Many people followed him, and he was really reluctant to let go in the past.
Su Guofeng, the situation is different now.
With Lin Chen's current influence, even without me, Su Group can still develop well under the management of professional managers.
The employees in the group will not lose their jobs because of this.
Yang Qingyue looked at Lin Chen and asked, Xiaolin, you are buying ports and mines.
There won't be any problems with your capital chain, right?
If the capital chain is tight, Lao Su will hold on a little longer.
Perhaps the Su Group can help you.
Lin Chen smiled and said, Mom, don't worry. I owe the bank 150 billion yuan, and there is still more than 160 billion in the bank account, which is enough to pay it back. He hasn't calculated the $17.5 billion in secret overseas accounts. At the current exchange rate, this amount of money is about 130 billion.
And Beckham will use this money for investment. With Xiaobei's ability, if he doesn't restrict it, it can make money crazily and collapse the entire financial market. Why don't you return it?
Yang Qingyue said in surprise.
Lin Chen smiled and said, the interest rate is very low anyway. If you keep the money, you can get some benefits from the government. If you just eat a little, it won't just be the interest. Yang Qingyue nodded.
She secretly breathed a sigh of relief when she knew Lin Chen's situation. Many super rich people collapsed because of their funds. Lin Chen had plenty of cash flow, so there was no problem.
Beep, beep.
Lin Chen's cell phone rang.
Su Mengyao called via video.
Lin Chen connected the video and saw Lin Xiaoqian.
Lin Xiaoqian said in a baby voice, "Dad, are you at Grandpa and Grandma's? When will you come back?" "I'm at my grandparents' place."
Lin Chen said this and pointed the camera of his mobile phone at young Qingyue.
"Grandmother,"
Lin Xiaoqian called sweetly.
"Cici, little darling, Grandma misses you."
"Grandma and your father will go to the capital to see how you are doing," Yang Qingyue said with a smile on her face.
Lin Xiaoqian's eyes lit up. Okay. "Grandma, where's Grandpa? Is Grandpa coming too? I miss you and Grandpa, too."
Lin Chen pointed the phone at Su Guofeng.
Su Guofeng said quickly, "Cici's grandpa is here too.
He's here to see you first, and then he'll come back to take care of the company's business."
"Aha!"
Lin Xiaoqian nodded happily. "Mom, Grandpa and Grandma are coming over." Lin Xiaoqian skipped to Su Mengyao's side with her cell phone in her hand.
Chapter 464 Wife, it's Xiaobei. United States. Intelligence Bureau Director Robert frowned.
They received news from Dongying country that there is a high possibility that Lin Chen has already developed strong artificial intelligence.
There are hundreds of people in the Aso family, and all their money is gone. Lin Chen shouldn't go to investigate in advance.
Robert thought to himself.
Hundreds of Aso family members have hundreds of bank cards, most of which are bank cards in Dongying country, but there are also many bank cards from banks in other countries.
Some cards are anonymous. In this case, money was transferred from all cards. Robert felt that even if Lin Chen had superb hacking skills, he would not be able to do it if he did not develop powerful artificial intelligence.
Even if it can be done, it will take a lot of time. Why should Lin Chen waste his precious time on this? "Commander-in-Chief, I have something to report to you."
Robert reported the situation to the President of the United States.
"Robert, how does this affect us?"
the U.S. President asked.
"Robert, Master, the impact is huge.
Our financial system in the United States is very strong, but if we face strong artificial intelligence, we may only be doomed to be slaughtered. Dongying country was robbed of more than $10 billion, and Lin Chen did not say that this $10 billion was done by the Black Emperor.
The U.S. commander frowned and said, "Robert, do you mean that Lin Chen might use these $10 billion to make money in the financial market and suck our blood crazily? Is artificial intelligence that powerful? Robert, AI can know all our plans. We have no secrets from it.
When our traders are trading, artificial intelligence can clearly know the actions of each of us.
It knows us better than we know ourselves." The U.S. commander frowned and said, "Even if Lin Chen dies, this thing he created won't disappear, right?" Robert nodded. "Yes, Commander.
Perhaps we still have to change our plan. If we can win over Lin Chen, our financial sector will be stronger, and the money we earn from the financial market can repay the national debt."
The U.S. president was in deep thought.
Although he is very crazy sometimes, he is not stupid.
"Robert, first confirm whether strong artificial intelligence really exists." "Okay, Commander." Lin Chen, Su Guofeng, Yang Qingyue and others arrived in the imperial capital. "Dad. Grandpa and Grandma." Lin Xiaoqian ran towards Lin Chen and the others happily.
Lin Chen squatted down and waited to hug Lin Xiaoqian. Unexpectedly, Lin Xiaoqian turned around and hugged Yang Qingyue's legs, and Yang Qingyue quickly picked up Lin Xiaoqian.
"Cici, you little rascal lied to your dad."
Lin Chen stood up and pinched Lin Xiaoqian's little face and said, Dad, I haven't seen Grandma for a long time.
I miss her."
Lin Xiaoqian said sweetly. "In-laws, mother-in-laws."
"Dad, Mom."
Lin Chen's parents and Su Mengyao came out of the villa. Soon Lin Chen and the others arrived at the villa.
Su Guofeng and his friends looked around and thought this place was pretty good. "Wife, you are in good health, no problem." Lin Chen took Su Mengyao's pulse and smiled.
Su Mengyao had not gone for a physical examination since she became pregnant.
There was no need for that. With Lin Chen's medical skills, his examination results would be more accurate.
In the evening, Lin Chen worked in the study.
Su Mengyao carried a plate of fruit into the study. "Wife, let me tell you something."
Lin Chen looked up and said with a smile.
Su Mengyao asked doubtfully, "What's the matter?" Lin Chen entered a URL and contacted Xiaobei.
A beautiful little white cat appeared on the computer screen.
"Oh no."
The little white cat called to Lin Chen.
Lin Chen said to Su Mengyao, "Wife, its name is Xiaobei."
Although it is still a little short of strong artificial intelligence, it has far surpassed other artificial intelligences. It lacks human emotions, but has strong logical thinking abilities and so on.
Su Mengyao looked at the kitten curiously. Xiao Bei. She tried to call out. Meow, hello, mistress. Xiao Bei's voice came from the speakers. Lin Chen said, Xiao Bei, if anything happens to me in the future, you will listen to Mengyao, understand? Master, I understand. Su Mengyao's face changed. Husband, when you say this, do you think there might be danger in the future?
Lin Chen stood up and hugged her. Don't think too much. I'm just saying if the possibility of something happening to me is very low. If something does happen, Xiao Bei can be your trump card.
I got $17.5 billion from Dongying during this attack. Xiao Bei will use this money to make money in the financial market. It has tremendous capabilities on the network. Su Mengyao was worried. Will everything be alright?
Lin Chen kissed her and said, absolutely not. But we should be prepared for the worst.
If we anticipate the enemy, the chances of getting into danger will be much lower. Please write down this URL. No matter where you log into this URL, Xiao Bei will find you. It's useless for others to enter this URL. Su Mengyao nodded. She wrote down the URL. Hubby, don't go anywhere recently. Just stay at home, okay? I'm a little scared.
Su Mengyao murmured with her head resting on Lin Chen's shoulder.
Okay. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Su Guofeng and Yang Qingyue were a little reluctant to leave, but they still left because they still had things to deal with in the Magic City. Dad, come and chase us.
Lin Xiaoqian's laughter sounded like a silver bell. Lin Chen was chasing Lin Xiaoqian and the others on the green grass in the community. Host, your Chingong flying on grass has reached the legendary level. The system's voice sounded in Lin Chen's mind. A massive amount of information flooded into Lin Chen's mind, and at the same time, his meridians and his body cells were undergoing subtle changes.
Finally reached the legendary level. It's not easy.
Lin Chen was filled with emotion. System, my cultivation has increased a lot, and I have reached the legendary level on the Chingong grass.
How far can I fly? Lin Chen asked in his mind.
He asked about this when his ancient martial arts Tai Chi just reached the legendary level. At that time, the system said that he could fly across a river several hundred meters wide without touching the water.
System, host, you can now fly 1 kilometer. A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. Good. It's a lot more than before.
If he encounters intensive fire coverage, he can fly up and then fly out of the attack area at an extremely fast speed.
Dad, come quickly.
Why did you stop?
Lin Xiaoqian called in a baby voice. Dad is here.
Lin Chen chased after him happily.
Half a month has passed unknowingly. Ding ding.
Su Shangyang called Lin Chen and said, Mr. Lin, the small stealth attack submarine has been manufactured.
Lin Chen's eyes lit up.
His system space is now a full 5,000 cubic meters, and there is nothing installed in it.
The entire system space is empty. He wanted to put a lot of weapons in it. I haven't found a good opportunity yet.
Going abroad, there are still some risks in flying abroad. If you ask Su Shangyang and others for it in China, they will give it to you, but the problem is to put it in a place that will not arouse their suspicion. Commander Su, fill it up with all kinds of weapons and ammunition.
I want to collect it. Lin Chen spoke.